Fight 1 will be 7th Circle, Baba Yaga and Ernie. Also to the ready table, Babrogue, CDG, Demon Spirit, Impulse, Percussive Maintenance XL, Propane, Antithesis, Frenzy, Resistance, and Forkhead, Schism, Monterey Jack. I'm going to hand you over to people that are more equipped than me.
Absolutely. In fact, I've done that for you. But then also the cues there, I don't know if you want to do.
Oh yeah, mix and match between.
And it's live. Amazing. Look at the new colours.
I was going to say, the graphic design has gone through the roof.
It's Nick, Cilantro. Yeah, it's great. It's got a kick to it. Great. And it is also, I think, you can sort of keep away from the spinner. And then the round. Second fight, yeah.
Okay. I'll let you prepare.
Yeah. So I'll be ready. Just waiting for the others.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just going to go see who we're missing. You're going to be great. I will later for a little bit. I'm terrible. I can't focus that much.
You don't need to focus.
You do.
No, I'll direct you. It's fine.
So professional.
Also, what's this?
I don't know. Rob put it there. It's from Japan. He won it. Right, they're actually doing the first fight, so send it.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, one and all. We are at St. Michael's Centre, and we are also live. So, to those on the live stream, lovely to have you with us, and it's good to be back. Hello, Sam.
Good morning, Gav. Welcome back, and welcome back, YouTube, as well. Yes, the 2024 Bristol Bot Builders Championships here at St. Michael's Centre in Bristol.
It's been another year.
It has been a year.
Let's not dwell on that. We're all getting older. But the robots are in the arena. We are pretty much ready to go already.
Yep, we have, I believe, Ernie in the blue circle at the moment. We have 7th Circle in the red. And I don't know who's in the green. That's a new robot to me.
Baba Yaga in
Baba Yaga.
the green.
Okay.
So a free robot fight.
Yes.
These are my favourite because they truly are chaotic and you never know what happens.
It is generally just full carnage and see what happens, really. It's full vibes.
BBB, you take Robot Wars, the legacy and the enthusiasm, the nostalgia of Robot Wars. You had a sprinkling of community spirit and a bucket load of chaos.
And this is what comes out.
And that's what the BBB Beetle Champs 2024, that's what they are. I saw Ernie do its tech check, and on the spin down, it managed to flip itself.
Really?
So
That's
that
exciting.
spinner is not only quick, it is quite heavy. And There was jokes said about breaking the polycarb on this lovely new arena. Stephen, I don't know, can we run through the cameras to show off this beautiful new arena that we have here today?
It's on stream at the moment. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, look at that. Even better, the wide shots.
We've got spotlights, we've got sound effects. I've called it the circus, but we'll come up with the names as we go on. As we go into the first fight of the day, everyone, let's count it down with us.
3, 2,
1, activate!
Seventh circle spins up and hits part of the Baba Yaga cluster.
And Seventh circle going straight after Ernie because Ernie is now up to speed. That is going to be lethal if it makes contact.
Oh, big impact there. Oh, and another big impact there.
And already Ernie upside down, as we said, so Seventh circle needs to take advantage of this.
I think they will take advantage of that. First, the spin is working very nicely, although Baba Yaga going face to face to Seventh circle.
I now realise Ernie does not have a self-righting function. Does this count, spinning on the spot?
No, he's been counted out by the ref. Hit button has been activated. Seventh circle's got Baba Yaga on its side, and I think he's going to leave it there because I think the fight's won.
and a little bit of...
It's definitely won now.
The first fight, and already the aggression coming out by Seventh circle. David is not taking any prisoners.
He doesn't. It's very good because, you know, Dave doesn't normally get to fight as much because he generally is the arena marshal. He's going to compete today. And Seventh circle looking like a bit of a beast. The Baba Yaga cluster bot getting absolutely wrecked. Although I will say, Seventh circle didn't look to be driving too freely on the one side. Not happy? We'll wait till Craig. We'll save it for Craig, see what he's got to say. But yeah, good start for Seventh circle. Off to a winning start. Baba Yaga and Ernie with work to do.
And a very destructive, fun first fight to start off the day.
It's what you want to see, right? You always want to see the destruction. The spinners are spectacular. You see robot wars, you see battle bots, and you see the robots flying around. They're 110 kilos. These are 1.5 kilo machines, and they still give out massive, massive hits.
And important to say, the polycarb is okay so far.
It is. Oh, there's a great chunk there. You can see it on the door.
Because that's one thing. From a spectating point of view, the old arena...
It was getting a bit...
It's getting scratched.
Yes.
It was getting a bit
It's been repaired now, though. It's been very repaired by Dave. It's his arena, so he spent a lot of the summer repairing it and putting it back together. Craig, have you got someone down there?
Good morning, Sam. Yes, I'm here with Ernie. How did that... It spun up. It looked devastating. What happened?
It fell over. That's how simple it is. I mean, it did what it needed to do. It slightly did something to the arena. When it gets up to speed, it's scary. When weapon stops, I fall over. Yeah, no, not good idea to do.
Yeah, let's try and avoid that in the redemption fight. So we will see you again. We'll see these bots that lose these fights later in the tournament, fighting for a spot to get back in. Do you think it's going to work?
I hope. It shoots when I spin up.
The live stream had a question. How long was the drive down for you?
The drive down, it was just upside down.
To the venue.
To the venue. Well, the M4 is closed, so it's like 8 hours? 10. Yeah, about 8 hours.
One of our European competitors. Thank you so much for coming over. We will see Ernie again later on. Give it up for Ernie, everyone. Let's get Seventh Circle in here real quick. That was pretty devastating, Dave.
I did better than I was expecting it to do, because this is a new version, but it's already on its last legs. Because the drive needs work. It needs a lot more drive power. You'll be getting an order through your shop very shortly for a new drive system.
But it seems to be doing the thing. I mean, what was the tactic? Kind of chase down Ernie?
Ernie was, with respect, Ernie was the biggest threat, and unfortunately he did get spun up before he got to it. But thankfully he managed to knock it over, and I wasn't going to turn him back over.
And it doesn't look like you've taken much damage, so all good for round two. Let's give it up for Seventh Circle, everyone.
Looks to be good.
And finally, let's get Baba Yaga in here real quick while we're loading up the next one. Get it on there, Simon. Explain.
I don't know. When it just got hit, I think it just died, so I'm just going to see what's wrong. Obviously, the mini-bot is best. Well, you see the result.
The mini-bot is not well.
We've got spares, we're fine.
Just to get that on the damage cam, there's some bits missing in there.
Green's
Just a flesh wound.
ready.
We'll see you again in the redemptions
Robot
later.
is
Baba Yaga.
standby.
In the meantime, in the arena we have
3,
percussive maintenance
2,
by the pit button,
1.
Impulse and
Activate.
Propane, 3 very established robots.
And immediately they go head to head, not letting the egg beater spin up there, and percussive maintenance over the top.
Yep, Eggbeater spinner on Propane, of course, former winner of a BBB event in, I think, within the last 12 months. Percussive maintenance has recently been over to the States and fought at Norwalk Havoc. Impulse, a bit of a new robot to the scene, but has really impressed over the last sort of year to 2 years, despite getting absolutely smacked up by Propane.
It looks like quite a compact robot, but a very durable robot. I think that's really the importance of going up against Propane. And percussive maintenance, let's be honest, they are in this fight. They've been getting some good actions.
It is so beautifully driven. It's got a key redrive system, which means it can strafe from side to side as well as go forward and backward, although that's going to affect it because the wheels come out. The wheel of percussive maintenance has been ripped out by Propane. And is available and is impressed by Impulse.
And I just want to highlight the beautiful light work on that button.
Gareth Barnaby's excellence, that degree and that doctor has really come in handy for that.
And
Impulse has got Propane up in its forks, a great silent attack there.
So Impulse very much a driver robot. That's all about control. Propane relying on the beater, but they are doing the dance and getting close to the corner of the pit.
Great driving by Propane and Impulse again in underneath though. Oh, and a big impact. Oh, and over goes Propane.
And I'm quite impressed actually. Percussive maintenance, despite losing a wheel, they are still in this.
Propane
so
almost
close.
down the pit, but I think Impulse has lost a side of drive, or certainly has a wheel locked. I think the front right from the rear of the picture has been locked.
All that
Percussive
takes is a
maintenance
tiny
looking
push.
Oh.
Percussive maintenance into the pit, and it's now down to 2, and that is not good. I don't think so for
No,
Impulse.
and it isn't. And Propane, Andy Russell, superbly driven. It looked a bit ropey for a time, but Propane, the quality paid off, and they got a good win under their belts.
That was very much a fight where, as the time went on, as the Roboteers settle into it, you really just see the beater come to force. But it wasn't just the beater. That got the damage. That removed the wheel from percussive maintenance, sure. But actually, the long driving game, they just settled in. I think they got less nervous, really calmed down, and then was much more surgical with how they approached the fight.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well, because in a 2v1, or in a 3-way fight at least, it's really hard to pick your opponent and kind of judge who to go for. As soon as percussive maintenance was kind of struggling to drive, certainly when it lost the wheel, definitely when it went down the pit, it was a lot easier for Propane to kind of pick its shot with Impulse. Impulse is already hurting as well. I think the front drive wheel is locked. As a result, it gave Propane the opportunity to go and win the fight and go through.
So we did get to see some great self-righting by Propane.
We did.
Sorry, by percussive maintenance.
We did.
The other robots, they don't really worry about it. The beater has done a bit of damage to the floor, Craig, so you might want to give him a telling off.
I swear to God. I'm here with Thomas. Percussive maintenance. How did that kind of, well, obviously not desirable, but how was that otherwise for you?
It wasn't too bad. I did lose a wheel, and you can see the top plate is kind of not on the robot at the minute. But the front end kind of held up. It was still driving after losing that wheel, and the axe got embedded a couple of times, which is nice to see.
Yes, this is one of the most lethal. Oh, this is one of the most lethal axes you will see in Beetleweights. It's got some real power behind it. Can you tell us anything about that?
Yeah, basically using the same kind of motor that a vertical spinner would use. I'm just harnessing that in a axe form instead.
Damn. It's got beans, and it's great to see, and I really hope you can get it fixed for the redemptions. Give it up for Percussive Maintenance XL, everyone. Yeah, a little bit more. Let's get Propane in here. Propane won the Beetleweight Brawl back in February. Do you feel a little bit of kind of hesitation, a little bit of, a lot to live up to, Andy?
A little bit. I don't know. I haven't done too well since with Beetleweights, so I'm just like, okay. If we, if we do well, cool. But as long as I have good fights, I'm happy enough. And that was a really good fight. I really enjoyed that. Tough robots.
Yeah, that was a real tough tussle, especially between you and Impulse. Impulse had you against the wall a couple of times. Was it looking a little bit shaky?
I just kind of was trying to focus on not going in the pit, and I thought, you know, hopefully I'll aggressively enough to get a judge decision as long as I don't go in the pit. So, yeah, it was good.
Such a wonderful machine as well. It's got some really innovative features in it. It's got this counter-spinning kind of disc here, which kind of keeps it grounded to the floor a little bit better, kind of counters that gyro.
Yeah, so the flywheel kind of is pretty much exactly the same kind of gyro force as the Beta, so it doesn't gyro at all, which is quite nice. Makes it kind of nice to drive, really stable and stuff like that.
As shown by that dominant driving performance. We will see it in round 2 later on. It is, I've forgotten the name, Propane.
Great job, Craig. Great job.
Thanks.
Craig, you've just had a propane nightmare.
Ah.
I don't get the joke.
Never mind. I'll fill you in later.
Okay.
And then I'll tell you what happened.
Well, you were filling me in on the robots that we're about to have in the arena. One of them, I'm quite terrified by the weapon. Would you like to talk to us about Monterey Jack?
Monterey Jack, yeah. So it's got a centrally mounted chainsaw, or at least it used to. I think it still does. We also have Schism in the blue light at the moment, which has a big hammer saw. They're generally quite scary. Monterey Jack also has the kind of clamping arms as well. Forkhead is a really interesting robot where the whole central pad-like piece rotates around the body. It's a really diverse trio, these three.
So we're getting ready for the countdown. 3, 2, 1, activate.
Schism going next to Monterey Jack. Forkhead in underneath Schism and turning Schism over. Schism rights itself very quickly.
And this is a very Aquarius area because they've gone very close to the outer zone. We haven't really spoken about that yet, but if you hit the floor of the outer zone, you are out of the fight. So it's a dangerous place to be.
Absolutely, it's very risky being over there. Of course, that's where the pit button is located. It's kind of filling up now. You can see the lights.
So 30 seconds and then the pit button is activated. Monterey Jack looking a little bit slow around the arena floor.
Yeah, might be struggling to engage with the motors there, the wheels of Monterey Jack. Oh, Schism over and out! Flipped out by Forkhead.
So that lifter doing a fantastic job there. They really choreographed that. They pushed him over and it was really surgical, and now the pit button has been pushed. And Monterey Jack, that traction is really hurting them. Ever closer we
controlled
go.
by Forkhead. Brilliant driving, and that was very tactical, very canny. Schism never really got going, never got to see that big hammer saw in play. Flipped out of the arena. Forkhead getting round the back and sides of Monterey Jack, and eventually pit was activated. The traction issues we discussed came back to bite them. Forkhead brilliantly controlled. Down the pit went Monterey Jack.
So for those in the audience that we have here today, we do have a live audience. Thank you for coming to see us in person. These robots, they do have some tricks up their sleeve. They actually have magnets.
Some do, yeah.
Inside them to help with that traction.
Yeah, so I believe Schism has magnets underneath to kind of keep it flat to the floor. The floor is metal, so the magnets kind of just magnetize to the floor to give you more downforce, more controllability. Doesn't always work, but it can help. Tweedy, I hope you're not going to ignore Craig. Tweedy? Jack Tweedy? I hope you're not going to ignore Craig. He is going to ignore Craig. Wow.
Jack
and he was so proud to ignore Craig as well.
That's
Goodness
poor.
me.
Well, Craig, I hope someone is coming over to come and see you, and I think Forkhead might be.
I'm going to have a great chat with Forkhead because that was peak. Steve, tell me about that.
Yeah, that's a surprise. I was genuinely worried about two very dangerous-looking robots, and just managed to keep it together. And the lifter on this thing finally works, which is nice. So
You say the lifter finally worked. I mean, it was dominant. You did an amazing job driving that. How do you feel?
yeah, it's great. I really wasn't expecting to win the first fight here. So yeah, I hope they continue to go well.
It's so great to see one of our more unique robots really coming into its own and fighting its way into round 2. So we will see Forkhead later on in the competition. Give it up for Forkhead, everyone.
So whilst we have a little bit of downtime, I am going to call out the next couple of fights. So entering into the arena, we don't need to tell the Roboteers who they are, they know. The next battle will be between Babrog, CDG, Demon Spirit Mark II. Then in 2 rounds, it is Chucky versus Di-Fi Hotspot versus Freak. And then we need Kenneth, Chris Griffin 2, and Gizmo. Make your way up to the stage. And the final one to come onto the tables, Data Breach. Got any grapes? And, I always forget how to pronounce this one. Kairos. Thank you, Sam. I'll be lost without you.
I'd be lost without you, Gav.
I'm just going to take this moment to remind everyone that we have a wonderful sponsor for today, AcU. You can check them out at bbb.gd/AcU. Please do. We wouldn't have been able to manage this incredible new arena without their help.
Craig, if I wanted to order 1 bolt from AcU, could I do it?
My goodness, Sam Elliott. Did you know, AcU, no minimum order quantity?
Really?
Woo!
Wow. Stunning.
Gosh damn.
Get your fixings from AcU.
Get your fixings.
I know I did.
Particularly those Polyfix ones.
Oh, we're going to have a great chat about them in a minute.
Can't wait to hear about
They're so
those.
good.
Let's hope they hold up this fight first.
In the arena, we have Antithesis in the blue
Green
square,
square,
or
ready.
blue lights. We have Frenzy
square,
in the green
ready.
lights, and Resistance, an all-new Resistance, I'm told, although you couldn't tell, in the red lights.
Although you wouldn't know by looking at it, it looks very similar in design.
It's very similar, but apparently there's a lot of
Robot
new,
here.
interesting
Stand
printed
by.
parts in there which weren't there before.
Hopefully they've kept the flashing police lights.
I believe they have. Frenzy up to speed immediately. Antithesis goes face to face with Frenzy. No fear from Antithesis and the crushing arm. Oh, and a massive impact by Frenzy, but self-righting is Antithesis. Resistance doesn't know what's hit it.
And now we're seeing a bit of team-up action here because that beater
Down
is
comes the crusher
dangerous.
of Antithesis on the wheel of Frenzy. He's got him.
And that has
Look at
pierced
that.
through. That has pierced
Brilliant attack
through.
by Antithesis in the wheel of Frenzy. Now, can Frenzy do anything about that? Resistance goes for the pit button. Are they going to go for the double knockout? Oh, look at this.
So they aren't locked in. They aren't locked together, though. I don't know what the ref's going to do about that. They have stopped
Yeah,
the
they've stopped the
fight.
fight. They've been locked together for too long. Good luck getting those two apart, guys. But that was... Can I say, a round of applause, please, for Antithesis. What a brilliant attack.
So completely immobilizing the beater and just throwing him around as a ragdoll. But let's talk about the inability to disengage. Does that hinder them?
It does, because now that means... I believe that's... Is that your one unstick, or is that Frenzy's unstick?
That is the fight's one unstick.
Okay, that's the fight's one unstick, so that is it now. So if that happens again, we will go to the judges, I believe, correct? Okay. Just a bit of clarification of the rules.
So that's quite difficult for Resistance in a three-way fight. They need to make their presence known if that was to happen.
Absolutely. They need to kind of get on with the program and kind of get back in the action, because they've kind of stood off. You know, I understand why, because there's a lot of energy going on with Frenzy's egg beater. Antithesis is just kind of flailing it about like a cat, really.
And to be fair, in these early rounds, it's so
Yeah.
much about survival.
You don't want to take too much damage in these fights. You've at least got one more fight to come.
Absolutely, and that's a one-on-one, so you've got a much better chance, especially for Resistance, who's a much more control-focused robot.
Fight with
The
you.
pit is still
In
down, 1 minute 19 according to the timer. Let's see what happens.
Away we go. Frenzy away from Antithesis. Immediately back up the speed with that egg beater and hit Resistance.
And Resistance not shying away, getting ever closer to the pit. They are really
Down comes
challenging.
Antithesis' weapon. Frenzy's in the pit, and Antithesis is grappling down on poor old Resistance. They're in all kinds of trouble.
So they are tasting new blood. They've had enough of one. Going to another robot. The countdown has begun by the referee.
Can
Is
it
this the
release?
final unstick?
Can it release Resistance in Carl at the moment? But it has managed to do it.
So the fight
Almost
continues.
reverse into the pit, but Resistance is struggling now. Look, it's kind of bent and buckled and being pushed towards the pit.
And this is unlike Resistance. Their forks are getting trapped on the edge of the pit. That's why they couldn't just drive off.
The robot is now kind of bent and buckled. It's kind of hobbling on one side because of that crush from Antithesis, but now Resistance gets in underneath and pushes Antithesis into the corner.
So what Resistance really wants to do here is manoeuvre itself, as it almost did there, from having its back against the pit, because then it can go on the offensive and push into the pit.
Yeah, it can. Good stuff here from Resistance. Antithesis looking a bit sketchy now, but I think they've got the points on the board. Resistance need to do something here to impress the judges, because if it goes to time, like it might do...
So the 10-second countdown has begun. Resistance, no, not about to give up.
no!
They're on the edge. 3 seconds left. Will they get them in the pit? Not
Oh, they
quite.
don't! He missed! Gareth
Oh my
Anstey, that was an
goodness.
open net. You've got to take that. But it will go to the judges. What a fight. Well, Frenzy's down the pit, so they are out of it.
So it's
Resistance...
between two. It's definitely between one and two.
Resistance and Antithesis. That crusher on Antithesis We've not seen it that
That's
effective
powerful.
before. It went straight through the lid. Unbelievable.
So I don't know if they've revised their weapon. It's clearly a very tight pincer weapon. That very, what am I trying to say? The wedge on that pincer really does pierce through.
Yeah.
And it's so powerful.
Yeah. A lot of pressure. He's reprofiled a lot of the front end. He's cut away.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure on a very small edge.
Absolutely.
And that allows it to pierce through the material. And it went through not just one robot, but 2 robots. So let's see if it can keep that up.
Yeah, brilliant attack from Antithesis. And Resistance, they kept in there, they kept mobile. They did start to get a foothold in the fight right at the end. I wonder if it'll be enough to impress
That
our
is the
panel of
question.
judges.
That last minute late maneuver, was it enough? And then it was a miss.
It was hesitation, wasn't it? Because, Antithesis is immobilized, but it was never going to get counted out, so they had to pit it in order to secure the win for definite. Craig, can you try and unpick some of the fight for us? Because, we're a bit stuck here.
Okay, I'm down in the booth with Ari and Frenzy. Frenzy's the name. So how did that go for you? It was a tense match for that first part, right?
Worrying to start with, yeah. Don't like getting caught by grabbers at all. Don't like getting caught on my back wheel, ever. Not good. But thankfully, there's no actual damage. The wheels are all still free spinning. The belts are all intact. I think it just probably compressed the TPU, so nothing major.
So that's all good. It means Frenzy's going to be back ready for its redemption fight.
Yeah, it should be. The real issue in that fight is just the beater on the way. The robot has been used so many times, the tooth's worn away. And when it goes upside down, with the tooth missing, it can't engage with the floor properly, so it just keeps bouncing, and I have no control when it's bouncing, and it does like to bounce into the pit, so...
The one thing that hasn't worn away on this robot, though, are the Polyfix screws that hold this robot together, available now from Accu, our sponsors, bbb.gd/Accu.
Yeah, no, I have replaced all of the wood screws on Frenzy with Polyfix screws, and they hold so much stronger than the wood screws do. I used to have the wood screws back out constantly, had to keep replacing them because they get broken. I've run the Polyfix for 2 events now, and I've not had to replace a single one outside of the one that I lost. So that's my fault.
Dreamy, I'll pay you later. Ari and Frenzy, everyone!
Before you continue, Craig, let's get Resistance and Antithesis on the bench.
Yeah, let's get these 2 robots in here, because my goodness.
We have a judge's decision. We have a unanimous judge's decision in favor of Antithesis.
Okay, in which case, let's go to Gareth first. How do you feel that went? Do you think that's a fair decision?
Yeah, he did dominate the fight. He did get Frenzy down the pit there. If my steering had been the right way round, I'd have got him down the pit. But yeah, that's one of those little things. We just put it together today, little optimizations, and hopefully it becomes as good as the Resistance used to be.
Yeah, so you've got another fight to come in the Redemption Melee. Hopefully, we'll see Resistance at full force there. Can you show us the damage? Where was the... Oh, that's a big old peck in there. Let's try and get it vaguely in focus and on shot. I can't do this. I'm not very good. Look at that. Wowee. So let's bring it over to Jed, who did that damage. Antithesis winning a brutal fight.
I'm so happy. It's been such a temperamental beast for the best part of a year and a half. And just to have a fight where I can come out... winning is great, but just coming out proud of how the robots performed is amazing.
Let's give it up for Jed and Antithesis, everyone. We will see it again later on.
Green square.
So we have
ready.
Babrog in the red light, we have
Robot
Demon Spirit
here.
in
Stand
the
by.
green, and CDG in the blue.
3,
Owen,
2,
no pressure.
1. Activate.
Demon Spirit and Babrog, the 2 non-spinners. CDG with that big undercutting spinner there. Good attack on Babrog early doors.
And immediately getting into that plastic, but now they are losing a bit of control, and Babrog taking advantage of that, getting behind them.
Babrog is brilliantly driven by Owen. He is very adept at what he does. He's perfected his robot over many years, and he's become a real force in Beetleweights over this last sort of couple of years. It's such a it's a scaled down version of his featherweight, which is 15 kilos, and he's scaled it down really well to Beetleweight scale. And he's now got CDG up against the wall, and he's going to grab and lift it.
So I will say Demon Spirit not really finding the traction, struggling to get around the arena. They were pushing the pit button, but it wasn't activated. Now it is, and they're getting close. There we go.
It's very much there in Spirit, isn't it, I suppose, at this point, Demon Spirit. I don't know what's going on with the lifters.
Very much waving their arms in the air like they just don't care.
They just
Meanwhile,
don't care.
Babrog and... well, there is a fight going on. CDG, Babrog and CDG, they are having a real tussle. And now CDG trying to get Demon Spirit into the pit, but living another day, Demon Spirit running away.
CDG's weapon has stopped working and hasn't been working for quite some time. So I do wonder whether that weapon is now immobilized. That will count against it should it go to time. Demon Spirit now being buffeted about by Babrog.
So I'd say this is very much Babrog in the driving seat with that traction, with that ability to grab, and the pit is in play. We're seeing a nice little tussle, actually.
Yeah, good push there from Demon Spirit. We haven't seen much of it in this fight. Demon Spirit now pushed against the arena side wall.
I don't think Babrog has enough to lift over into the Uta zone. But this is getting close. Babrog, very unlike Owen there to get close to the pit.
Yeah, he's very skillful, but he's been a bit dangerously in this fight on occasion, but I think so far has controlled the pace of the fight very well indeed.
And that's a good pin that we're getting both robots up against the corner. Babrog just has so much more traction.
It does. And we are going to go to time between Demon Spirit, CDG and Babrog. No one eliminated, so we will go to the judges for that fight. I think it's fair to say that Demon Spirit kind of took a little bit of a back seat in the match, but CDG and Babrog were very aggressive towards one another, although I suppose CDG's kind of big loss of the fight was their weapon. We didn't get to see much of it, did we?
Absolutely, and as soon as they lose that weapon, so much of their robot is focused around that. I mean, there is a weight limit, and I imagine it takes up quite a lot of the weight limit to have the motors that you need, the weapon itself. It's just a big lump of steel at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think is the victor of that fight? And I'm also going to ask the live stream, please put in the chat who you think is the winner.
Yeah, I think it has to be Babrog, just for the fact that it was the most active, it used this weapon the most, it was the most aggressive, but I'm not a judge, so who knows?
No, absolutely. We do not have that job today. The chat, is someone's birthday in the chat? Happy birthday to
is it
Razor.
Felix's birthday? Felix, is it your birthday?
Happy birthday, Felix.
Happy birthday,
Felix. We got a couple here today. That's lovely to see.
Craig, hello. Do you have Owen available?
I was going to have a chat. Yeah, let's just bring whoever in. Go for it. Send it. Owen, Babrog, that was a great driving performance.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's driving the same as it was last time. Pretty much every other time I've messed around with it. It's always so fast, and you're always trying to sort of keep control of it. And there was a few times I got close to the pit, but I felt pretty good about that match, I have to say.
I thought CDG did a surprisingly good job of becoming a control bot at a few points in that match.
Yeah, no, CDG, it has good drive on it. It has good drive motors. It does have forks, which, I wouldn't normally run forks against a horizontal, but that really helps him because I have to run the wedge. He can use those. So there was definitely points where I could have been pushed in the pit. So I'm just glad I was able to take it to the judges.
Do you reckon you have taken it?
I feel sort of confident, but I'll be honest. It wasn't my best fight. I'll be honest, and I never want to take it to the judges.
Well, it's all up in the air then. In that case, let's bring some of the others in here. Let's get CDG in. Let's get Demon Spirit in. Let's get everyone in. Why not? It's a judge's decision.
Yeah, whilst everyone's there, we have got a decision from the judges. It was a unanimous decision in favour of Babrog.
Babrog taking it. So let's have a quick chat with Demon Spirit over here, first of all. Can you explain what happened?
Well, simply put, it doesn't work. Only one half a drive is turning. It drives forwards and backwards at least, so that's at least an improvement over the 2023. But still got way more work to do. I was working on it pretty much again on the bench until the fight was. I had to put on some more nuts on the side.
But it at least got into the arena. It was given a good push in there. Are you sad you didn't take it? Do you think you deserved it?
No, I really don't deserve the win here.
There are some fans of Demon Spirit here. They've got the Demon Spirit. We love to hear it. Let's bring CDG in for a little chat as well, very quickly. Do you think you should have taken that?
Honestly, no. He did so well. really impressed. He absolutely controlled the fight. It was going really well at the start, and yeah, I don't know, some gremlins spinner didn't want to fully spin up at the end, so we'll see. But yeah,
Reckon you can get it spinning up for the redemption fight?
I sure hope so.
We love to see it, everyone. CDG, Demon Spirit, and Babrog.
And fast and rapid in the arena now. In the red light, we have Di-Fi. In the green, I believe it's Freak.
It is.
And then in the blue, it's
Blue
Chucky.
square, ready.
Chucky, recent
Green
winner,
square,
I believe,
ready.
of the
Red square, ready.
of Might. Yeah, I thought so. I was going to say North
Robotic,
Macau, but it's not that, is it?
stand by.
No, Chucky
3,
finally won its
2,
first events.
1.
Big tournament.
Activate.
Di-Fi with the big vertical spinner. Watch Di-Fi move, by the way. It's amazing to watch in the arena. Massive weapon. Look at it go. No wheels on Di-Fi. Only weapon. And that is in full display right there. Enormous impact from Di-Fi.
So the Polycarbe taking an impact and everyone reeling a little bit from that. Freak is over on the side. They're weaving back and forward. Is that both of the spinners looking like a bit immobilised?
Yes, we're back. We are so back, chat. We are so back.
Craig, this is your nightmare.
Pit is available. Chucky is down to one wheel, I think. Di-Fi's destroying the arena. Acu paid money for this.
Di-Fi taking itself over to the User Zone. They are having a proper
It's
show
still
there.
going. Oh, the weapon stopped on Di-Fi. And Chucky and Freak are both down to one wheel.
So
Di-Fi has died.
You can see loads of shrapnel in the arena. Chucky lost, no, Di-Fi losing both of their thumbs and their
there we
hands.
go.
And
That's
now
it.
Chucky having their way with Freak, throwing them up against the arena wall.
Great impact there from Chucky, pushing Freak into the corner. Can it control the fight now on, I think 1.5 wheels, maybe?
It's quite impressive that Di-Fi didn't hit the pit button during all of that commotion.
It's pointing very close to the pit button. Freak, meanwhile, is having an absolute moment. Chucky, no one's pressed the pit. Why is no one pressed the pit? Chucky's just breaking himself apart. No, Freak is breaking himself apart.
So now Chucky does have to be a little bit careful because the pit is there. They could fall in accidentally.
I don't think Freak's driving very much at all. One wheel is just spinning in place. The other one is not moving at all. He's just smacking into the arena. But why is it not down? Go down.
So just teasing us there. 15 minutes left on the edge. And finally we have a pit.
Oh, I tell you what, that was an explosive battle, but great.
Gareth, can you just tell me, how is the arena sides doing? They're still holding. That's all that matters.
My gosh darn paint.
Yeah, so Craig, that was your worst nightmare. The arena floor was beautifully, freshly painted going into today's competition, and the battle scars, we're like the third or fourth fight in, the battle scars are showing.
Gonna make you pay for the paint.
So whilst we have this little lull, everyone breathe, relax. I'm gonna read out the next robots. Kenneth versus Chris Griffin, 2 versus Gizmo. They're already on the tables. Data Breach versus Got Any Grapes versus Kairos.
Yes.
I got it. Then we need Carbon Copy, Bad Daddy, and Grabby and Nipby up onto the tables. Sir Lancer Frog versus Paradigm Spin versus Bonkers. And then Aggro Robber, Groundbreaker 2, and Luchador, last year's winner. Make your way up to the tables.
Absolutely. A very different looking Luchador.
And again, we are waiting for Craig to get some robots, the shrapnel being picked up. I'm just going to shout out the incredible graphic design that we have on the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. And,
it looks so good.
I believe a lot of what was done on the stream, correct me if I'm wrong, Craig and Joe, was by Sir Lancer Frog's Nick Cole. Is that correct?
It was indeed.
Yeah, and I want to give a big shout out to him because he does a lot of graphic work for basically half the teams in the field. So he's an absolute legend of the Beetle scene, and we all love him very much. So.
If you want a livery, go to Sir Lancer Frog. Right, over to Craig in the damage booth.
Di-Fi drove!
It moved a lot better than it did last time, that's for sure.
That was so sick, and you got some massive impacts there as well, Rob.
Yeah, I think I bounced off the top of either Chucky or Freak during that, but to be honest, it's kind of hard to keep track because I was up, down, yeah.
And like I say, I will bill you for the floor paint.
I'll send you my PayPal.
We are very excited to see Di-Fi again later on. As we see, it's got this really weird moving mech. It uses the gyro to kind of traverse around the arena. What possessed you to build it?
I wanted to challenge myself, honestly, and kind of build something with a hub motor, but I wanted to build something a little bit different. So, you know, credit to Luke Quinn out in the US because he's built things like Rickety Cricket and Kit and Mittens, and it's totally, you know, based around that. But yeah, I thought I'd give it my own go anyway.
And it's doing amazingly. That was maybe my favorite Di-Fi performance I've seen. So let's see more of that later on. Di-Fi hotspot, everyone. A little cheer would be good. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Joe.
That deserves way more of an
Yes!
applause than that. The damage it did.
That was so good. It hit the ceiling.
And talking of robots bouncing off the floor, Freak.
Hello. How can I bounce around this arena today?
How was that fight for you? I thought it was doing amazingly. What happened with the drive, though?
I must have hit Di-Fi at some point because it just obliterated one side in one go. So.
Wow. Yeah. Actually, if we have a look at that on the damage cam, there's some stuff missing there, right?
Important bits to make it drive, but I'll just drive on the weapon instead.
Just drive on the weapon instead. You've got a massive wheel sticking out the bottom. It's fine. Do you reckon that's repairable? Have you got some spares?
I might need to buy some.
Might need to buy some spares. So if anyone's got any, let's get Freak back in the arena for its redemption fight later. Freak, everyone. And finally, Chucky. Chucky's had some dominant performances in recent competitions. Are we going to see more of that today, do you think, Dylan?
I don't know. He's quite reliable. He's a bit of a TPU and HTP brick, but yeah, I really enjoyed that. I spent most of the time looking at the ceiling though, so it was really difficult to try and work out where they were going to be next. But yeah, it was a good fight.
Looks like it tanked most of the damage, and it's still got his very cute face on the front.
Yeah, slightly visually impaired, I think, but apart from that, he's okay.
I'm glad to hear. Chucky, everyone.
Blue square, red square, ready.
And straight into the next fight we go.
Green
Chris
square,
Griffin
ready.
2 in the blue.
Robot here.
Last year's runner-up
Stand by.
Gizmo in green and Kenneth in red.
2.
Sean said from Chris Griffin 2, I'm going to lock in, I'm going to win this fight, no problem. We will see. Oh, and Gizmo immediately going for Chris Griffin 2. The 10-inch death disc is what it was described as earlier.
I was going to say, Kenneth is such an understated name, but then you see the weapon and you realise that could do some damage.
It can, the big chopping hammer. Meanwhile, Gizmo is having his fun with Chris Griffin 2. He's not really spinning up to speed, is it, at the moment, Chris Griffin 2? Although it is starting to... No, he's tapped out. Tapping out, Hop? Are you serious?
And now the damage is being done. Arena is being covered in shrapnel from the plastic casing
of Kenneth. Yeah, Kenneth being ripped apart. There goes a wheel of Kenneth. Gizmo, you can see why it was runner-up last year. It's absolutely dominant at the moment. The face been ripped off of Kenneth, and it's out of the arena.
Mercifully, Gizmo takes Kenneth out of the arena. The whole shield was about to come off.
Yeah, that could have been very, very expensive had Gizmo ripped that off and started eating through the components, but happy days for Gizmo. They won the fight. Chris Griffin 2, we expected so much more. And Kenneth, a merciful death in the Uta zone at the end of the fight.
So we're just looking at the replay now of Gizmo, just running around, not really bothering with Kenneth. Kenneth was struggling up against the wall. And now this is where Kenneth made the mistake. They got into the fight, immediately lost
they
some
decided they
armor.
wanted to... I believe that there is a graph that is something around and finding out. And I think they both found out what it's like to deal with Gizmo in that fight.
And Gizmo just picking off, surgically going through the checklist.
Yeah.
Take a bit of armor, check. The wheel, check. The whole front shield, check.
Job
Chuck
done.
it into the outer zone, job done. And they're not out. They do need to repair
They
those
do.
robots because they have the redemption rounds.
They do indeed. Craig, you've got Ellis. What's he got to say for himself?
Do indeed. And I was just saying to Ellis, that was a fight that went longer than I expected.
It felt simultaneously about 8 years long and 8 seconds long. I just knew I had to keep on top of the, as it was described, 10-inch death disc, try and stop him from spinning up, and obviously just managed to do that. So.
Gizmo looking dominant there. Are there big changes from the last time we saw Gizmo at a BBB event?
At a BBB event, yes. Component-wise, the weapon is identical. The weapon itself is identical to actually how I've been running it literally since February BBB back in last year when I won that year with Gizmo. Internals-wise, though, it's all upgraded to latest stuff. This ran an event in June, July, whenever it was, and managed to win that one. So it's identical spec to like 3 months ago, and the weapon's actually like coming on 2 years old. But it's working well.
And it's a brutal machine. We're expecting it to go far. We will see much more of Gizmo later on. Gizmo, everyone. Let's get the 10th death disc in itself. He's showing me his cards.
Yeah, I do. It's really important.
Have you got any Farfetched?
Charabug, Panchen, Clammeow, Salandit, Minion.
Anyway, Chris Griffin 2. Can you describe what was going through your mind when you designed this?
Bigger number, better person. Evidently didn't work this time, but we'll get him next time. That's fine.
So are you saying Ellis is a bit smaller?
Significantly smaller. Like height and anything else. Yeah. No, let me tell you what happened. So he hit them things. They're my nice little drive shafts. I don't know if we can get that.
Yeah, we'll get that on there.
They drive the robot, and they're not meant to be off. How it happens. It's what it is. It's what it is. It's good fun.
You're going to get it back together, though? Is it fixable for the redemptions? Are we going to see more of Chris Griffin 2 reincarnated?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Good. Yes is the answer. We're going to see more of Chris Griffin's 10th Death Disc later on. That's what they call him at the weekends. Kenneth, our last. Do you wish you stayed upside down?
Honestly, no. I'm glad that I got to take a few hits. And I mean, and of course, even after being ooted, it was working. This thing does not die. I am delivering a challenge. You cannot kill Kenneth.
Don't challenge them. They will. You know they will.
Well, I survived Gizmo. I only just got ooted. That's barely anything, Anyone could lose via being ooted, but, being knocked out, that takes something.
Is it repairable? Is it going to be all right for the redemptions?
It should be all right. I think it's literally just as simple as bolting it back together.
We can rebuild him. Kenneth will return. Kenneth, everyone. Now we've got the cheers. Yeah, let's do more of that. That's good.
Shout out to Kenneth. In the arena, we have Data Breach, Got Any Grapes, and Kairos. 3 very radically different robots. Kairos, the red and black robot in the green circle, or the green light. Data Breach going over to blue, which I think is appropriate. And Got Any Grapes in the red circle, the red lights. I wonder if it'll waddle away. Waddle.
Data Breach with the ability to change their weapon. Looks like they've gone for a lifter for this particular fight.
Yeah, I believe they've got a hammer as well. Kairos has the cutting disc in the middle. And Got Any Grapes, a very heavy spinning weapon in the middle. Away we go. There goes the weapon of Got Any Grapes.
And immediately Got Any Grapes out of control, but now they're back on their feet. I'm going to call them their feet.
Well, it is their feet, because it is a shuffling robot. Oh, but I think one side of the shuffler has stopped working for Got Any Grapes. That could be toast.
Well, I'm not surprised why. Did you see the damage done on Kairos? That ramp has been absolutely obliterated.
It's just been bent to buckle and now Data Breach here.
And it's now a beautiful archway.
He's got a great opportunity to win this Data Breach.
Well, and Kairo's being lifted up. Data Breach actually using that as an ability to hook and then hold Kairos up on their
That ground game of Kairos is kind of now non-existent, isn't it, really? It's anti-ground game.
So we've had a massive impact. You can see the damage, but that has meant that Got Any Grapes has been counted out. And I think the swing of the fight is very much in Data Breach's favour.
Absolutely, unless Data Breach is stuck on the floor there, but no, they're good to go again.
So those forks are always a bit of a lethal thing. They're needed to get under the robot, but they do get stuck on the arena every now and then, especially up against the wall. And now we've got that fabled dance as neither robot wants to have their back against the pit.
Kairos has changed tactics and he's using the circular saw backwards. It's really interesting because they can't use the front to get in underneath now. So the reverse.
So no longer is it a hammer, it cannot come down on top, but they are positioning it. And Data Breach, I think, is becoming aware, using the lifter to get where they want to be, but brilliant maneuverability there. We're getting close to the pit.
Kairos brilliantly driven by Kat at the moment. She's keeping out of trouble with Data Breach's front end, and so Data Breach for all their ground game and the negative impact that Got Any Grapes has had on Kairos has stayed in this really well.
And we're into the last 15 seconds of the fight, so it's probably going to go to the judge's decision, but can Data Breach do anything about it? Kairos literally just positioning themselves so that saw is always up against Data Breach.
Superbly driven by Kat for the second half of this fight, and I think Data Breach will be wondering why they couldn't finish them off, but I think credit to Kairos for staying out of trouble despite all that damage.
Absolutely. I mean, it was one massive impact. Let's see if it is not quite on the replay. It was too early into the fight. They maneuvered their way over to the pit door. So let's talk about this because it's going to go to the judges. I did see a little puff of smoke as Kairos got a nice little nip on Data Breach's wheel.
I think, yeah.
Will the judges ask to see the robots to inspect the damage?
They might, but I mean, so the very, very obvious damage is on Kairos. You can see the front plough is massively hampered their effectiveness, basically. But, the control and aggression was, I thought, more in Kairos' favour. And let's face it, the damage wasn't done by Data Breach. It was done by Got Any Grapes. So that might factor in. We'll have to wait and see.
I was gonna question you about that because the damage done was very much done by Got Any Grapes. But that doesn't go against Kairos because...
It wasn't done by Data Breach.
Exactly. So in terms of this judge's decision, it's going to be really quite close, I think. Let's see if the live stream chat, let's see what they think. And Craig, you're desperately waiting to talk to our competitors.
I want to have a little chat with Ellie about Got Any Grapes before we get into this, this judge's decision. Got Any Grapes is one of the few robots here today that is not using wheels. Why?
Because it gives me more weight and I can put it more in the weapon and then it hits harder. I didn't use it because this fell off.
You can have it on and then take it off.
Oh no. Is that repairable? Is that something that can be sorted out for the redemptions?
It is a whopping 2 screws.
A whopping 2 screws. Do you know where you could get 2 screws? No minimum order quantity?
Accu.
Our sponsors, bbb.gd/Accu. I'm so excited about this robot and I really want to see it do well in the redemptions. So let's get it back together, Ellie, and we will see you very soon.
Yeah, it hits hard. I'm happy with it. We can get it working.
Hell yeah. Got grapes. Woo! Right, let's get both of you guys in, ready for this judge's decision. They're still going over their notes. So let's have a chat, see how you two think that went. We'll start with you, Kat. How do you feel?
I think I'm having a minor panic attack right now. that was scary, yeah. As soon as the wedge, I couldn't do the saw, so.
That was a great change of tactic, though, to turn around and start using the saw almost as a vert, right?
Vert mode engaged.
How much damage did we get done on Data Breach? Is there some nice pecs on there?
We've got some damage to the front wedge, so that's fine. I've got spares. Most of the damage is to the back with the top, both the actual top plate and the protective top plate getting a bit munged.
So there definitely is some damage on there. Do you reckon that's going to swing it for you?
For me, I don't know. I mean, the only damage Kairos has got, I think, is the wedge from Ellie, because that thing hit like a truck. But I'm glad I went with the wedge and not forks now.
Glad we went with the wedge. Yes, understandable. Let's have a chat with Data Breach. James, how do you feel that went?
Oh, I wouldn't want to call that. It's scary. I mean, come on in. It was a daunting fight because a big spinner. Thankfully, that got immobilised quickly, so it was then just a case of not letting my robot get fed into the blade too often. But it seemed to be a little bit unhappy towards it, so I think the drive might be a little bit stiff on one side.
Do you think you did enough to take the win?
I would hope so.
Do we have anything from our judges yet? Are they still deliberating? Do our commentators, do you know?
I do. I've been very patiently waiting because I want the detention to build. I asked the live stream who they thought the winner was as well. It was a unanimous decision by the judges, and it went in favor of Data Breach going through.
Data Breach going through into round 2. We will still see Kairos in the redemption round in a little while. Kat, you're going to be able to get that together, all right?
Yeah, I'll hammer the wedge straight, and then we'll see what I've got next.
We love to see it. Kairos and Data Breach, everyone.
So I would like to. So just hold on. Closer. This working? There we go. Oh goodness.
So we have switch commentator Owen. Lovely to have you beside me. So the driver of Babrog, for those who are not aware, he is very much experienced in this. Maybe I have to talk close to the microphone.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I missed the sound check, but this should be fun. We have another three-way here. We have Bad Daddy, a drum robot or an egg beater robot, Carbon Copy, a cluster robot, which means both of them together weigh 1.5 kilograms, which is the weight limit. So they're 750 grams each. And you got to knock both of them out to win. And we've also got Grabby, a fan favorite from earlier on this year, as well as a new addition. We have Nippy, which is a small, another mini-bot.
So, on what you were saying, do you need to knock out Nippy as well to knock out that robot?
So in terms of, it all depends on the maximum weight. So you have to, for cluster robots, generally you have to knock out a certain percentage of the weight of it.
A weight percentage,
So I cannot remember, it was around 65 or 66%. Looking at Nippy as it is, I would be surprised if it alone would meet the weight limit to keep on going. But I would say the main focus would be, if I would guess, if Grabby is knocked out, then Nippy would be out too, but that would be up to referees as well.
Absolutely. So Bad Daddy, pretty much the aggressor going into this fight in terms of the weapon that they have. Carbon Copy is going to be much more control-focused, and Grabby is all about control with that grabbing weapon. So I think Bad Daddy, they're going to be looking to do some damage. That's what their ambition is.
Yeah, I mean, with Bad Daddy as well, it's knocking around robots that are twice its weight, which means it's going to hit even harder than it normally does. But it also has to keep track of 4 opponents, and I'm going to guess all 4 of those opponents are going to go straight for Bad Daddy.
It's going to be a bit of a dog pile.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's all of the children against the daddy.
Absolutely, yeah. So Bad Daddy is up against the kids. Is that what we're saying today? So in the blue corner, Bad Daddy.
Much, yeah.
Oh dear, Grabby in the green, and then Carbon Copy in the red. Let's see who is going to be victorious as we do the 3-second countdown. 2, 1, activate.
Okay, and we can see Bad Daddy up to speed, going after one of the Carbon Copies. Grabby and Carbon all looking at Bad Daddy. Maybe not.
So we'll say, yeah, Bad Daddy actually not really being attacked much at all. The cluster bots are really going after each other, but now Carbon Copy are coordinating, and now they are going after Bad Daddy.
Yeah, they seem to be, now that you can see, they were going after Grabby a little, but now Bad Daddy is caught on one of the Carbon Copies.
And that Beta getting a little bit slowed up there. They didn't really have much
when you can
torque
see it,
behind
Grabby
it.
has nearly a grab on Bad Daddy, has let them go. Bad Daddy not really dominating the pace of this as I think we would have expected, but once it lands a hit, it will do a lot of damage.
Well, that Beta is not really lifting up the robots. All of the robots are so low, it can't really get underneath them. So it's digging in, it's doing more damage than actually vertical lifting.
Ooh, very close, oh no!
So, Nippy running for cover.
So Carbon Copy has avoided death, Nippy hasn't. Grabby looks like it'll be stuck now. Bad Daddy, you can see when it turns, the gyroscopic force of its blade causes it to hop up. So Carbon Copy's actually got a very good handle and control here.
And I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that was Carbon Copy who lifted Grabby up onto the wall, so that was really tactical by them. Great drivability by them. And now they can focus in on Bad Daddy. And Bad Daddy struggling. Everyone diving into the pit. That is 4 robots in the pit right now.
And I will clarify as well, for the rules here, if you have a simultaneous pitting, the robot that falls in first is considered the one eliminated. So in that situation, even though both Carbon Copies ended up in the pit, Bad Daddy hit there first, and so I would argue has pulled off the upset.
Well, the officials are conferring with each other. We do have access to the live stream, which we're watching now. I don't know if it's going to go to a judges or if the referee is able to make a call. We're watching the live stream. Let's see this replay. So Carbon Copy getting underneath Bad Dad. And now this is very much a waiting game because we know what we want to see.
Yeah, you can see just Bad Daddy was constantly hopping up. It could never... Yeah.
So we haven't gone to the judges. We have avoided their involvement. The referee has made the call. Bad Daddy hit the floor first, which means Carbon Copy, they are going through.
Yeah. Very impressive. A lot of really good robots being knocked out early on in these brackets.
I honestly thought Carbon Copy would become the villain of the audience there because they knocked out Grabby.
Well, they did indeed, actually, yeah. I mean, Nippy sort of fell into the pit themselves, but Grabby, I mean, I will say Carbon Copy, they were able to get very consistent lifts on both Grabby and Bad Daddy. And I'd say outside of a bent flipper arm on one of them,
I did notice that as well.
But it's looking strong, and it actually worked out very well. I think I overheard this from one of the judges, so it's not 100% confirmed. But it sounds like Bad Daddy may have actually been spinning the weapon the wrong way around. So instead of spinning up, it was spinning down.
Or maybe that was a concerted effort to try and do more damage, because if you're hitting down into the arena floor, you can tear through the armor, especially when it's plastic.
To a degree. I have seen some events where it would be, but there are also a lot of other events where generally hitting the opponents up, because if you hit down, it'll punch into the opponent, but it'll also, you know, the opposite reaction, you'll go up as well. So.
Yeah, and it takes away their
But again,
control.
I will go to Craig now. He'll illuminate more for us here.
So I'm here with Tom and Bad Daddy. How do you feel that went? Do you feel that was a fair ruling in the end there?
I think they hit the floor first. I'll argue that, but they put me in the pit, so I think that's fair.
Yeah, as far as I see it, it's aggressive ruling, right? They're the ones who did the pushing. How do you feel about that though? Like, it didn't seem like Bad Daddy was getting the punts that I know firsthand that it does so well.
It wouldn't arm up properly, and then from now to tech check, the spinner started spinning the wrong way. So that's instead of it hitting them, it was just bouncing off of them. So I need to fix that.
Easily fixable before your redemption fight?
Yeah, I think so.
Banging. We will see Bad Daddy in the redemptions later on. Thanks, Tom. Grabby and Nippy, our youngest competitors here today. So, Amy, I'm told that you built Nippy.
Yeah.
How was that experience for you?
Quite good, actually.
Did it go all right? Are you happy with it?
Yeah, definitely.
I would be. It looks great. These two look a fantastic pair. How do you feel that fight went? Do you think you drove it as good as you could?
I think I did pretty well. But yeah.
I think you did pretty well as well, and I think everyone here thinks Amy did pretty well as well. Both of you did fantastically in that fight. Do you reckon it's going to be all right for the redemptions?
Yeah.
Fantastic. We're going to see Grabby and Nippy a little bit later on. Give it up, everyone, for Grabby and Nippy.
Okay.
And finally, Carbon Copy. I'm excited about this because you guys pulled it off.
Ow. What? What happened there? Like, that, yeah, I wasn't expecting that to happen. I thought we were going to get chewed up and spat out. Yeah, no, happy with that. Very happy with that.
When I saw this matchup, I was like, the big spinner versus 4 little guys. that's not right. But you guys pulled it off.
We did, and obviously that was what we intended to do at the end when we drove all together into the pit. We knew we were going to hit the floor second, so why not?
Send it. Absolutely send it. Any damage, do you think? Do they look all right?
We need a hammer, flatten that front piece out again, but
Green
otherwise
square,
I think we're good.
ready.
Fantastic. Carbon Copy, everyone.
Red square, ready.
Desperately waving to Craig in the blue corner, Paradigm Spin.
Blue square,
in
ready.
the green, Sir Lancer Frog and
Robot
Bonkers
here.
in the red.
Stand by.
Definitely take a photo of Lancerfog while you can. Beautiful paint scheme. It's not going to last this fight.
So this is very much a Roboteer's dream battle in the sense that we've got some very different robots here. And Paradigm Spin spinning up, that is a full spinner, and throwing away the robots who hit into it. Bonkers getting thrown.
Yeah, you can see the effect there. I mean, Paradigm Spin takes a while to get up. Oh, I think that might be... No, it's still going.
Well, that's the weight of Paradigm Spin. I think that's needed to stabilize it. So let's see what happens. And that's Sir Lancer Frog in the Outer Zone.
So, yeah, Lancerfog is out. Paradigm Spin, that foam thing is to help itself right if it's flipped upside down. It still seems to be working. And the Bonkers has had a lot of control in this match already.
And that was a tactical aim. Bonkers aiming Paradigm Spin into the Outer Zone, but Paradigm Spin, too much momentum, bounced right back out.
Right off of the very fancy polycarbonate, thanks for that.
Massive,
but they're still
massive
working.
hit. Both robots getting thrown across the arena. And Paradigm Spin's more bonkers than bonkers.
Yeah. If you can believe, Paradigm Spin does have magnets underneath. So this is actually being more stable than it otherwise would be.
And I think Bonkers is being really tactical here. They are purposely getting themselves on the back end. They are trying to put Paradigm Spin in the Outer Zone, and it bounced off Sir Lancer Frog.
Yeah, I think technically they're fine, but let me tell you, Bonkers went very near to that Outer Zone. Paradigm Spin is so durable.
So neither robot going for the pit button. They want to see this fight out, and it is 40 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm very impressed at both of the durability of them. Bonkers doesn't look like it sustained any real damage, but I imagine these hits are doing something.
Is that Paradigm Spin out?
No, still going.
Once again, bouncing off of Sir Lancelot. That's twice now Paradigm Spin has avoided the Uta zone.
Yeah, Lancelot is getting hit. You'd think you'd be safe in the Uta zone, but it just keeps getting hit, even after being eliminated.
And you cannot tap out, there's no protection there, but Bonkers is running away with this battle. They are throwing Paradigm Spin around the arena. There's been some really major impacts, but I think it's going to go to the judges.
I think it is, and I think there can only be one winner, but I mean, an amazing performance from Paradigm Spin, as it may not be moving anymore, but yeah.
So the refs, the judges are asking the ref if Paradigm Spin can actually move at this point in time, but does that matter because there wasn't enough time for the 10-second count out?
So yes and no. You are correct in that it would not have been enough time to be counted out, so the fight would go to the judges regardless. But I think this is the judges, they want to measure aggression, the damage, control, and if it turns out you've actually you've immobilized an opponent, even if there wasn't enough time in the fight, like that is a major advantage in the judges' scoring.
That makes a lot of sense, actually, when you consider if they couldn't have continued just 10 more seconds and they would have been counted out. That does sway heavily. The live chat, they're already calling it for Bonkers. It does feel a bit slam dunk, but I'm not the judge. You're not the judge. We can't say for certain.
Yeah, it was definitely a close match. I think Paradigm Spin, it's done well in these tournaments before. Bonkers, I think, has done very well in tournaments before. It'd be somewhat of a dark horse going forward into this tournament. But no, a really fantastic fight, I have to say. One of the better 2-minute fights we've had so far today.
And the live stream, as all of us, was just amazed they kept going. That fight lasted so long with such heavy impacts.
Yeah.
I'm just going to call up the next Roboteers. Aggro Wobber, Groundbreaker 2, and Luchador. You should be up on the tables. Cormoran, Bobberor, and Lawnmower 2, you are coming up. Fatal Deviation, Home Improvement, and Batteries Not Included, you should be on the tables. And the final one to be called Abracadabra, Amethyst, and Jackhammer, you should be up on the tables.
Fantastic. And just before Craig begins, we do have the decision, the judge's decision. It was a unanimous decision, and it has gone in favor of Bonkers.
Congratulations to Bonkers on that win. I'm here with Sir Lancelot, which for my money is one of the best looking robots in this tournament today. How do you feel that went, Nick? I know it wasn't quite the desired outcome, but, tell me more.
I can't believe it. Yeah, it was going all right up until I flew into the Uta zone, but then I thought, well, Frog's safe here, it's not too much damage, and then Paradigm Spin kept just catching strays, and I was just... It's just an energetic fight, so I was kind of all right to be out of it at that point.
Paradigm Spin, of course, just wanted to have some time with Frog in the Uta zone. It just, it was like a magnet.
Yeah, and I knew that going into it. I knew that it was going to be sort of energetic and go for anybody that's moving, so I don't like to sort of back out of fights anyway, so I could only give it my all, and that's all that I gave. So.
And it was a fantastic all that you gave, Nick. We are so glad to see Froggy back here today. And again, thank you so much for all the amazing visuals you've done for our competition. Nick is an incredible artist. I'm very excited to see Froggy later on in the Redemptions. How do you reckon it's going to be all right?
It'll be all right. I'll give it a look over now, but it'll be interesting to see who comes up against. But hopefully not as dramatic as that fight was. We'll see, though.
We will see. Sir Lancelot, everyone. And Mark, let's have a little look at Paradigm Spin, which was doing peak Paradigm Spin things there, right?
Yeah, I'm so pleased. It's always kind of been its own worst enemy in terms of slowly destroying itself, and I keep fixing the things that break, and that lasted a lot longer, a lot more bouncing around. My objective has always been to just pinball and be entertaining in the arena, and so I'm so happy. I don't really care about the loss. It was a great fight.
You were definitely entertaining and definitely pinballed around the arena. This shell is looking a little bit beaten up. Is this the same one that's been on it for a while?
Yeah, it's steadily wearing out. That took some of the biggest hits I've taken there. I'm not sure if you can see on the camera, but...
Down here.
Blue square, ready.
There's a big gouge.
Robot
Some big
here.
gouges in there.
Stand by.
We will see Paradigm Spin again later on.
3.
Gonna have to cut you off there, Craig.
1.
So, Luchador, what an incredible mask. I think that's the red zone when the lights gone off. And then we have Groundbreaker, that was in the blue. And and that only leaves
Aggro Wobber.
Aggro Wobber.
Aggro Wobber. Oh no!
So Aggro Wobber, you only just mentioned their name for this fight. They're already out, and Groundbreaker is on the edge. Luchador taking no prisoners, last year's champion.
Yeah, now I will say Luchador this year does not have access to the grabbing component. It is just the lifter. But it's still driven well.
And is there enough room in that Uta zone for 2 robots?
I think there has to be, but it's,
Descended.
I mean, it's still up in the air.
Descended.
Groundbreaker hitting our beautiful new pit button as well.
So I feel like Groundbreaker is potentially immobilized here. They're just not moving. The Luchador seems so committed to getting them into the Uta zone. Oh, they've just helped out Groundbreaker, and it's a pushing match.
There we go.
But down into the pits goes Groundbreaker. What a first fight for Luchador.
Yeah, no, I mean, we didn't really get to look at it properly pre-fight, but we'll see it with Craig when he interviews. But it's such a beautiful design, amazing driving, amazing weapon on it. It's going to be a strong robot to beat here.
And
definitely.
I feel like I really need to apologize to Aggro Wobber because we only just mentioned your name and immediately taken out of the fight.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's slightly different, not really Pokemon themed anymore. Quite a bit edgier than I think we've seen it in previous iterations. But I mean, it's a phenomenal, styling job on it. I'm very much excited to see its redemption. I think we saw it die, but maybe it didn't die. Maybe it's got like spares or clones or whatever.
I mean, absolutely. So just to reconfirm, no one is officially out of the competition at this stage. There will be the redemption rounds. That is their last shot at redemption, as by their name. So if you win these fights, it gives you a bye. It basically means you're less likely to sustain damage, and that is really beneficial in this really a marathon rather than a sprint.
Yeah.
So, Craig, over to you in the AcU booth.
In the AcU booth, thank you to our sponsors, AcU, bbb.gd/AcU. Do you need any fixings, David?
I mean, I always need fixings. My wheels always fall off, so I'm using the AcU ones, and now they stay on.
Are there AcU ones?
They are AcU ones, yeah.
Heck yeah.
The wheels didn't fall off for once, so that's something.
The wheels didn't fall off, but what did happen?
Jack's just better. That's about it. He just oozed me. But, well.
But let's give it up for this massively kind of redesigned, reimagined Aggro Wobber, looking a little bit Sonic-y.
It's just a little edgy, It's on its way to Aldi. It's fine. It's all good.
We are all at Aldi when we are here with Aggro Wobber today. Yeah. I'm very excited to see what that axe can do, hopefully in its redemption fight. Do you reckon it's going to be all right?
Yeah, it should be fine. Whatever happens, happens. I'm having fun with it anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Dreamy, we're having fun. Aggro Wobber, everyone. Woo.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Let's get Groundbreaker in here.
Was the green one. Yeah. So
this is a scary weapon.
Yeah, so I had a lot of weight left over from the last event. I was like 200 grams underweight, and I kind of just put it all in the weapon. It's not seemed to help, but hopefully if I do get a hit, it'll be fun.
It seemed like there was something going on with the drive.
So because it was against the Hammerbot, I've put on a really thick top plate. It's retrofitted to an older design, which doesn't have the clearances required for invertible drive. So the second I got inverted, that was kind of it.
It's a rough time, but we will see Groundbreaker in the redemptions. Jack, we haven't got time to speak to you.
Blue square.
Luchador did all right, didn't it?
We'll have plenty of opportunity to talk to Luchador. So, in the blue corner is Bubroar. In the green, we have Lawnmower and Cormoran in the red.
Yeah, so Cormoran, a very modular robot, has like 10 different configurations. We can see a grabbing one here for this match. And we have 2 drum spinners. We have Lawnmower and Bulbaroar. Although you could argue Lawnmower has a drum, Bulbaroar has a beater, which is being very pedantic at that stage, I'll be honest.
Is this really down to the semantics of Robot Wars in the sense that you have to be absolutely correct in what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'll say egg beaters are generally cheaper to get, and they've also got more of a length of impact.
We've got a bit of time here. What is the difference between the two?
So a drum is basically generally a cylinder. You have a cylinder that's sort of milled or filed away. An egg beater is generally a more flat, singular piece of a metal. So
I see that with the drums, typically they have, very simply, they just have bolts with a chamfer on there to act as a hitting edge, almost like a saw blade, but a very blunt saw blade.
To a degree, yeah. Drums generally have a little more mass in them, but egg beaters, you can sort of make them a bit longer and wider. To be fair, there's there's differences to both of them. They both have their purposes, but I mean, it should be an interesting fight as we're just going through some of the technical stuff here.
And I'll just take the opportunity to call up some more Roboteers. So, Bubblegum Lift, Icebreaker, and Siren, please make your way up to the tables. Just doing our due diligence. And actually, we should just say, because we have a growing crowd here in the audience today in the St. Michael's Centre, thank you everyone for joining us here today. I hope you're having a good time. And I should just say there are refreshments available out in the reception area. But back to the fighting.
3.
Yeah, lovely. I would recommend the sausage wraps. They're really good.
Activate.
Okay, so both robots up to speed. Cormoran waiting patiently.
So Cormoran to me looks like a slower robot. It doesn't look like, oh, look at the shrapnel. Cormoran bring him down the forks, and they tapped out immediately.
Yeah,
and Bulbasaur's trapped. Bulbasaur is trapped.
Yeah, so the link came out of Cormoran, and Bulbasaur sort of ended up underneath Cormoran in one of the more efficient hits, I think you could say, in this competition.
So let's just review what happened there. So Cormoran had a brilliant grab. They came down and they were fully on top of Bulbasaur. But as soon as it did, it just shrapnel came everywhere, and Cormoran tapped out immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I want to sort of see the replay there. You can see it, the link knocked out, the removable link, power removed from the robot.
So that's just damage conservation. They saw that the link was gone, and if that link is gone, it's the safety feature. Your robot is fully isolated, and it will not do anything.
So we can see the replay here. You can see, yeah, Cormoran was, you know, sort of partially over and under him, and then the hit from Lawnmower came in. And I think that sort of one of the forks in Cormoran, one of them had actually gotten into that flat area of the egg beater, and it stopped it from spinning. If they might have been able to get spinning, they may have gotten some momentum to free themselves. But
such a shame. The pit button hasn't even been activated. That's how quick that all happened.
Has that been the fastest fight we've had so far today?
And we're having a bit of a reset here, So Bulbasaur, are they going to be forced to start on their side?
That seems to be, yeah. So they've resumed the fight, sort of seeing basically the Cormoran move as a sticking, I would say. So this fight's actually still not over. Although Lawnmower is looking like it has lost one of its belts.
It doesn't look like the weapon is fully spinning up to speed. And Bulbasaur now really just going in, doing the damage. And they were stuck, but Bulbasaur just not giving them any inch of mercy.
Yeah, and I think, Bulbasaur has pulled this one out of nowhere. That is, we all assume that Bulbasaur had fainted, but no, they have won that match.
So that was a very difficult match for us to call because it was so instantaneous in terms of what happened. Cormoran absolutely got obliterated and just got caught up, and quite unlucky actually for the link to be severed as part of that collision.
Yeah, so I'm assuming, I mean, obviously we'll hear more in the depth from the referees as to what happened, but it seems that if, obviously you have the unsticking rules in this tournament where, you know, you can only hold on to an opponent for a certain amount of time. Because of the weird way Cormoran was on top of Bulbasaur, that seemed to have been considered an unstick. So instead of being declared a KO, the fight was paused, and they didn't move Bulbasaur, but they left it there. We'll have Craig here to talk and give us a bit more details.
So that was a bizarre set of circumstances we've not really come across before. Cormoran got the grab.
Oh, I was very happy with the grab. Did it brilliantly. Happened for the first time ever. And then Lawnmower came in.
So Lawnmower came in, took the link out of the back. You can see where that once was. And in that attack, put you both on the wall.
Yes. Yeah, some sort of unstick was needed because Bulbasaur was... To be fair, Bulbasaur was very safe inside of me. That could have been in safer hands, but... Yeah, I guess they wanted to do a bit more damage, so.
So I guess what happened there is the grab happened before the kind of putting on the wall, so it still warranted the unstick and not just the KO. So we'll see how Bulbasaur and Lawnmower feel about that in a minute.
Going to release him from there? Of course not. He's got a devastating weapon on the front of him.
Are we ready to see some more Cormoran setups in the Redemptions?
Oh, yeah. This one's still good to go, I reckon. So maybe something different for the next Redemption round.
Amazing. We will see Cormoran later on. Cormoran, everyone. Now, I want to have a quick chat with Lawnmower, because I'm very interested to hear your perspective on that. Bring it in, bring it in. That was a great hit at the start of that match.
Yeah, it was cool. It was good fun. Yeah.
How do you feel about how the kind of events transpired afterwards?
Yeah, well, we lost the wheel and we lost the belt on our weapon, so couldn't do much by the end of it. Couldn't move.
Is it going to be repairable for the Redemptions? Because this is looking like a fierce competitor this time.
Yeah, I've got a spare wheel, so we should be up and running again.
Amazing. We saw some devastating blows from it later there. Hopefully we'll see even more later. It's Lawnmower, everyone. And finally, Bulbaroar. Now, I've got a bone to pick with you. When these matchups were put together a long time ago, you weren't running this robot.
Yeah, I changed my mind, unfortunately.
You changed your mind. So Martin's got a much nicer, friendlier robot called Toucan. And why is it not here?
Are you saying this isn't friendly?
Yes.
It wants to give hugs.
It wants to give hugs. It wanted to receive hugs, Martin.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? It did all right, though.
Yeah, it just delivered some devastating blows at the end there. How do you feel the kind of whole unstick series of events there?
It's a tough one. So I asked for an unstick because I was trapped inside him. Like, if I was balanced on top, I don't know. But there was no way out, so I thought, you've got to ask, right?
Maybe for the intro, but
And
not during the
judges
fight.
agreed, you guys agreed, so it's very kind of everyone. And then Lawnmower came over and just hit me anyway. So also ripping half of one of my wheels off.
Yeah, I know about that.
Oh, goodness. So, some serious damage on the back of Bulbaroar there. We're going to have to get some repairs on.
Yeah, I've got some spare wheels, so I've got a little bit of time to kill now. I might go for a pint over the road, and then fix my wheel, and then get ready for the round 3.
Round two. We'll see Bulbaroar in round 2.
We've got some happy little robots in the arena right now. Some happy little robots. We got Bob Toss in the red zone. We have Aquaholic, stay hydrated, people in the green, and then we have Digestive in the blue. Some serious damage to come, I reckon. I fear for Bob Toss.
Yeah, no, I mean Bob Toss. I mean, it's a difficult fight to be in, but we'll see what happens. I would expect the two spinners to go after each other. So Digestive seems to be having some issues spinning up at the moment.
Digestive really not up to full blast there. Maybe that's a concerted effort to not lose control.
Yeah. We can see the mini bot beating the devil out of Aquaholic, and I think it has lost something there, but it's still functioning.
It was hard to see which one lost the shrapnel, but it was definitely Aquaholic doing the damage.
Yeah, Bob Toss getting a lift on Digestive, Digestive recovering. Aquaholic looking very stable, moving around and taking a wheel off of Digestive.
Well, Aquaholic, that weapon is so fast you can't even see it spinning. It's very deceptive.
Yeah, it's quiet, it's deadly, but it is doing stuff. And Digestive, I think in trying to push Aquaholic down the pit, has knocked itself out.
That was such a sad sight because one wheel was on the edge. It almost looked like they could get themselves out, but not quite.
Yeah.
And look at Bob Toss, the mini-bot, flipping the paintbrush, trying to do some damage to Aquaholic.
Yeah, so, I mean, it looks like part of Aquaholic has gotten into Bob Toss. Damage on one of the wheels, but they are still functioning. More damage to the mini-bots.
And more importantly, Aquaholic's actually struggling to push them around. So they do have some pushing power in this fight.
They have, but Aquaholic also has 2 wheels that are attached to the robot. However, one of those wheels of Bob Toss seems to be in the weapon mech of Aquaholic, disabling the weapon.
So we're definitely getting the damage done. Aquaholic definitely leading that bracket, but we have 30 seconds left to go, and Bob Toss is somehow maneuvering himself over to Aquaholic.
Yeah, they're both sort of limping at this stage. Aquaholic does still have mobility, but I don't know if it has the pushing power. Certainly against the mini-bot, and getting that in the pit will score good points for the judges.
So there goes Bob Toss's paint. He is now out of action in terms of the paintbrushes, and this has been quite a slow sight. Can Aquaholic finish the fight with all robots in the pits?
Yeah, I mean, Bob Toss sort of living up to the image of the broke artist, but is still moving, still working, and did perform decently in that fight. So we'll see what the judges have to say about that one.
And I mean, it's so difficult. We were going to try and do some Bob Toss style commentary, but the fight is so energized, it's really hard. But as we calm down, everyone is a winner here today. Yeah. Everyone should. I'm not very good at doing Bob Ross. Right.
Yeah. I feel like I could try, but I would just go into a Mr. Rogers.
I would love to hear it with an Irish accent.
Oh, goodness. Don't put me on the spot. I'm sorry.
I won't. So that's going to go to the judges. Who do you think is going to be the winner of that round?
I would have to say Aquaholic, if only on damage criteria. I think it would go on damage. However, I do think that aggression and control are very evenly matched on both of them. Bob Toss did get quite a few very nice lifts. Aquaholic, however, did also manage to get the wheels of Digestive and Bob Toss, which is a point for damage as well as control. Bob Toss was durable. It kept moving. It kept working. It did have a mini-bot that was engaging. This is actually a relatively close fight, I would say. I would give it to Aquaholic, but very, very, marginally. And again, I'm not a judge.
Well, we'll wait for the judge's decision. I've been looking up and down at the live stream chat. Just want to say, Jevin, I miss you too. It's nice to have you in the chat. We have people from Australia, people from America watching us. So please do share the live stream chat. We want this to reach as far an audience as possible. And now over to Craig in the Acu booth to let's examine some damage.
Unanimous for Aquaholic. Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'm down in the interview booth with two of the best-looking robots in this competition today, Bob Toss and Aquaholic. It went to a judge's decision between the two. We'll start with you, Caleb, and Bob Toss. How do you feel that went?
I'm surprised it's still vaguely functional. It had a happy little accident, but he's still going. And I stopped his spinner. He ate my wheel.
The spinner did indeed eat the wheel. Let's get that on the camera there. There is a wheel in that mechanism. So some damage done to Aquaholic. Do you think that's enough to swing it in your favor?
No, I think I probably lost, but I'm just happy I survived.
Now, this is a very fitting matchup because a certain Felix Townsend is a Bob Ross fan.
I love Bob Ross. He's an amazing man, and I love the spirit of Bob Ross in this spot. It was absolutely lovely. I was really happy that he was in the battle.
How do you feel that went for you and your new robot designed by Kat, I imagine, originally, right? Aquaholic.
Yeah, I say I was genuinely happy with it. It's very meandery, like a sea creature. It hasn't got anywhere to be particularly fast. It kind of just does its thing.
We love that.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, 100%.
That's amazing. Do we have a decision from our judges?
We do. We do have a decision indeed. It is a unanimous decision. I think the live stream chat will agree. It went to Aquaholic.
Congratulations to Felix and Aquaholic.
Okay.
Caleb, is that going to be repairable for the redemptions?
Yeah, just the front ends come off. That's fine. I've got loads of those.
Front end and wheel, we're good to go. Bob Toss will return, as will Aquaholic in round 2.
Blue square, ready.
So we are loading up the arena now. We have Fatal Deviation,
Green
the lifter in the
square,
green
ready.
square. We have Batteries Not Included, another lifter in the red square.
ready.
And we have Home Improvement,
Robot is,
vertical
stand by.
spinner in the blue square.
3, 2, 1. Activate.
So Fatal Deviation, a little but nippy robot, and Home Improvement fully up to speed. That does not deter Fatal Deviation. They're going straight in there.
Yeah, they hit them there. Home Improvement definitely with a nasty weapon here.
And I think that might be it. That seems to be the bad damage done.
Yeah, I mean, batteries not included, doesn't seem to be moving. Fatal Deviation, I mean, Home Improvement made him look bad, and that's not good.
So Fatal Deviation dived into Home Improvement. They weren't scared, they weren't deterred.
Yeah.
Immediately knocked over and seemingly out. And all it took for Batteries Not Included was one hit.
That was, you can see the way they hit the side armor was bent in such a way, and it seems to have, everything looks functional on Batteries Not Included, but it just feels like the wheels are off the ground.
I mean, let's watch this replay because there's not really much to examine. It really was, as soon as the fight started, Home Improvement spinner got up to speed, Fatal Deviation dived in, they darted in for a first contact. That did not serve them well.
No, you can...
Shot across the arena. We'll see it here now.
Yeah.
There it goes. So turned upside down. They actually seemed to be immobilized as soon as they were upside down. And then one hit. And that was it. Batteries Not Included. Out of action.
Yeah.
Craig, over to you.
Okay, I'm here with John Luke and Home Improvement. This is going to be a really short one, isn't it? Just like that fight. How was it?
It went very well. It was exactly as I wanted it to.
It went well, did exactly what you wanted it to. We're going to see it in round 2. We will see Home Improvement very shortly.
Cheers, thank you.
Let's get some of those other robots in here because there are some real design choices we've got to talk about. Particularly batteries not included here. What? What have you done? What is this?
Another go at doing something a bit different. I had a walker before. I've had all kinds of weird things. In principle, it works really well.
It's essentially like you've a screw tank, right?
Yeah, that was the idea. And then I couldn't get it to work well. And then I saw a series by a guy called James Britton who did a one-wheeled, kind of omni-wheeled one. I was like, that's how I get it to work. So I've come back with something that just about moves about. As you can see, it's spinning around in the arena there. But yeah, made for fun. So.
And it definitely did move about. It just got then slightly punted by Home Improvement.
I mean, I think it was inevitably going to do it. It's such a fantastic robot. So I'm glad that I didn't hit the ceiling this time, but it was a good shot, yeah.
Such a cool match with some really fun robots in it. Is this going to be repairable all right for the Redemptions?
I'll have a good go. Yeah, I've never not been able to get back in the arena. So yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. So we've got plenty of duct tape.
We've got duct tape, everyone. It's batteries not included. Thank you.
If you can fix it with duct tape, you're not using enough duct tape. It's the age-old engineering tradition. And if it's meant to move, WD-40.
Yeah, pretty much. So I believe, I don't know if there's any other interviews. I will just very quickly shout out Fatal Deviation. It's a very deep cut to the name of Ireland's very first martial arts movie. It's not good, but, you know...
You're not recommending it?
No, I recommend it. I recommend it. Absolutely. No, but definitely see if you can find it if you can. Hopefully we'll see Fatal Deviation come back again. But now we're arming up now for the next match. We have some very strong robots, I would say, in this field at the point here.
Abracadabra is one of those robots that I've really grown to love over the years. It has been a contender. It's always come in. It's given a good fight. Yeah. And they don't tap out easy. They do let the damage get done, which is so admirable about the way they go robotics.
Yeah, no, Becca, she's built a really durable bot here. And it consistently gets top 16s, top 8s in these tournaments. It absolutely could go higher. Jackhammer is another robot that's improved a lot. Hammer Saw, very decent pushing power. It's designed in a way so that when the hammer is down, it actually can act as a vertical spinner. But it can then just turn around and then bring the hammer over. So very clever hybrid design. And I would say Amethyst is one of the dark horses of this tournament. It's designed by the same team who built Ava 01 and Ava 02. Two robots which have, I believe, combined have gotten 3 top 4 finishes at these events. And I believe at Brawl this year, the Beetle Brawl, I always mess up the name, but it came runner-up. The Hammer Saw, and this is essentially the same platform with a very nasty spinner.
So Amethyst in the blue zone, Abracadabra in the red. That leaves Jackhammer in the green. This battle is going to be incredible. Also, a quick shout out to those watching from Spain on the live stream. It's great having so many people across the world watching here today.
Yeah. Activate. So we can see the spinners getting up to, well, not quite as up to speed as I was expecting. Jackhammer having Amethyst in place. Abracadabra taking control early on in this match.
So this is everyone kind of stuck together, all being a bit pinned, but none of the spinners getting up to speed. Not even Jackhammer's spinning disc. Nothing's really moving.
Yeah, Amethyst is sort of working, but it doesn't seem to have a huge amount of momentum going on. However, the drive platform on it is still very strong, so it's not out of this. Jackhammer now spinning up.
I was going to say, Amethyst seems more than happy to play the driving game, the control game. Yeah. They seem very happy, they're comfortable to play that. And Abracadabra, are they stuck on the wall? No,
they're not stuck, but they seem very affected in mobility. But however, both Jackhammer and Amethyst are stuck each other.
Well, if I was Abracadabra, I'd be darting over to that pit button. Yeah. Look at where those robots are precariously placed.
Yeah, so we can see Amethyst going for the pit. All of these robots, I wouldn't say there's not really a robot here looking at 100%. But Jackhammer getting a nice hit there.
I'm not sure how much damage was really done because I think it hit the weapon of Amethyst, and that's quite a sturdy bit of steel.
I think I can see a tiny slot there, but now you don't want to bring that weapon down now.
I'm looking at Abracadabra. One of their wheels is not moving at all, and they're getting ever closer to the pit. They might end up in the bottom, and down they go, taking themselves out. So now Amethyst, Jackhammer. Here's a 2-robot fight.
Yeah, definitely a shame for Abra, but there is always a redemption. There are things that can be fixed.
Meanwhile, we have a very interesting, very even fight, I would say, here. Amethyst seemingly running the clock, using pins, holding for as long as possible, trying to get Jackhammer to not hit anything.
And this is going to be a really challenging one for the referee, for the judges, because the weapons, they're just not really a contention in this fight. I know Jackhammer's got some good hits in, but Amethyst, what's that spinner been doing? I can't think of any impact made by it.
No, the spinner hasn't been functional. The drive system certainly has. And it might, very close.
I think Abracadabra, though, would have saved Jackhammer, just stopping Jackhammer from falling into the pit. And that is probably the closest fight we've had so far today.
Yeah, that's a hard one to call. I want to see the replay here. This is only the replay of the last 30 seconds. I mean, aggression, I think, was even for both bots. Control, I would say, probably for Amethyst. So it's more just of how the judges may look at damage, like if Jackhammer managed to get hits. There's also, of course, Abracadabra in the sense that it did seem to be struggling for mobility, but was that as a result of any hit from the other two competitors?
Yeah, it didn't look to have any traction the second it got in the arena, but I think Craig's actually ran off and disappeared. I can't see him now. So we'll stick with us as we just dissect that battle. Owen.
Wait, I will just say at the moment, the judges are formally requesting to see both the competitors for damage. So
Jackhammer and Amethyst, please give your robots to the judges. They need to see the damage. They need to see what was done. But Craig does have Abracadabra to talk to, so over to Craig.
I do indeed, and as I was just mentioning to the Roboteers in that fight, I didn't see it. So tell me exactly what happened and why.
I wish I knew what happened. There was a big scrum in the corner originally, and then Abra stopped working on one side, and I don't know why.
That is very un-Abra. Abra is a very, dominant robot in terms of its drive. Has anything changed since its last appearance?
Same internals, same everything. Might be a loose connection, might be some, not sure. But
some troubleshooting to do for Becca and Abracadabra by the sounds.
Yeah. We'll hopefully be back in the arena next time. So
You got this. Abracadabra, everyone.
Bubblegum lift. Oh, yeah.
The judges are inspecting the damage.
White and blue. Waves. Icebreakers.
Amethyst has been inspected. Jackhammer has been inspected. Let's get both of these robots down here to the table. Get you both in at the same time. Squeeze Amethyst in as well. So I hear there were weapon problems all round in that match. What the heck happened?
Mine decided to blow up yesterday, and so I've been fighting until quite late last night to get something that worked, and it spanned for some of it. The arm didn't do a whole... it's not great.
Sad time for Jackhammer at the moment.
Yeah.
Reckon it's fixable for the redemptions or the round two?
We will find out.
Ready.
And
Green
Amethyst, do you reckon you've got that? I think we're running out of time.
No.
You are out of time. Okay, we will see.
Okay. So we have Bubblegum Lift, the lifter, Icebreaker, the vertical spinner, and Siren, the other lifter, all in the arena now.
And Bubblegum Lift immediately getting lifted up. That was a great impact.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have to say the favorite in this matchup would have to be Icebreaker. Bubblegum Lift, very strong pushing power, has to be said. Has taken it so far.
Basing on weapon alone, yes, I would agree that Icebreaker has the greater damage ability, but let's be honest, these are some great drivers. And right now we've got Icebreaker stuck on top of Bubblegum Lift.
I mean, Siren, I think, is waiting for the pit button to be available instantly. Smart tactics. Icebreaker is going to want to get this one finished quick enough, because these two robots want that thing in the pit.
I was going to say, so we've got pretty much two grabber, pusher, control robots. They're kind of working together, but then they do trip over each other, and it's just Icebreakers relying on the damage-doing ability of that weapon.
In these fights, there's always a temptation to, if you can see a chance to feed your opponent into that other weapon.
And Siren is stuck. They are stuck in a weird position, actually. They are waving up and down, but there's nothing they can do. They're not immobilized. They just can't self-right.
Yeah, they need like a tiny bit more travel or a tiny bit more momentum. Very nice hit there. And Icebreaker looking... It's not able to get its weapon up to speed. Now it is.
Oh,
well,
that
Bubblegum Lift with a lovely pin there against Icebreaker, and I thought Bubblegum Lift was going to help Siren get unstuck so that they had an extra help in this fight, but no, they've tapped out. Siren is out of the fight.
Bubblegum Lift is here, and it's still in this fight. It's still very much, it's taking the hits. The lifter hasn't been much in play, but to be fair, Icebreaker moves around so much, it's hard to really use it. Very close to the arena zone there now.
So Icebreaker relying on that weapon. They're hoping that it can lift up Bubblegum Lift, but they don't need to. Bubblegum Lift is stuck on the arena edge. They're stuck.
Yeah, I don't think that just the way the geometry is working, that's a very unfortunate spot to be stuck.
And you can see Bubblegum Lift, they weren't out. They had their weapons still working, but that's just so unfortunate. A little bit more momentum and they would have easily unstuck themselves.
Yeah, and that was very close to the end time as well. I think there was only a bit less than 10 seconds before that would have gone to the judges.
So the ref count coming in just in time. And looking at the arena floor, it looks like Bubblegum Lift actually had the most damage done to it in terms of shrapnel, because that lovely pink colour, actually, Sam, I have to say, is a beautiful colour, is spread across the floor.
Yeah, true. It's lost a lot. Now, it has to be said, I didn't see any loss of functionality for Bubblegum Lift. Both sides of drive worked. The weapon continued to be operational. So that looks repairable. That looks, decent for a redemption. And I think you have to say, it's a new build. And it nearly went the full 2 minutes with Icebreaker. That's a very, very decent first showing.
Well, it definitely didn't lose due to knockout. It was just an unfortunate sticking on the pit wall, on the arena wall, sorry. So we'll go over to Craig, who is ready with some damage cam.
So we're here with Siren. First time you fought in Bristol, right?
Yeah, first time in Bristol. I have fought previously in Norwalk and the last time I did fight was with Siren. And it has infamously previously exploded. Previously, it caught fire last event.
It's better than that, at least, then.
It survived more than last time. It actually drove this time, so I'm going to take that as a win. I don't know what else to say, really. I'm a million miles an hour in my head right now.
What was the tactic? It seemed like near the start of that fight, you were kind of backing out, kind of staying away.
So me and Sam, the driver of Bubblegum Lift, had a kind of a gentleman's agreement, a pact, where we wanted to take out Icebreaker.
Of course.
It's the top boy, it's the top spinner, you have to get rid of it. So we wanted to try and coerce it towards the pit, he pinned him, I pressed the pit, pushed him towards it. But I think eventually just saw through it and just knocked us both out one by one.
Indeed. Or at least we will see Siren again in the redemptions. Give it up for Siren, everyone. Bubblegum Lift, Sam, get that thing in here. It was going so well.
Do you know what? After the last week or so, that was probably the best it could have done. It actually worked the whole fight, and I thought for a second, I had him. I so thought I had him. But no, as always, Icebreaker is just so dangerous and got me well and truly stuck.
Indeed. Have you got some spares of these fork mounts?
I have 2. I hope it will... Yes! Thank you, Sean, for printing all my stuff. But yeah, basically, it may run as 3. It's not the end of the world if I do, but I think I've got one spare for that side, so I should be okay.
Well, if you need any fixings, you know where to go, bbb.gd/accu.
I do have a lot of accu fixings all over the robot, so...
We love to see it. We love to see it. We will see Bubblegum Lift again in the redemptions. Well done, Sam. That was sick. We love Bubblegum Lift. Icebreaker, a dominant performance, as we've kind of come to expect. How was that for you?
It was good. It was a bit scary when the pit opened and there were still 2 robots left, but yeah.
Was the tactic kind of at least get rid of one of them before that happened?
Yeah, it's a lot easier to manage one, but when there's 2 going at you, it's difficult.
Were you kind of expecting them to kind of team up and go for you like that?
Sort of, yeah. It happens a lot with Icebreaker, so...
It happens a lot when you've built something terrifying. Yeah, funny that. Feeling all right going into round 2, though?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Their bot looks dominant, so we will see Icebreaker in round 2. Congrats. Icebreaker, everyone.
So, we do actually have a judge's decision before we get too far away from the fight.
Oh, my goodness.
It was... I'm trying to remember who it was between. It was between Jackhammer and... Amethyst. And this is the first split decision of the day. The judges did not agree on the winner. Going through is Jackhammer.
There you go. So
congratulations to
Jackhammer going
Jackhammer.
through. Amethyst going to Redemptions.
Amethyst has gone to the Redemptions, but I love that because it means we get another chance to hopefully see that weapon in full spin.
Yeah, well, in looking at the fight card, it seems like it would be against Grabby, so I don't know how much you're looking forward to that now.
Talking of Redemptions, though, that's the 3-ways done now. So all of the losers from those 3-ways will now be fighting it out to get back into the competition in our Redemption fights.
And to that tune, I should call out the robots due to fight. So, Percussive Maintenance and Schism, you need to be in the arena now. Then Baba Yaga and Kairos, get your ways to the tables. Demon Spirit Mark II and Kenneth. Frenzy versus Freak. And then Monterey Jack versus Impulse. You need to be up on the ready tables.
Yeah, so we can already see the first 2 machines coming in. We have Percussive Maintenance XL and we have Schism. And this is a very tough redemption fight, I think, for both of these 2 robots. It would be weird to see one of them going 0-2, but that's just the way the bracket goes sometimes.
Yeah, it's random, I believe. I believe the draw is a random draw. And looking at the live stream chat, just to say we've also had some people watching from the Netherlands and from, I think it was Denmark as well, in the chat. So really, actually, some wide-reaching international viewers. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Please spread the live stream as far as you possibly can. Yeah. And we are going to come back into the arena because the robots are ready.
Red square, ready.
So we have the hammer of Percussive
Blue
Maintenance
square,
XL,
ready.
and we have the hammer saw of Schism.
Robot here.
Very similar
Stand
bots.
by.
TPU front, metal forks.
3, 2,
good pushing power,
1.
overhead weaponry.
Activate.
So very interesting match to see here.
So Schism with a beautiful bright shield, and that saw going up against the arena edge, and now the hammer coming down.
Yeah, Schism usually waits a while before getting that weapon up to speed, is wasting very little time in this match, getting that thing straight in.
And they really are. They're going at the base of the weapon of Percussive, so they are really targeted in. They seem to be leading this fight.
Yeah, if you can get maybe the gears or the base where that weapon is, if you can hit that, that might disable Percussive Maintenance's weapon.
Well, I just heard Percussive Maintenance's weapon come down, and that is actually quite a heavy impact. Yeah. And they are now stuck in a Schism, but they managed to release themselves.
Yeah, got a very nice bite in there. One good hit of that axe, and they might be able to maneuver Schism to the pits. And it has to be said, the front shield and Percussive Maintenance is doing a very good job at keeping that blade of Schism away.
Well, finally, Percussive Maintenance able to get some impacts onto Schism. Schism just dodging that one there, and once again going underneath Percussive Maintenance. The forks of Schism are really helping them in this fight.
Yeah, another very nice attack there from Percussive Maintenance. Both robots not really landing any killer shots, but gaining points, gaining aggression, and we can see there actually Percussive Maintenance, that axe head is going very close to the belt on Schism. If they hit that, then that spinning weapon is gone.
So Percussive Maintenance hitting the pit button, and I think Percussive Maintenance has a longer reach than Schism. Yeah. They're doing the ballet dance. They look a little bit stuck on their forks, and they finally release. And they're getting so close to the pit.
Yeah, very punch drunk here. Schism not getting up the weapon, going for the push.
So Schism, unfortunately, dumping Percussive Maintenance into the pit, and that is our first knockout. Percussive Maintenance, the first robot out of this competition.
Yeah, that was a sensible approach, I would say, at the end for Schism. They could have gotten the weapon up again for speed, but saw they had a chance to win by a pitting, went for it, and a very, very worthwhile effort. Yeah, so we can see there the replay, they have the pirouetting going on. Has to be said, for Omni Drive, Percussive Maintenance has a lot of driving power, a lot of grip. You don't normally see that compared to more standard drive systems. Yeah, I think it's very well done by Schism, good win, but we do feel like we've lost a very, very nice robot here in Percussive Maintenance XL. I think we're going to be going to Craig here now as we begin to load in the next fight here. So, Craig?
So I'm here with Percussive Maintenance. You got the wheel repaired, and you got some good hits in that match, but it didn't quite work out for you, Thomas. Tell me more.
Yeah, so the front end of Schism was just very good. It's better than mine, so I couldn't... Every time we came head-on, it would get under me, and then I just wouldn't be able to control the engagement. I did get some good hits, like you said, got embedded in the TPU and that, but the control won the fight at the end there.
I'm looking forward to getting the damage cam on Schism in a second, though. This is a brutal hammer, as we were saying earlier. You feeling all right with how it's done? I know it's kind of out in the redemptions, but A good showing against Schism?
Yeah, I mean, it's always disappointing to go out early, but I mean, it shows that the axe has power, and that's kind of the main thing, you know.
Absolutely. We love a powerful axe here. We will see Percussive Maintenance hopefully later in the whiteboards.
Yeah, we'll get it in whiteboard.
Amazing. We love to see it. Percussive Maintenance, everyone. And let's bring in Schism. Jack Tweedy for the first time on camera today because he ran away from me the first match because he was sad.
That was more embarrassment than sadness.
So earlier you pinged yourself over the wall. That one went a little bit better?
Yeah, I've got a lot more of a feel for driving it now. That first fight, it felt very squirrely.
Blue square, ready.
I've not driven it in a
Red
while,
square,
so
ready.
I'll get used to it again.
Well done, Jack Tweedy. We'll see you
Stand
later.
by.
So we have Baba Yaga
3,
in the
2,
blue square,
1.
and we have Kairos in the red
Activate.
square.
Both of them opting to have their cluster balls, and the cluster balls battle it out whilst the big boys go up and up, and now Cairo's getting some damage done. I saw a puff of smoke.
Yeah, and they seem to have some kind of a hairdo on the top, but it does seem to have. I don't know if that weapon. I think that might have actually entangled the blade of Kairos. I don't think that thing can cut anymore.
I'm looking at. I'm trying to see if we can see some hairs and some stuck matting in the saw.
Yeah, that is definitely a caught up saw. I don't know if that'll be working anymore. Kairos does still seem to have a pushing power advantage, though.
Absolutely, they are leading this battle in the sense that they are the aggressor, and the cluster bot coming in to hit the button. So clearly, it looks like Kairos is now on the right side, and Baba Yaga with a good flip, actually.
Yeah, now the cluster seemingly in their own fight. Kairos very close to the pit. This is still not over. Both of them very, very tetchy here. We can see here one of the clusters does seem to have been immobilized. Kairos bringing in the blade again, maybe just to use it as a grabbing arm. That was very efficient.
Well, I saw the blade spin up a tiny bit there by Kairos, but it didn't come in for any damage. As you said, it seemed to be more of a stabilizing arm, and then a swift little shift as it pivoted on the spot, and Baba Yaga has gone into the pit.
Yeah, so there we have it. We also did seem to have one of the mini-bots that seemed to be stuck underneath the wall.
And I believe that's Baba Yaga's mini-bot, so just not a good day. And I think that was Kairos' mini-bot that actually hit the pit button, so great teamwork.
Yeah, no, it felt like we were seeing just two simultaneous fights going over there. Definitely a bit close near the pit at that stage, but you can see Kairos having a drive advantage and, winning very elegantly, I would say, in that regard.
Absolutely. So robots due to come up. Frenzy versus Freak, you should be up on the tables already. Monterey Jack versus Impulse, you should be here and ready. And then Chris Griffin 2 versus CDG. Please make your way up to the ready tables, as I believe Craig is now in the ACU booth.
Yeah, I'm down here with Kat and Kairos, who's just coming in. That was a great performance.
I didn't get a saw in, though. I want a saw thing.
What happened to the saw?
He put hair on his robot and it entangled it, and if you look, it's actually gone under the pulley there, so I couldn't spin it anymore.
So I think there's some debatable rules things. I don't think they should have had that on there. I don't know about you.
I'm all for decorative stuff. I don't think it was intentional, but
It wasn't there earlier.
I didn't see that. But I mean, as long as it would have been judged differently.
I would have been calling for a DQ, Simon. No more. Calling him out here. But Kairos is going for. Kairos makes it into round 2. Feeling all right? That saw's going to be okay, isn't it? Once you've kind of de-haired it.
Yeah, I got to pick out the hair, and then it should be up and running again. It doesn't look like it's done too much damage to it, so.
Amazing. We will see Kairos later on.
There we go. So, do we have Baba Yaga at all for the interview at all? Otherwise, we can focus on the fight being loaded in at the moment. So, we have, Demon Spirit Mark II and Kenneth loaded into the arena, or being loaded into the arena as we speak. So, there we go. Yeah, so Demon Spirit with the 2 lifting arms, hopefully working a bit better than the first fight. And Kenneth, I will be honest, folks, I did not actually see Kenneth's first fight, but I did hear a lot of shouting around Kenneth, a lot of boasting of being indestructible. I was not able to independently verify that, but they seem to have gotten a cheer from the crowd, so I'm going to take the crowd at their word. We are loaded in now. We can have the 2 robots here all armed up. So,
Blue square,
and I
ready.
will just say the next fight after that will be
Red square,
Frenzy
ready.
and Freak.
Robot ears, stand by. 3, 2, 1. Activate.
So both robots charging straight at each other. Demon Spirits trying to use those forks and lifters to get a good lift on Kenneth. Kenneth's sort of orbiting Demon Spirit here, waiting to get a good hit in with the axe. You can see Demon Spirit sort of having this 360-degree motion with their lifters, which in theory should allow them to get underneath Kenneth from any angle, but it can also lift the robot itself. And at the moment, they're looking more like waving arms right now. Does not seem to be intimidating Kenneth, although, and there we have it, some hits coming in. You can see Demon Spirit trying to get itself out of this situation. And Kenneth bringing in the weapon, and I believe the Kenneth has lost its axe head. I believe it has come loose. That is not optimal if they want to get damage, and it also means that if Demon Spirit can flip Kenneth may not be able to get back on its wheels. As I say that, one of the forks in Demon Spirit seems to be going loose itself, but it is underneath Kenneth. There is still action that may be done here. Kenneth tactically moving away. Demon Spirit, once again, they meet head on. Forks against forks. There we go.
Sorry, I left you alone. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We can see here Demon Spirit getting a good push in on Kenneth. In terms of damage, you would have to give it to Demon Spirit at the moment. Although the judges can sometimes look at self-inflicted damage a bit differently. Demon Spirit may have gotten itself stuck into the arena, trying to use the forks to free itself in what may have been the slowest charge into the arena to get the fork stuck that I've ever seen. It's gotten itself loose. Neither bot has gone for the pit. Although I would say the pushing power in this fight is not massively to talk about in this situation.
2, 1.
Yeah, so that fight is going to go to the judges, who I believe are going to be thrilled at rewatching it. So these are the highlights. Kenneth very aggressively looking at Demon Spirit there. Demon Spirit, they are arms that are meant to get under their opponent. They do sort of look like they are waving for help. Should say, every robot built for these competitions, it's a huge amount of time, huge amount of effort put into them. Getting a robot into the arena is, an achievement. I will admit I probably would not be quite as harsh if the fight was as bad. But we do have the judges who will be coming up. We will be arming up as well. We will have Frenzy and Freak loading up, although actually we might have a change of order here. We may have Monterey Jack and Impulse coming into the arena. So I'm just going to see, is anyone here ready to interview Demon Spirit and Kenneth? Craig is there. I can see him with my eyes. So, yes. As we load up Impulse, Craig will give us the inside scoop on that fight.
I didn't see any of that fight. Tell me about it.
Well, the axe came off again.
The axe came off. Did anything else happen?
To be honest, not really, no.
Good. So, but Kenneth's indestructible, you told me, and yet his axe is clearly currently not part of the same thing.
Did it get KO'd?
Did the opponent have the ability to KO?
I mean, the pit counts as a KO, doesn't it?
Sure. Yeah, okay. Did it go to the judges?
I liked it. It was
Okay, let's bring in Demon Spirit as well. Let's pop Demon Spirit up here with Kenneth. Did it waggle its arms?
Yeah, in desperation and sadness.
It waggled its arms in desperation and sadness. Both of you are running away from the camera, which I find quite interesting as a choice. Do either of you think you've won that?
I mean, it would be nice.
No.
Let's go home.
Is there a decision?
Neither of them think they've won it. They think they'd be nice to win it. Have we got a decision? Let's just get this done.
All right, so we have the judge's decision. It was a unanimous decision for Kenneth. So I see several Kenneth heads in the chat, so I can imagine they are elated at this stage. And
victory for an excellent
we can now go to
Ready.
what I would hope would be a better fight. So, Impulse
square,
in the blue
ready.
square and Monterey Jack in the red.
Robot ears, stand by. 3, 2, 1. Activate.
So immediately straight on, we can see a huge amount of speed from both of these machines here.
Really just a head-on collision. And actually, surprisingly, Impulse getting underneath Monterey Jack. I thought the scoop of Monterey Jack would have stopped that.
Yeah, no, Monterey Jack has a wider scoop, but Impulse has those ground-scraping forks, has that drive power, and has the sewer snake-style mechanism, which is very good at overturning opponents. So we can see here, again, Monterey Jack under pressure. Still has some mobility, but needs to get under Impulse to use its chainsaw weapon.
Yeah, Impulse being driven absolutely incredibly, going behind pretty much every time Monterey Jack turns around. Impulse is there, and they're constantly getting underneath, constantly pinning up against the pit wall.
Like you can see, Monterey Jack is trying to just face Impulse, but it's so quick and so rapid, and getting these lifts. And now, of course, Monterey Jack can drive from any side, any angle. So Impulse, the only way it will get a knockout will be from getting Monterey Jack out of the arena in this situation.
And we're halfway through this fight. Impulse just throwing Monterey Jack up against the wall. It's been quite one-sided, I feel, so far, but we're now into the second half of the fight. Let's see what Monterey Jack can do, although that's a really good pin.
Yeah, playing the clock, smart move from Impulse. Like this feels like one of those kind of cathartic redemption rumble fights where if you've had a loss in your first fight, having your robot working in the second fight, really satisfying feeling. And it has to be said, Monterey Jack is not making this easy for Impulse. This is a decent performance from Monterey Jack here as well.
And I'm looking at the Roboteers, the concentration on their faces. They really do need to concentrate in these driving battles.
Yeah, so we can see here, neither of them going for the pin as well, although while I say that, it looks like Impulse was sort of going for an Uda. Nearly got it there.
But there's only 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
And I say that, Monterey Jack just avoiding the jaws of the pit. And they are going to make it to the end of this fight.
Yeah, I can't see any of them going in the pits at this stage. Very well done fight, very well fought match.
So apologies for leaving on your own, Owen. I almost lost my voice, so I had to run and get some water. Judge's decision, I think it's going to be pretty much Impulse's fight. They were constantly getting behind Monterey Jack. They were throwing him up against the wall. For me, they were fully in control the whole way through.
Yeah, I would agree as well. That was just an absolutely dominant performance from Impulse. Of course, we still have to listen to the judges themselves. They are going to be deliberating, but yeah, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, and the judges do take the decisions very seriously. They are deliberating. They don't just give a throwaway answer. They actually consider the various elements they're being judged on, and they will use that to come to their final decision. Ryan, the head judge for today, he will pass over to Owen.
Yeah, we have a decision. It has gone unanimously for Impulse. As we now cut to Craig to talk to the Roboteers.
So I'm down here with Monterey Jack. Henry, how do you feel that went? Do you think that was a fair decision?
I think it's a fair decision, yeah. I had issues with the drive for the whole fight. I couldn't reverse at all. And every time I tried to turn around, he was just in front of me. So it was, impossible to get underneath him. He's a very good driver.
A pretty dominant driving performance, wasn't it?
Definitely, yeah. I got one little bounce off of him when the chainsaw engaged with his forks, but that was about it. So, yeah, he definitely deserved it.
Amazing. It's such a cool robot. We very rarely see chainsaws in Beetleweights. What was the thought process?
Oh, I don't know what the thought process is, to be honest. I figured if it can cut wood, it can cut a robot. But, yeah, it's more useful as a control bot, I found. Once it's on the saw, it just drags them up the ramp, and then I've got control. But, yeah, this time, well, that requires me to be a bit better driver, I think, and have a more reliable drive. But, yeah.
It'll come with time. It'll come with practice. We're going to see loads more of Monterey Jack in the future, I hope.
I think so. Yeah, it's definitely a fun robot to do.
Amazing. Monterey Jack, everyone.
Well, it looks like no one else is there to talk to Craig, so we will fill the gap. I've had the chat of the live stream ask who is our fabled referees for today, our judges even for today, and they are Ryan, Tom, and Rory. We don't have a camera for them because they like to stay hidden, but you can see them on the wide shot. There they are there doing their deliberations. Most of the time they get an easy life. The fights finish in the arena. But when it comes to them, it's so difficult. And we're back in the arena as we're ready for a fight between Frenzy and Freak.
Yeah, so some very scary weaponry in here, has to be said. This is meant to be a rematch, apparently. They have fought before, and already you can see the impact.
So immediately being thrown up against the wall is Freak, and Frenzy now darting around. They're trying to find the best way to attack Freak because you do not want to get hit by that weapon.
I will say, I do not see Frenzy's weapon spinning up. That is a major advantage for Freak, if it can actually stay on the ground.
Well, you say that, but actually sometimes the weapon, never mind! Freak is out in the Uta zone. Frenzy, what a tactical maneuver.
Yeah, no, I think that was very fortunate, but it was a fantastic move to be made there. Definitely, I think Frenzy was definitely, if that fight had gone on, things may have looked a little worse. However, you know, you have to be on the ground, you have to be able to hit your opponent, you have to be able to drive into them. Freak was ultimately, it was overwhelmed by Frenzy.
I really don't think Frenzy needed their weapon in that fight. They could focus much more on the control, the drivability, because I think that's somewhere where Freak is lacking. Their weapon is devastating when it hits, but it has to hit. And if you're driving like Frenzy, you can avoid it, and they did it beautifully.
Yeah, no, I mean, combat robotics is all about, when it comes to design, it's all about compromise. Everyone's making their robot to the same weight, and even though it's not a universal rule, generally, the more weight you have in a weapon, the less weight you'll have in other components that can aid in driving and control. So we're going to go to Craig right now. He's going to interview our two participants.
And Craig, I really want to know if that was a purposeful maneuver by Frenzy. Make sure you ask.
Yeah, we're going to have a little chat about that in a second. First off, we're going to have a chat to Jeremy with Freak. So sad to see this robot going out at this stage, but how do you feel that fight was? You had to be slightly hopeful when you saw that beta going down, right?
I definitely had a bit of hope, but it just didn't end up that way, did it? He got the alignment and he chucked me over the wall.
It was a very calculated driving move. We'll see if that was on purpose.
Well, I certainly helped by having my weapon on because his wasn't spinning.
It's a devastating weapon, though. Like, are we going to see some more of it in the whiteboards later on?
Yeah, I'm not going to sit down and do nothing for the rest of the day. I'm definitely going to chuck in a whiteboard.
Oh, yeah, we love to see it. It's Freak, everyone! Woo. And let's bring in Frenzy, which started that match as the Frenzy that we've come to know, and then lost something?
So taking a look at it, what it looks like is that the weapon shaft has actually slid out of the bulkhead slightly on this side and is being pulled towards the motor, so the belt's too loose. There's nothing mechanically or electrically wrong with it, but the belt's just not engaging with the pulley, so it's not spinning. But it didn't need it, apparently.
Some great driving to back it up. Was the move on purpose?
We'll say yes.
We're going with yes. We will see Frenzy in round 2.
Fantastic. So we're loading up the arena here now. We have CDG in the red square, and we have Chris Griffin 2 in the blue.
So these are both horizontal spinners.
Yeah.
This is going to be great. This cannot go wrong at all.
Red square.
Yeah, I mean, I would say different
Robot
approaches
here.
for both of them.
Stand
CDG
by.
is very defense-oriented. Got a
3,
huge shield at the front. Chris
2,
Griffin is all offense.
1.
So
Activate.
it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Already up to speed, Chris Griffin and CDG. A lot of gyroscopic forces going on here.
And I feel that the arena is going to get damaged more than the robots.
Oh! And I believe
Was that a
Chris
link?
Griffin managed to snipe the link on top of CDG.
Was
and
that
has
a
immobilized
tactical
him.
link removal?
Yeah. That would genuinely seem like it. I was not expecting that, but I mean that's always the thing. If you have an exposed link in these arenas, no matter how safe you think it is, there's always a chance it'll be sniped.
That is absolutely incredible. I mean, that's so unlucky.
It was definitely. I mean, it was definitely a lucky hit for Chris. Now, I would also say Chris Griffin is a roller with a ton of reach, and
I mean, let's watch the replay because I'm actually a bit stunned by just how simple that maneuver was. It was so unlucky. So the timer begins. Here's the fight. Now both robots maneuvering, both weapons getting up to speed. They entangle at one point, and then, oh, can we see it? Not quite yet. They're stuck on top, and there it was.
That's all it was, yeah. So, I mean, the link did stick out a little bit from the top. Now, normally when it runs upside down, it doesn't seem to rub against the ground, but just the way that weapon was for Chris Griffin, it knocked it over.
Yeah, so normally being stuck on top of the robot's a bad thing, I think. Normally that's not really where you want to be. You want to be underneath because then you have the maneuverability, you can drive around. But for Chris Griffin, it knocked it right out.
Yeah.
Craig, over to you.
So I'm down with Chris Griffin too, and CDG. Let's bring them both in. Chris Griffin's 10-inch death disc makes it sound like it's going to do more than just a gentle tickle to the top of CDG.
It's all about tactical and being precise, and that was precise.
So precise. Was that a very intentional move?
I'm the greatest hat to ever do it, Craig. I'm the greatest hat. That's how it is.
I can't talk to you. CDG, slightly disappointed with that?
Well, a little bit, but he was the hat that didn't want to be removed, so there's not much I could do about that.
Like your link, buddy.
That went bye-bye.
Protect your links, everyone. We've got loads of guides on it on our forum.
Protected place. This was supposed to be where it was protected, but nope.
Jog on.
Not when you're being a ninja.
That's how it is.
These two have got some unresolved things that I'm just going to let them do over there somewhere. Chris Griffin 2 and CDG, everyone.
So there we go. So we have Got Any Grapes, a shuffling vertical spinner, and we have Resistance, a wedge bot in the arena.
Everybody, hold on for this fight. Got Any Grapes is devastating, and Resistance is so well controlled. I don't know who is going to be the victor out of this.
Yeah, I mean, Got Any Grapes will not have the mobility, but it does have that very, very scary weapon, which Resistance needs to try to avoid.
But Resistance seems very happy to go face on against Got Any Grapes. I don't know why they're so happy to. And immediately they're pushing Got Any Grapes to the pit area.
Oh no, and we can see some of the mobility. I think I can actually see one of the motors inside. It's not quite engaging with the legs.
Does it look like that is the gears? Oh yes, I can see something's wiggling. The gears are not quite meshing. And is that a tap out? That's such a shame.
That is, yeah, no, that is a real
So actually,
shame.
I'm looking in the arena, and Resistance did charge into Got Any Grapes, and if we look in the corner, you can see a gear in the red zone. I'm not sure if that is from Got Any Grapes.
I believe actually that is, and I think that is.
And we're getting a nod from the Roboteer. So Resistance actually did get in and did some damage despite being a control robot.
Yeah, no, it just however the gears were mounted, it was a failure point and a very unfortunate one, because Got Any Grapes, it looks like, you could fix that one bit and it would be ready to go back into the arena again. But I mean, look, it's an incredibly ambitious design, incredibly nice design, but sometimes, you just have events like that. It just happens like that. We go now to Craig to give us some interviews, as we will get Grabby and Amethyst, Di-Fi, Hotspot and Ernie, Paradigm Spin, Bob Toss, and Agrawabba and Siren to the ready tables.
So, I'm down here with Resistance. You did a little victory drive around at the end there, as if that was a hard job.
Yeah, so we've not actually driven it before here. We turned up with the wheels off, just a little bit tight on the deadline. But I just want to get used to it. It feels a bit jerky. It feels not quite how I want it. Might try and dial it in a little bit, but without arena time, you can't really do that.
It's very true, it's very true. It seems like you're getting it dialed in. We're starting to see the Resistance of old coming forward. Feeling confident going into now round 2?
I think so. I've got a horizontal next, I believe, which means I get to use my wedge for my first time.
We love to see it. We love a good wedge. Screw these forks. Resistance, everyone. Let's get Got Any Grapes in here, because I think Ellie is all out of grapes at this point.
There are no more grapes.
There are no more grapes. We are fresh out of grapes.
Yeah, well, the other pinion fell off this time, and then the other one sort of just stopped working, and I don't know why. So, I haven't done this very well.
That's not true. You have done this fantastically. It's a beautiful machine. It just needs Yeah, exactly. We love to hear it. It just needs a little bit more like stuff.
It needs some lemonade.
It needs some lemonade. Got some grapes, need some lemonade, everyone. Let's give Ellie some lemonade. Let's get this thing repaired and get it in some whiteboards later, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. We love to see it. Got any grapes?
Okay, lovely. So we are loading up in the arena now. We have Grabby arming up as well as Nippy. Again, always a crowd favorite, has to be said. And we will have Amethyst as well in the arena for this match.
Got any grapes has reminded me I need to do a food shop after this. Anyway, Grabby, I cannot wait to see them back. The redemption round, there is a chance that they're going to come through this unscathed.
Yeah.
And the crowd are cheering them on. I love it.
Yeah, it's very good here. So we can see here just some technical bits being implemented here. We'll take a little time here. So I'm just trying to look at who do you think have been some of the strongest competitors so far in this tournament? Oh, sorry,
overall.
apologies. We have an announcement here.
Can we,
Joe?
if you're in the redemptions, if you've lost your first fight, please keep an eye on the fight tournament thing, because a lot of you have not been seeing that you've been called up. Fatal Deviation, we need you up at the ready table, please. There's quite a few others. Yeah, we need to get your fights going. So if you lost your first fight, have a look at your phone quickly, see when you are. You're probably up sooner than you think. Thank you.
So
Aggro Wobbler and Siren, Di-Fi Hotspot, Ernie, Paradigm Spin, Bob Toss, Cormoran, and Fatal Deviation. You're in the next 4.
I was just about, so a telling off to the Roboteers from the event organisers. Yeah. Please pay attention to when your fights are about to take place. It's difficult, as you know as a Roboteer, you're doing double duty, competitor and commentator. You need to fix your robots. Sometimes you just don't have time to fix them.
Yeah, well, that's always a major part with these machines, as in, like, most of the robots you see here, almost all of them, they're all just a single robot, and you can see the amount of damage that they take. These events are endurance matches, especially the further and further you go in. More and more parts start to fail. You need to replace things. You need to make sure everything that works continues to work. And having a robot that not only works once, but can work 5 fights in is a very hard thing. And it's generally, that is one of the most, I think that's the major quality that you see in a lot of the robots that consistently place well in these tournaments.
That's a sign of an experienced Roboteer, someone who could design a robot that actually withstands the hit.
Yeah, I think it's one thing to design a robot that in theory is good to fight, but you also need one that you can build that's good to work with, because any extra minutes you can get working with a robot, that can play a big part in your tournament.
Right, so Amethyst is by themselves. They are up against Grabby and Nibby. So nice seeing Nibby, actually, a great addition.
Yeah, indeed, it's a very fun robot. Amethyst, the weapon does seem to be spinning a little bit, at least in the tests.
Yeah, it's a little bit cheeky there from Amethyst.
Green square.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. The weapon was not quite working in its first fight. So we'll see if they have fixed that problem and if it will be a match for Grabby.
Activate.
So Grabby diving straight in and now on top of Amethyst, but Amethyst cannot get their weapon spinning like that, but they do get a pin up against the wall.
Yeah, so definitely a way to play for time. We'll see if Nippy can go and help the larger Grabby robots. We can see Amethyst staying very close here at the moment.
And I really want Grabby to do well, but Amethyst is such a low-profile robot. Grabby's grabbers are actually quite high up against it. They're going to really struggle to hold on. But now they get a chance, and that's exactly what they need, attacking from the side.
Yeah, that was a good push, good grab from Grabby. We can see again Amethyst, the blade trying to get up to speed, but seemingly unable to get a huge amount of momentum into that play at the moment.
And once again, Grabby getting the side of Amethyst. That's really where they can hold on and start to try and maneuver. The pit button lights has gone out, so it's hard to tell when it's enabled, but it is now going down. The pit is now a factor in this fight.
Yeah, and we can see here already Grabby in a very vulnerable position, staying away for now. Maybe the pit button was not actually pushed. I think we may not have seen that happening.
Well, I'm watching Joe. The pit is broken, everybody, so it will not come into effect. Well, and I think that saved Grabby, because Grabby was not in a good spot.
Divine intervention saving Grabby, but not for long.
The pit is down, and Grabby's gone in.
And I believe the fight is over. I don't know if it's been called yet, because there is the mini-bot, but it does seem like it has been called. There we go. The siren has gone off. Shout-outs to Joe for the controls.
Everyone, please, a round of applause for Grabby. So unfortunate.
Yeah.
The pit. They thought they were safe. I thought they were safe. It wasn't going down. A bit of technical issues, a new arena. Please don't blame us. But then it just started to menacingly, and Amethyst took advantage.
Yeah, I think it was a spirited performance from Grabby. I think Grabby did get some genuine grabs, got some good pushes. Amethyst did have to fight for that one. And again, Amethyst
You know, it's still got the drive power.
But the weapon.
The base. The weapon is. This is the second fight in the row. The weapon has not performed as expected. So,
Which is it's quite shocking, actually. I would have thought that would have been the #1 priority of the Roboteer, get that weapon working.
I'm certain that there was work done on that weapon, but sometimes you have a gremlin that just will stick with a robot for fight after fight after fight.
So we're watching the live stream here. You saw the flashing lights. That was the pit button being hit. Gareth there, tediously working away to get the arena floor to work. And then look at Amethyst. Just took him straight over. The second they saw it lower, they took advantage of the opportunity.
Yeah, no, again, like I said earlier on, like Amethyst, it is based on the Ava platform. That was a really good control bot, and it showed that there itself. So I don't know if we'll be able to get any interviews with Craig, any of the Roboteers involved. Grabby, you can go over to Craig now. And
yes,
as
over
we
to
load up
Craig
the next fight here
with
as well.
Grabby.
So here we go.
Oh, Amy, tell me what happened.
The pit wasn't going down, and then it went down.
Yeah, it's probably our fault, to be honest with you. I blame the BBB crew for that loss for you.
Yes.
I think that's a fair one. Grabby has done so amazingly. You've come on so much as a driver. Are you looking forward to kind of your next project? What's next up for Team B?
I think it was May, we went to the brewery with a flipper, so we're going to try and improve that a bit and hopefully get that working.
Amazing. So Grabby's going to be put on the bench for a little bit, and you're going to bring the flipper out.
Yeah.
Amazing. We love to see it. We're going to be looking out for that very soon. Give it up for Grabby and Nippy, everyone. My goodness, what is going on with this weapon?
Pretender doesn't have a weapon, and, you know, it's a decent robot.
Because there's a lot of custom stuff that's gone into this weapon, right?
Yeah, it's spent a lot of time on it, and I guess a hub motor horizontal was a bit ambitious.
It looks beautiful, though. This robot has been getting compliments on the stream, on Discords, on Facebook groups. You've got to be pretty happy with how it's come out, apart from the slight problem.
If nothing else, at least it looks all right, yeah, I guess.
It's a win. It's a win.
I'll take anything I get at this point.
And you're through into round 2. Do you reckon it's going to spin, or are we just pretending it's not there?
I think it's best if we just pretend it's not there, to be honest. Yeah, it's not going to be working now.
Fair enough. Well, best of luck in your next match. Amethyst, everyone.
I'll be fine. I'll take a second. So, anyway, well done to Amethyst. Hopefully they get that weapon working. Really hope I don't regret saying that. And we now have
We have happy robots.
Yeah,
we have some happy robots entering the little arena. Not a care in the world. Bob Toss going up against the nightmare that is Paradigm Spin.
Yeah, this is... I mean, Bob Toss has already faced a very nasty robot in Aquaholic. And, well, I'd say if there's any robot that needed to have the devil beaten out of it, Paradigm Spin is absolutely possessed. It bounces around everywhere.
I think the only problem is Paradigm Spin's probably the one doing the beating. But let's not speak too soon, because
Red square.
anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, Paradigm Spin can very easily be knocked out of the arena. Bob
By
Toss
itself.
Yeah, Bob Toss can outlast Paradigm Spin, but we'll see how it goes. Also, the mini-bot doesn't seem to have a face on it, which is concerning. Oh, maybe we have a false start here.
So I think Bob Toss mini-bot just went into Paradigm Spin a little too eager. The paint palette making contact with Paradigm Spin and not letting Paradigm Spin really get up to speed.
Yeah, so the judges have reset it again.
Stand by.
So that's a full reset. I'm very impressed that Bob Toss's face is actually still in one piece. Let's see if that lasts as we now get the fight underway. And the paintbrush is in the outer zone.
Yeah, so already the mini-bot is dead. Paradigm Spin spinning up. Is it moving?
It's not moving. It's very stationary. In fact, that is not moving at all.
Oh, there we go. We got some movement now. And we got something going firing there.
So welcome to the circus, as I've lovingly called the arena. That is flying all over the place. Bob Toss has lost a wheel just by itself. Paradigm Spin has done more damage to itself than anyone else.
Yeah, it does.
we can see here, I think Paradigm Spin is still carrying some damage from its first match. It's not fully mobile, but then again, neither is Bob Toss.
So they are seesawing next to each other. Bob Toss trying to make his way over to Paradigm Spin. Kind of being more of the aggressor in this fight, I'd have to say, because Paradigm Spin is just very stationary.
Yeah, well, again, it has magnets underneath which help with drive, but it also prevents you from being able to do what we call crab walking, where you basically move in one direction, like what Bob Toss is doing right now.
And we've only just entered the second half of this fight. Already clutter all over the place. The mini-bot unlovingly dumped in the corner. Bob Toss is very close to the pit, but there's nothing Paradigm Spin can do to get close to the button.
Yeah, so this is, again, it's landing hits. This is very much an... I mean, if the fight goes to the judges at this stage, I don't know who to call it for, but I don't think either robot, they'll want to do something. We can see Paradigm Spin making moves towards the pits.
The damage is kind of there for Paradigm Spin, but the aggression is more been a consequence of Bob Toss actually being aggressive, making the way over the Paradigm Spin in this fight. Look at Paradigm Spin, it's just stationary.
It's on the verge. We can see the referee is fuming at this.
Well, no, not the referee. David is actually competing because the referee was counting down Paradigm Spin. It got so close,
However,
and then Paradigm Spin got traction.
Very close.
Oh my God, Bob Toss has hit the button. Paradigm Spin is done.
Paradigm Spin survive? Can our pit survive?
And it's in the pit. Wait, I don't know what happens. The pit wasn't fully lowered. Does that count? I'm really not sure. I'm looking over at the judges. I'm looking for a ruling.
Yeah.
The pit was not fully lowered. Does it count?
So the judges are asking for a replay. I'm just clearing some space for them here. We can
Everyone, hold your horses. We're going to the replay.
Yeah, we can see a we can see a lipo ejected from what has been called the child's lipo.
And the robots are being taken out of the arena, so we're definitely not going to get a restart.
Yeah. So I would say, and just for clarification, the old arena, the rule said it had basically a flap of the pit. So it was open or it was down and it was closed. This new arena has a pit that slowly descends. The point of contention is Paradigm Spin was on the pit as it was descending, but then bounces out. And is that considered an instant elimination of pitting as per the rule set?
Have we found a loophole in the rules?
I think we can see it here.
All right, let's watch the replay. We all want to see this. Bob Toss, it makes its way to the button, and Paradigm Spin, in a moment of desperation, swirling around. It does go below the floor, but does it count? I'm looking at the judges, looking at the referee.
So the judges have decided, they have looked at the timer, and they have determined that the timer...
Well, they're conferring. Right now they're conferring, but Ryan, you're being handed a microphone if you want it. Do you want to confirm more?
Our current discussion is that according to the clock on screen, time was up before the pit went down, making it a moot point and a JD. That's our current thinking.
This is going to be contentious. I can't
we
wait
like
for the live
making judges'
stream.
decisions, so we're happy to judge it.
There we go. So we have very fortunately sidestepped that grey area with the ceasing.
Well, we're watching it again. Thank you, Stephen. Fantastic work on the live stream, as always. The timer was up.
It was up.
That was a great spot by the judges. The timer was up.
Fantastic.
So, does that make it a judge's decision?
I believe it does.
They've just given themselves more work.
Yeah, well, they are working hard at work. While they work, can we get maybe some interviews with some of the Roboteers as we load into the arena Agro, Wabba, and Siren?
And before the interviews do take place, Di-Fi Hotspot, Ernie, make your way up to the tables. Kamoran, Fatal Deviation, Digestive, and Sir Lancerfrog. You should be up behind us on the tables. But Craig, over to you. Good luck dissecting this one.
Okay, so down here with both Bob Toss and Paradigm Spin. That was one of the matches of all time. How do you guys feel that went for you?
Still processing it. Still processing it.
There's going to be a break between the round of 16.
That's fair. That's very fair.
I'm disappointed I didn't get more of a shot, but literally the first hit, my weapon went into the neutral zone, including with the gearbox, and I ended up upside down. And then it hit me a second time and took the battery out. That's the second battery I've been eating today.
So the Bob Toss mini-bot is not looking so happy right now. It is now dead. Mark, peak Paradigm Spin?
No, that was a sad fight. Not enough pinballing.
Not enough pinballing. There was plenty of spinning, though. Plenty of spinning.
Tested the rules.
That was a unique situation we had there. Who reckons
Red
they've got it?
square, ready.
We will see shortly.
Square, ready.
Towards him. That's aggression.
Robot here.
We will see who
Stand
wins
by.
that in a little bit.
We do. We have to wait as a fight is about to take place. Siren in the blue.
Activate.
Agrawobber in the red. And Agrawobber driving straight in. This is going to be a battle of fighting. Although Agrawobber with the axe hits, that's going to do him well in aggression. So now the forks are wedged each other. It's quite a difficult maneuver. The both forks are under each other. Siren is the one looking to break away, but Agrawobber doesn't seem to be able to. And that is a cease as we have a pause in the fight. Let's separate the two robots. To me, Agrawobber's fork is very much stuck underneath Siren. Siren was able to maneuver to get their fork released, but this isn't going to hinder them necessarily. The match has a free release. Joe is struggling and actually jumping in himself. Into the danger zone goes Joe Brown. Round of applause for Joe, everybody. Well done, Joe. Edinburgh champ, by the way. Edinburgh champ. He's a Scottish champ. Hates me saying that. So we are going back to the fight. Attention where it needs to be. 1 minute 39 left on the clock. And both Roboteers are eager to get going. So Siren pulling away so that they can get better action. And Agrawobber looks to be stuck on some debris. I think their wheel is actually not moving. And that's acting as a brake. And there's a lot of smoke there, so that is controllers down. This is a well-known process of no fire. Everyone can calm down. But the smoke is down, the cease has been called. The extractor fan on the arena will do its job and will take away that horrible, nasty smoke.
Red square, ready. Cease.
And I think the Roboteers have found a secret button that has some sound effects, but we're just waiting for the smoke to clear away. It is still currently smoking away, but no light fire, so we're in a safe state at the moment, but we're just waiting. The last thing you want to do is rush in this scenario, but we do have safety precautions. In the event of a fire, the robot will be disposed of in the metal container and taken outside. I believe that's what Joe is going to do right now. And the smoke has been placed next to the ventilator. So the ventilation is beside the door. And that is taking the smoke outside. We do have a tube taking it all the way outside. Every scenario has been thought of. This is definitely not our first rodeo in the robot world. So, Agrawobber smoking and out of the fight. Such a shame. But that does mean that Siren is through. They have redeemed themselves. And the other robots due to come up, Di-Fi Hotspot versus Ernie. Komoran versus Fatal Deviation. Digestive versus Sir Lancerfrog. Batteries not included versus Bad Daddy. And also making your way to the table, Abracadabra and Lawnmower, please start to get ready.
Cool, so I'm down here with Siren, taking it through into round 2, out of the redemptions. How are we feeling?
Excited, this is my first ever win in Robot Combat. Very happy about it, really thrilled. I'm sad for David, obviously, because no one wants to fight to end that way. But a win's a win. I'm going to look forward to going through to the next round. And I hope I can survive, really.
Amazing. We'll see Siren very soon. Give it up for Siren, everyone.
Right, Craig, I can see there's a pause as we're waiting for a Roboteer, so I'm going to hand over to Ryan because I do not want to get involved or explain the outcome of this fight.
So we have made a decision on the previous fight between Paradigm Spin and Bob Toss. It was close but unanimous in favour of Bob Toss.
Well, that is a very, very popular decision here in the arena. Bob Toss getting through the redemption round and Paradigm Spin. What an upset. Absolutely what an upset. Ryan, if I can ask you to pick up the mic once again. What was the discussion like between the judges? What was the key factor that made the decision?
So The reason Bob Toss won that fight is that Bob Toss continued to attack a robot they did not need to attack. They were facing an opponent that basically could not move. They freed them multiple times, and that's something that our system really rewards. So even though Paradigm Spin did a lot with its weapon, it took a wheel off, it disabled the minibot, that overrode all of that work, that pure aggression, that pure will to have a fight. And that's what we like to see, that's what we give you points for.
And that's also the hitting the pit button. Did that come into it for Bob Toss? In the
Red
aggression?
square, ready.
Absolutely.
Incredible stuff. Well, that is a bit of an upset, but thank you for the brilliant explanation, Ryan. That's really appreciated. In the arena, we have Di-Fi Hotspot versus Ernie. If you did not see Di-Fi earlier today, behold a behemoth of a weapon. The robot itself doesn't really move or maneuver. It is one massive spinner. Beware, there's going to be sparks flying, there's going to be heavy impacts, and Ernie, well, just take a look at the sword-style design on top of it, that horizontal spinner. If these two spinners collide, there is going to be sparks and carnage. This is going to be a fantastic fight. Following on from earlier today, two robots looking to redeem themselves.
What's up? How we doing?
Hey, I've got a friend. How are we doing?
Good. My robot's intact now. I haven't had to spend all time repairing it.
So we do have a rotating commentary team today. It's very great to actually have a group of people willing to go and talk. And yeah, how is the robot doing? What was the repairs needed?
I hate Ellis Ware because he broke it a lot, and I'm really angry.
No. This is a good community of friends.
Ellis Ware, bad person. Bad
great-
person, Ellis Ware. He's over
everyone's
there,
a friend.
orange shirt. He's
We're
a
all
horrible
friends
man. He's
here.
a horrible man.
Everyone
Horrible.
loves
Anyway,
each
look, we've got
other.
to fight. I can't do this forever.
Blue square, ready.
This is going to be a really big impact, I'll tell you.
This is going to be amazing. Do you want to call a quick winner? Who do you think's got it?
No one.
No
But
one.
us, actually.
The spectators. Here we go. The spinners are spinning up. And is that Ernie looking to make the first move? Here comes Di-Fi, actually. hovering
mobile
across.
here. It's going to be big!
Massive, massive impact. Ernie is still mobile, though. Di-Fi making its way to the wall. That's not where they want to be. Ernie now able to attack the back of Di-Fi.
Rob's got to get his robot turned around here, really make some contact, make some magic happen, my friend.
Well, he somehow managed to do it. The gyro effect of that spinning weapon, he's maneuvering himself over towards Ernie. Can we get another massive impact as the pin button has been activated?
If you look at Ernie's weapon isn't working to full percent here.
But I don't think Ernie needs it because the pin is lowering and Di-Fi is so close, but not quite close enough. Managing to get away from the edge.
Oh, he's gone down!
In defiance, Di-Fi jumping out of the pit, but he had touched the floor and was out. Di-Fi, what an incredible robot.
Wow, just loud. Loud is the word, I think.
Loud. And I gotta say, give it to Ernie. It survived. How on earth did it survive that initial impact?
I must say, I think that bar is so bent, it's like a banana.
Well, that is absolutely incredible. I'm not going to call it an upset. Those two robots, it could have gone either way. I want to watch the replay if it does come up with that initial impact. Again, fantastic work, Stephen. So, we're watching this replay, and let's watch the countdown. The Di-Fi winds up and slowly maneuvers itself over. Ernie didn't really want the
Gliding
impact.
over. That is massive. Rob, I think, were they fingers? They're just the fingers that exploded. Yeah, fingers gone, amputee.
So, Craig, please look away. That arena floor has been absolutely covered in scratches. That fresh cone to paint did not last long. Di-Fi grinding away at the arena floor there. And Ernie was weighing up the options. The spinning weapon, it's not really that powerful, it doesn't seem.
Oh, it looks like it was having problems, maybe because of that impact that Rob caused. I think if you were to go based on actual effective damage, I think Rob absolutely might have won that. It's just a shame he space glided into the pit. It's a real shame.
There was a sense there. There was a moment where Di-Fi looked like it could escape, but Ernie just blocked off the exit.
Yeah.
And in to the pit went Di-Fi. Such a shame. That fight could have gone so much longer. But
do we interview?
We do have
Should
a
I go
winner.
and...
Yeah, would you like to?
I'm gonna run down there.
Yeah, please do. It's going to be a battle between Craig.
Hello, I'm over
take the
here.
mic.
Roboteers, come over. Hello, Rob. Oh my goodness, that was magical, I think. Everyone in this room would agree that that was probably the best fight of the day so far. Anything serious?
Well, once again, I'm having issues with the twisting of the disc, so I may have caused damage to a second servo. It's also very blunt now, but I have hit the arena floor quite a lot.
Yeah, let's get a close-up on this. This is just bent and sad and a bit awful here. There we go, that's on there. Nice and bent like that. That's real fun, isn't it, Rob?
Oh, well, I mean, I had fun, so it's all good.
You going to make another one?
We'll see. I'll take it back to the pit bench, see what the state of the servo is. We might have a whiteboard, perhaps. We'll see. Or maybe not for the sake of the crew and the arena.
Nah, I think everyone here wants to see this whiteboard, so I wish you the best of luck. Take it back to the pits and get sorted. Ernie, come over here, come over here. Round of applause for Rob, everyone. Come on. Ernie, oh, that's a bit bananaed, isn't it?
Adventure bar.
Yeah, I would say you bought this off me and then you've ruined it. But again, I made it, so it probably would have done the same. It doesn't matter. Yeah, shout out to camera. It's probably a bit over closer to the water bottle. Other one down there. There it is. That is one bananaed bar. That is, it's unfortunate. Look, good win though. Crowd him, made him a bit nervous, a little bit shaky. How you feeling?
That's all I want, that hit. That hit, that's what I came here for. I want the biggest hit. I have a feeling we might have formed a black hole. But
I think the science checks out. That's really good. Is that weapon bar usable?
We got a hammer.
Okay, we got a hammer. That's fine. All right, I'll send you back because you've got to go bash that bar back into place. Give it up for Ernie, everyone. And Tony. Nah.
Well, we do have a little bit of downtime as the arena is getting a bit of TLC, is having a bit of repair on the pit. A brand new arena, absolutely looks incredible with the spotlights. Fantastic work by the BBB Bristol bot builder team. And it has all the bells and whistles, although the top does look a little bit messy with the cable management. I've lovingly named the arena the circus. And it is fantastic. So, big impacts. This next fight, Cormoran and Fatal Deviation. We've got a quick robot up against a grabber. It's going to be interesting.
Is this, are you saying Cormoran's the grab? Cormoran can be anything. It's now a saw.
It's now a saw.
Sorry, the two-wheel drive vert meta, Tony. I can't believe you've been appalled.
They told me I could be anything, so
I mean, bring up the camera, because this is not the robot I remember at all.
Oh,
I mean, this is literally the spirit of, yeah, as you were saying, you can be whatever you want.
Oh, there we go. That's it. This is the monstrosity. I'm going to call it monstrosity. The monstrosity that Tony's made. It's like a whisk with a saw. It's very tablet shaped, Tony. It's very tablet shaped. I would have this with my meds. What's the thought?
I mean, if you're...
No thought. All right, that's what we love to see from you.
I mean, there's definitely some fall. We've got the anti-roll protection here, making sure that it stays the right direction up. The weapon doesn't quite look like it goes past the wheels.
It's... Come on in.
So, design of the weapon... Sorry, plushie. Yeah, so designer of the weapon, it actually spins downward. Because it's got... Oh, sorry, caught your pen there. Because the wheels are so high off the ground and... yeah, sorry. Because the chassis is so high off the ground, what damage can I do from getting underneath something? Ground game is awful with this thing. So the spinner spins downwards so it can screw at the tops of the robots.
So you're going to monster truck over everything, get their top armor, get their links. That's really good. You can snipe them. Who you got next? You got Fatal Deviation. I don't know what that is, actually. I didn't...
It's the small,
compact,
the
smallest
very nippy
robot versus the biggest robot. What were we thinking tonight, ladies and gentlemen? God.
I mean, I don't want to give too much away to the roboteers.
You can do a height check. It's...
I'm not sure I want to give them that information. Are you happy to share that?
The height check?
Yeah. We can height check
yeah,
it.
He's happy to do
Can it fit through? Oh, no. What is that, Duolingo, maybe? I don't know.
We're running out of room up here.
Yeah. God, we're really on the ball here.
I'm not really sure what I'm trying to do.
No, I don't know what you're doing, Gav. It's...
Okay. There's confirmation. The weapon will hit.
The weapon will hit.
Fatal Deviation.
God, it's... You know what? Forget the last fight. This is the one to watch, I think. What else we got in the crowd today? How are you all doing? Having a great time?
I would say it's very rare that I actually get to hold the robots and actually get a feel for how heavy they are. Fatal Deviation, that is a sturdy bit of manufacturing.
It's a brick, an absolute brick. Wouldn't want that going through your window.
And Cormoran, well, Cormoran apparently can morph into whatever robot it wants to be, so I'm not going to call that one sturdy. But Fatal Deviation...
I'm sure Tony wouldn't either, to be fair. Here we go, we've got people walking up to the arena, they're investigating.
Well, I was going to say, we just had some stats. What was it 700 grams of stainless steel? Yeah. So it's not going to rust. You can leave it outside in the rain and it won't rust. The motors might struggle,
that's
but
good.
The actual block will be fine. Now, Stephen's doing some great camera work here, showing the arena and the repair work that's currently going on. You can see the BBB team all inspecting. I think we need to get the cup of tea out because a mother meeting is about to break out.
They're doing a great job down there. Who's under there? Is that Gareth? Is Gareth under there? Gareth's under there. We're getting the nods.
Of course it's Gareth down under there. With the Allen key set, he's trying to disassemble.
I might have to go do like an interview with someone just to see how the day's going. So
well, we do have a roaming microphone.
We
so
do.
If you put the radio mic on, maybe you can go out into the bleachers and see who you can talk to.
Okay, well, okay, we're going in. Hi, Rob.
Hello.
How you doing? How you doing?
Robots being funny.
Oh, it's okay. Come here. It's okay. It's always the thing with you, isn't it? It works when you don't care, and then when you care, it doesn't work.
Otherwise, Digestive would win all the competitions ever made, right?
Yeah, you're just a bit of an expert, really. It's fine. You got the flipper to come. You got a flipper that you're building. Yeah, you excited? You excited for it?
I've got a lot of robots that I'm meant to be building that I'm not really building.
That is a bit your personality trait, isn't it, Rob? I'm afraid.
Undiagnosed ADHD, what?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm really excited to see more of Digestive. I'm going to give you a big hug.
Oh. Thanks, Steve.
Who should I go interview next?
Oh, there's so many people. That's a frog.
Yeah, I'm going to walk up. Well, I don't know if I'll get him, but I'll give it a go. I'm on free roaming mic, ladies and gentlemen. It's all the rage. Hello, everyone. I've been told to wander a mic, not by Tweedy. He doesn't like me. Hi, Dom. How you doing? How's your robot?
Alive.
Well, that's good to hear. All right, moving on. Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing much to do. Nobody wants to talk to me, I guess. They're all content with a... Well, I don't know. We got an Aku plug, maybe. BBB.GD/Aku, maybe. If you want some bolts to build your robots. Joe Brown's giving me a clap. Sam Elliott, how you doing? How's the kid?
I don't know. She's at home.
Okay, mate. No. I was talking about the robot. That's literally your child. How is the robot?
It's better.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's working now.
Do you think that Aku bolts have made your robot a winning robot?
Ooh. I think Aku bolts give me more of a chance of making it a winning robot. It's currently 0-1, so technically it's a losing record.
Well, I don't know really what to say to that, Sam. It's a bit embarrassing, really. But you know, you repaired your stuff with Aku fastest. That's what you're saying.
It's true. It's true. Most of the components on there are from Aku, so get your bolts and your fixings from Aku, ladies and gentlemen.
Where can you buy them?
Well, if you follow the link bbb.gd/Aku, ACCU, you can get a load of fixings and fastenings from there.
That's good. Who should I go and annoy in the crowd? Well, not the crowd, but the pits today.
In the pits.
I'm eyeing up Harry T. He's over there. He sat down, and I really want to go.
I'm going to throw a different flavour to you.
Oh, different flavour. Hold up, Harry. There's.
Jack Tweedy.
No, he told me to go away. So, Harry, hello. You build robots, but you're not competing today.
Yes, and there is a reason for that. Because I hate printing TPU with no passion whatsoever.
You should buy bamboo. Also get some Aku bolts. That would also help your story for that.
Yeah, that's Aku bolts, sure.
They'd save your life.
Why didn't I think of that?
That's always good. You can always go to bbb.gd/Aku and go get your Aku bolts.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind.
Who should I go and kill with a sponsor plug next? You pick and I go and walk at them.
Oh, that's a tough pick. There's so many people. Go bother cat.
Did you eeny, meeny, miny, moe that? I'm gonna. All right. Hi, Chris. I see you down there. Don't want to talk to you. Hi, Tom. Hello. I've got roaming mic. It's great. Let's see. All right, who? Jeremy, you're looking awfully conversable. Conversable. That's the word. You hit Frenzy really hard.
Very hard. I managed to bend the weapon shaft on Frenzy, so that was a lucky hit.
Big damage. Are you still in? I don't know if you won it.
I'm out.
Oh, well, what's the point, man? You're out? Oh, I just don't want to talk to you anymore now. I only talk to winners. Sorry, buddy. That's how it is. We can go and... Who do we want to go and talk to? Let's see. Thomas Yao is over there. Sorry, Thomas. I got the roaming mic. How was your day so far?
It's going all right. I mean, 2 losses, but it's done all right in both fights.
Are you going to do a whiteboard? We want to see the strafing robot.
I'm happy to announce that we are back. Woo! Sorry for the intermission, everyone. You know that's not our usual bag. We don't like to do that. But the pit is repaired for now. Big up Gareth Barnaby's magic. Dr. Brushless himself. So we'll be resuming some fights in just a second. Starting with Cormoran and Fatal Deviation. And then Digestive and Sir Lancer Frog. Thank you so much for your patience, especially if you are here with us today. Much appreciated.
I just hate the design doesn't feel right in any way, shape, or form. But I don't know how to make it not right. So I started on
I'm missing a roboteer to talk to here. Owen, you coming up? Yeah, let's go. I'll take anyone at this point. It's lonely in this seat.
With such high pressure, the valve would open too slow. Like even if it's just so like you'd only get about.
Which valve did you use?
It's like a nitrous one.
Yeah, you have to use nitrous one.
Bomb. Got any grapes?
It lets so much gas out that,
Are you judging now, Gav? Is this how this goes? Judging? You're in the... Yeah, that's fine. I think that's fair. Hello, Owen. Oh, yes! We got the swag crew going on. Owen, how are you doing?
I mean, the trust fund's going well, I have to say.
That's what we love. We love the trust fund. Daddy's money is always good money. Keep it moving. All right, I'm going to hit you with hard-hitting journalism.
All right.
Who's winning? Whole event. Money on the line. All of the trust fund money. What are you thinking?
I mean, from the last 2 years of record, Gizmo has to be the favorite.
Well, you're wrong. It's goddamn Cormoran.
Jeez, I would.
Look at it load into the arena. So gracefully Tony is.
Yeah.
Known for
yeah.
handling of the robots, Tony.
Yeah, I will say I do think it's very important to clarify that is Cormoran because due to its modular nature, every fight it basically looks completely different. So if you remember, Cormoran in the first round, it was a wedge bot with the 3 forks. It was against Bulbaroar and Lawnmower, I believe. Now we have it in the Whackbot Saw config. So this Cormoran, as well as having the wheels, has an actual circular saw, an active weapon on it.
Yeah, well, some robots, they make the weapon modular. They like to just change out that bit. But Tony goes above and beyond. He likes to change absolutely everything. And now he's gone with, well, what Tom Brewster wishes Stratus could be.
Yeah, I'll say this is very much a deep cut. I don't know if anyone in the audience or anyone here has ever played any of the Armored Core games. Tony is basically that. He's got one sort of central unit, and everything is just built around it, easily swappable. So...
Our judges are at the back of the chair. Gav's gone.
Yeah. So there we go. I will also say, in terms of the final other redemption fights we have coming up, we have Digestive and Sir Lancer Frog, Batteries Not Included versus Bad Daddy, Abracadabra versus Lawnmower 2, and Bubblegum Lift versus Groundbreaker 2.
Ready.
Tony is slowly making his way to the blue zone. No, there's a ready up. All right,
yes. Robot is stand by.
Tony's somewhere near the blue corner.
3, 2,
nice try, Tony.
1. Activate.
So here we go. Here, very much a difference in scale. We can see already Fatal Deviation, very nippy, very rapid.
My question is, what can Fatal Deviation do to Cormoran apart from get tangled up in those egg whisk wheels?
I would say that's part of it. It can try to lift and flick Cormoran around, keep Cormoran
in whatever config it needs to. Try to avoid the center of it getting hit by the blade.
Just like that. You can hear it go against the metal of Fatal Deviation. It seems like when Tony attacks, he wobbles around like a jello.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be very interested to see Cormoran against a spinner because it feels like everything would just bounce. But against Fatal Deviation, like, what is there to lift with Fatal Deviation? It feels like you're watching two different weight classes coming together.
Oh, there's a jam on the left side of drive for Fatal Deviation. Tony bringing in the saw.
Yeah.
It's absolute monstrosity here.
Yeah, bringing in the weaponry. Fatal Deviation.
What are they doing?
There we go. Oh, getting to know each other very well. Fatal Deviation is now again free, because seemingly recovered mobility, but
Still jammed up, I think, at the front corner there.
Yeah, that's a very interesting
Oh, you can hear the saw go down.
I mean, it has to be said, Fatal Deviation is remaining aggressive, but so is Cormoran. This is a relatively even fight, and I was not expecting that going into this match.
I don't think the judges get paid enough for this one, I'm afraid. Or at all, actually. They don't. No trust money in there.
No, exactly. So we can see now, if Cormoran can snipe the link of Fatal Deviation, which does stick out at the top, that would be a genuine knockout, and it's
you can hear
very
him
close.
go for it now.
Yeah,
Tony bringing the pain as usual.
That is genuinely very good control from Cormoran there. Very good aggression. And Fatal Deviation is just perplexed here. I don't know if it knows what to do.
If I had a big yellow robot on top of me, I would also be very confused.
Yeah,
so he comes down to the wire here.
Yeah, it looks like I don't think the count out will come in time for Fatal Deviation, which has kept on moving. But yeah, we're going to the judges.
And Gav's going for lunch.
He
Or
is
a break.
indeed.
I don't know. Bye, Gav.
I think he's entitled to that.
Judges have a lot of work to do, but I think it might have been Cormoran win.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I think Cormoran has showed off to be the more impressive participant here. I think it was... Now, it has to be said, Fatal Deviation was very mobile, very fast. It was charging into Cormoran. But even though Cormoran was not as fast, it was very measured in all of its attacks. It was trying to aim for the same places using its saw. And again, I think the thing that'll really hurt Fatal Deviation are those drive glitches that it seemed to have. I don't know what that could be. Maybe either a damaged gearbox or like a faulty receiver. Just something to cause it to start and stop like that. So it wasn't a clean break.
I never say this about Tony, but that was the most effective he's looked. Maybe ever. Tony's not known for effectiveness of the robot. He's usually just build a big gangly thing and show up and have some fun. But that was incredible. That was incredible control.
Cormoran is very much a Roboteer's spirit kind of robot. It comes in, it's fun, it's weird, it's different. But I would have to say, on this event, this was probably the most consistently strong performance I have seen from Cormoran over a fight. And, you know,
no, absolutely.
Yeah, I will also mention that the judges are currently looking at the two robots. They are inspecting them very closely for damage. Both Roboteers are arguing their case frantically to the judges. And while that is going on, we are loading in the next fight. We have Sir Lancefrog versus Digestive.
This is going to be fun. Rob, we spoke to him on roaming mic. He's not very excited for his robot. He's making a sad face right now, but I'm his #1 fan. Big fan of Rob there and Digestive. I love the verts. They're all fun. Nobody can take that away from them.
Yeah.
And we got Sir Lancefrog, probably the best painted robot between that and Bob Toss, I'm going to say, I think.
Yeah, I definitely like the... I mean, Lancefrog has looked wonderful at so many different events. It's brought in so many different configs, and this one, it looks fantastic. And it also has to be said, this Lancefrog is actually capable of self-righting, which is a major advantage. It's very hard to do that on a 4-bar, but Lancefrog has pulled it off.
Good. Henry's here.
Okay, gang. I'm in the booth with Tony and Cormoran.
We might have...
Tell me about that fight. In 1 second. I did a thing. He did a thing.
Roboteers, stand by.
There we go. So that is probably the briefest
3,
interview we've had so far.
2, 1.
It did hit Tony, yes indeed. All right, here we go. We've got no box rush really coming in.
No, it has
but
to be...
it's jockeying a position here.
Yeah, it has to be said, Digestive's weapon was not fully operational in this first fight. That is much more of the speed, but it is being controlled by Lancefrog here. So the Forks and Digestive do seem to be losing these matches here.
And there we go. That's a good hit there from the Digestive.
And the Self-Rider
back over.
A beautiful mechanism there. Digestive not really able to capitalize once, could capitalize again. Lancefrog definitely a nip and tuck fight at the moment.
But now on the wedge, as well as the Frog, Digestive goes over
Yeah, keeping Digestive under pressure. There's a lot of gyroscopic forces involved with Digestive, and Lancefrog is really unsettling them. Going for the pit, but
I think on the drive side of it, it's locked up. No, it's all good.
Yeah, so the pit has been enabled. Lancefrog, I mean, both of them you'd have to say have the drive power to pit the other, but
No, I think that's just tape.
yeah, I think so. Some visual issues, but again, both robots looking very strong. Anyone's to win here. Lancefrog self-riding takes a while to self-ride, but again, not fast enough for Digestive. We can see here again, Digestive trying to stay near the Una zone. Another nasty hit. Again, Lancefrog survives.
Final Dom though, it's locked an eye.
Yeah, again, we can see here, Digestive definitely under pressure. Like, this is still, I mean, earlier Lancefrogs would have been in pieces before this. And, hold on a moment. Has Digestive, he's put the controller down. He's going to try to work with something here. The crowd is going ballistic. We have hoaxed by the Roboteers. Lancefrog has done it. It has defeated Digestive. It will move into the round of 32.
I'm in shock.
That was... if there was ever a more hard fought for a win today, I mean, I must have missed it. That was sensational. Yeah, we can see the replay again.
Joe, we need to unlock your laptop, Joe.
Oh, yes. So we can see here
There's a thumbs
again,
up.
like
Wow.
again, just hit after hit, and it's just here that it just seems, just something went wrong with the radio. I mean, Digestive, it was sluggish to start, really became something dangerous in the middle part of it, and then just at the end has just sort of died. And I think, you know, with not a lot of the fight to spare, it has to be said. But even if it did go to the judges, like that would have been a very tough one to call.
Really close. I think we can, when Rob and Co goes down to Craig by the interview table, we can find out what actually happened. It might have been a link just getting slightly wiggled out of position, because it happens.
Perhaps, yeah. Well, we'll hear it now. We'll hear the full inside story from Craig as we will be loading in.
Hard-hitting journalism, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go. We will be loading in.
Mate.
Batteries not included in Bad Daddy. Okay, go ahead, Craig.
What happened, Rob? Dunno. Just lost power.
It's very unusual, isn't it? Because this robot's been really dominant recently, and today it's just not playing ball.
It really isn't. I've barely touched it since Might, and it was working fine-ish then, and yeah.
It's rough. But it was delivering the hits for a good while there. You've got to be fairly happy with the quality of the blows it was delivering.
No.
Really?
No, he didn't spend nearly enough time airborne. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. Never mind.
We'll go away and fix. We'll get it ready for some whiteboards, yeah?
Maybe.
Or just go and design that pneumatic flipper, yeah? Let's get that going.
No, I'll just start a new robot and then not finish it. That's the usual tactic.
Oh my goodness. Rob and Digestive, everyone. Give it up. Froggy.
When it goes down to like A, put everything back together.
Nick, that driving was wonderful. You've got to be glad that Froggy is now able to self-right, right?
Yeah, because it saved my bacon there a couple of times. All credit to Rob, though. He seemed a bit down about it, but the hits that robot delivers, on its day, it is going to be a competition winner. No shame to Rob. Maybe it didn't work right at the end of the fight there, but he took it all the way.
I think it speaks volumes for how durable Frog is, that it was able to take those blows. The Rob can downplay it all it likes, but those hits were big, right?
Yep, there's a lot of like functional, visual damage on the robot, but Frog is built to do what he did in that fight. It's poke the weapon into the opponent weapon, agitate, like move around, do stuff, rather than run away and hide, basically.
That's amazing, and we're going to see Frog making its way now into round 2 out of the Redemptions. Give it up for Sir Lancefrog.
I feel really bad for interrupting the people's chant, but we've got a judge's decision, and I'm going to pass it over to head judge Ryan.
Yes, we do indeed have a decision from the fight between Cormoran and Fatal Deviation. It was a split decision by the smallest possible margins on every card, and it went in favour of Fatal Deviation.
Ooh. So there we have it. Fatal Deviation has made it. We are
ready.
armed in now. We have batteries not
Square,
included.
ready.
And we have Bad Daddy.
Robot ears, stand by.
I haven't seen this robot fight
3,
yet. That's not
2,
included. I'm
1.
looking forward to it.
It's a nice one.
Activate.
Omni-wheel drive. Struggled in its first fight after one hit. It survived one hit this time. And Bad Daddy was very much sort of overwhelmed by the children in the
I
first
think
match.
now it's doing the overwhelming, and I think that's it. Its batteries not included. Can't self-ride.
Oh.
But a big hit there from Bad Daddy. Keeps the fight going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sporting in a way by Bad Daddy. But I don't know how much you'd consider it sporting when you're getting punched in the face.
Well,
but
I think that's it. It's the mockery, the gyro dance.
I mean,
getting counted out.
Yeah, very qualified, measured performance there from Bad Daddy, showing that it's still good, it's still able to fight. And, you know, going into the round of 32 with minimal damage. That's all you want. So there we go. Can we get Abracadabra and Lawnmower 2 to the arena? So we can see there the replay. One good hit, and batteries not included was... Something went with the lifter, it seems. It wasn't able to get back onto its wheels. Another hit.
Well, there it did.
Yeah.
With that nice help from Bad Daddy.
Yeah, so Bad Daddy, you know, sporting, I would say, ultimately in the end, to right batteries not included, because anything can happen in this arena, you know, usually. If you've got to win and you continue attacking, that is always going to be sporting in my eyes.
Yeah, tried to keep the fight going, but I think after the second one, you've used up all your chances, and that's just how it is, I'm afraid. Happens to us. We've got, coming up, we've got Bubblegum Lift and Groundbreaker 2. I don't know where they are.
Yeah.
Are they over there?
They will
I don't
be,
know.
presumably. We will also have our first whiteboard match, which will be Dallas, Tsukikage, and Flick.
That's a whiteboard for our reserves. I think they're reserves. Are they reserves? Yeah, thumbs up from Joe. They're reserves.
Yeah.
Let me give it...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And again, a clarification of what a whiteboard match is. It is a match that is not part of the main competition. Generally at these events, you will have a whiteboard where Roboteers can basically just put down their name at any time to fight in with other opponents. So nothing, no points, just bragging rights, just for the entertainment of all of you in the audience, watching online and in person.
To be fair, if I beat Morgan, I'd brag about it until the sun comes down, really.
So,
it's all day.
We'll cut now to Craig now for the interviews.
Oh, batteries not included. The screw tank got screwed and then tanked.
Yeah, fantastic hits. About as well as I expected it to go. I just couldn't get the kind of traction and movement I wanted, but I know that the concept works, so I'll come back with something a bit better. Same concept, but better. I've got more time now, so.
We love to hear it, because it's such a cool design. It's a shame you had to draw something as vicious as Bad Daddy that seems like it's back on form now.
Well, inevitably, if you want to compete, you're going to have to compete against these fantastic robots and fantastic engineers, so absolutely, congratulations, well done to him. It's fantastic.
Well, let's give Batteries Not Included a massive round of applause for being one of the most creative bots here today with that insane screw drive system. Well, hopefully we'll see it in some whiteboards later. And Bad Daddy. Bad Daddy's got some fans in the chat, some David Molds.
Who?
Yeah. Seems like it's back on form.
Yeah, it spun the right way this time, so that was good. That felt better. I felt nice. So.
Was that kind of a match where you got it kind of dialed in again, ready for the next one?
I hope so, yeah. I hope we go and win and smash some stuff now.
Nice one. Into the round of 32. Best of luck, Bad Daddy.
I preferred repeat anyway.
There we go. All right, so we are currently arming up the arena here. We have our next collection of fights going on. Just while we have some downtime, I'll ask in the live chat that we have, who do people believe is the favorite to win this tournament? I know I've already said. Actually, I never asked you, my friend. Who do you believe will win this tournament? Outside of Cormoran. Outside of Cormoran.
I'm going to say myself because it's really funny. But no, look, there's a lot of great people there competing today. I love Jack Tweedy. He's excellent at what he does, driving down the pit or whatever it is that he did.
Red square, ready.
I don't know. It's
Blue square,
it's a stacked
ready.
field. I don't have an answer yet.
Robot ears.
So they might be one of these two.
Stand by.
It is too early to say, yes.
3.
So another two robots really
1.
strong here.
Activate.
So Lawnmower spinning up, Abracadabra trying to set the pace early. Already that mini-bot taking a major hit. So we can see here again, Abracadabra, wasting no time, keeping Lawnmower under pressure, nearly getting him flipped over. But Lawnmower pushing back, chewing up that lifting weapon on Abracadabra. Very even fight so far here.
The flat sides of Lawnmower might be possible to get a side stack in there, but not right now. Maybe I think they reset.
Yeah, it seems like Lawnmower occasionally will turn off the weapon, try to gain some ability back. Again, Abra remaining to the side. Lawnmower not able to get anything, but there we go. Flipped over now. Lawnmower will be way less effective upside down than right side.
Hit is available. I think Abracadabra going for it now. It's been pressed. The mini box looking a bit sad in the corner.
Yeah, Lawnmower trying to right itself, but very close to the pit. One wheel already over.
And it's in.
A shame for Lawnmower. A lot of love between the Roboteers there. You can feel it. But very, very commanding performance from Abracadabra. And once again, making it shoot at around a 32. So there we go. Can we get our final redemption match up to the arena? Can we have Bubblegum Lift and Groundbreaker 2?
I don't know about you guys, but I thought Abracadabra looked like planted to the floor there, almost like it was fixed to the floor. Talking of fixings,
where can I?
You know where you can get some fixings with no minimum order quantity? bbb.gd/accu.
Where's that, Craig? Where can I get some fixings?
bbb.gd/accu. Building tomorrow.
Yeah.
Big change starts small.
Wow, that was, as you can see, always very, we're very, very proud of our independence here at BBB. But definitely at Accu, you already seen it, bbb.gd/accu. Yeah, we can see there the final of the replay going on there. Presumably we will have Craig giving an interview, so the Roboteers will be coming out in just a second over to them.
Or not. Yeah. I don't know.
Just going to read the chat here. We have World of Woodrow saying that Chris Griffin is the favorite. So
let's go, Jevon. You know
you're
who to
1-0
back.
so far. And we also have Jungle Man as a potential winner.
Who said that? Who said Jungle Man?
We have Rob Weston saying
Oh,
Jungle
Rob
Man.
Weston, you beautiful man. You know what's up. You know, the real champion. He couldn't be here today, but it's Jungle Man.
Yeah. Anyway.
The People's Champion.
Anyway.
Speaking of People's Champion,
Over to
interview.
Craig.
I'm here with Abracadabra. That was the Abra that we know and love.
Yeah, that was more to form.
Did you find out what was wrong with the drive in the last fight?
Yeah, she just lost an ESC on that side, like 10, 15 seconds into the fight. So, new ESC and she's back to normal.
Easy fix and back on point. Back into round 2.
Yeah, just about. Yeah.
Are we ready for another Abra deep run?
Let's not go that far.
We're saying it now, everyone. Abracadabra. Balls down. Abracadabra deep run. There we go. We're calling it now. Becca and Abracadabra, everyone. Let's get Lawnmower in. Very quickly, because I think we're about to start this fight. How was that for you guys? This robot has been so improved over the last couple of events.
Blue square.
How are you feeling?
Red square.
Yeah,
ready.
good. As you say, I think it's working better than it has done before.
Stand
but
by.
outdriven. So,
3.
Hope to see it again soon.
2,
Thank you for coming.
1. Activate.
Final redemption match, Bubblegum Lift versus Groundbreaker 2. A lot of kinetic energy. I mean, Bubblegum Lift already coming from an extensive rebuild, but Groundbreaker looking very strong, very scary, able to do a lot of damage here.
Well, it's all about if Sam Elliott can outdrive those forks really. Ground game, and he does so there. Great jump by Sam Elliott there.
Yeah, it seems that Groundbreaker has imploded both of its own forks.
Over it goes. Sam Elliott away by the pit.
Yeah, he's playing the time. He's not taking any chances here. He was a little slow there, but Groundbreaker is looking way, way more concerned now. Trying to use the weapon to right himself, but can't seem to get the engagement.
I think he's going a bit too angled against the wall. Sam Elliott, though, controlling the pin.
Yeah,
there he goes.
I will say this is not winning any points for the event organizers for Groundbreaker, damaging their beautifully painted arena.
No, but they know what they signed up for. Oh my goodness.
Jesus. That has righted Groundbreaker. They're not done yet. Something's gone flying off. And, there, just like this. Yeah, we can see the pit button is shattered in some way. But we can see here, beautiful push. Oh. I just know Sam was sweating buckets there, but he's done it. Great performance from Groundbreaker. That weapon is scary. Very, very scary.
Wow.
as we can see the audience all gathering around the pit button there. So
I can't wait to hear about that victory
Yeah.
on the Robocast. I'm looking forward to it.
completely, yeah. So there we have it. We can see the replay here.
Robot ears, stand
We can
by.
hear an announcement here. That's not actually anything. You can see there's that one hit.
2, 1. Activate.
There we go. No, phenomenal job there, it has to be said. Sam Elliott played this one fantastically well. And, you know, the win has happened. So I believe, I mean, I'll have to check the... Yeah, I'll have to check the bracket. I believe that might mean that Sam will be going up against Gizmo, potentially. So we'll see how long he can remain on this high. But I have to say, these have been two very impressive performances from Bubblegum Lift in a very short amount of time. So yeah, we can see a little bit of repairs being done here to the arena. All of the arena marshals picking up. You can see it there, the shattered bits of plastic. As we now cut to Craig for our interviews. Craig
I'm here with
and Sam.
Miss Sugar Pink, Licker Licker Lips. How was that?
It was much better than the first fight. I was really, really nervous. That thing looks really scary. And as you saw sorry about your pit button getting exploded. That wasn't part of the plan, but it lifts. It drives. It was really good. I was really happy with that. Wow.
It did the thing.
Honestly, it's using a control bot is obviously you kind of almost making a little bit of a disadvantage to yourself because obviously a kinetic weapon is so dangerous, they cause so much damage, but it kind of limits your capability of causing damage to them using a control bot. But when you can use it against them like that, it's very fun, very, very fun.
That was very well driven. Let's give it up for Bubblegum Lift, everyone, making it into round 2. And Groundbreaker, thrown upside down fairly early into that match, but you made it back. How was that?
Really good. I'm really sorry about the arena.
It happens.
Yeah, so like I said last time, I was way underweight last event. Put all the weight in the weapon, and yeah, it's kind of hard. Just needs to have better sort of drive and self-righting. Version 3's on its way. Maybe in time for next comp, we'll see.
So we'll see a Groundbreaker 3 potentially back here, possibly in February. We love to see it. Give it up for Groundbreaker, everyone.
Yeah. There we go. So we can see the arena here. I believe I mentioned earlier on there was a whiteboard fight. I regret to say I have lied to you all. It looks like after some short arena repairs, we'll be going into the first of the round of 32 fights. So I will say, if you want to see the full bracket yourself, go to bbb.gd/fight. However, I will read out some of the round of 32 fights we have. So, Kairos versus Luchador. We have Kenneth versus Carbon Copy. We have Schism versus Bonkers. We have Frenzy versus Bulbaroar. Impulse versus Icebreaker. Ernie versus Jackhammer. Chris Griffin 2 versus Home Improvement. Resistance versus Aquaholic. Amethyst versus Babrogue. Bob Toss versus Antithesis. Siren versus Seventh Circle. Fatal Deviation versus Propane. Sir Lancefrog versus Chucky. Bad Daddy versus Forkhead. Abracadabra versus Data Breach. And finally, Bubblegum Lift versus Gizmo. So that will be what we will have to look forward to for the next hour. There you go, just welcoming as well you to the microphone here. We have Garrett Anstey as well joining me here, which probably by joining me, probably taking over for me because I will probably be moving in about a minute or two. But good to have you.
Most of us do have fights coming up soon, so going to be interesting.
Yeah. So we can see here. And of course, the arena is a lot fancier now with I'm sure if you've seen previous Bristol streams, you will have known the old-fashioned arena that they had. One of the features with the new arena, of course, is you've got, instead of a painted-on square, essentially, where the pit would be, you've now got an actual switch. So that is a physical switch that does connect to the pit button and allows robots to physically take it. Of course, it can also break, which we have just seen there. Although it doesn't, I would imagine it's still functional. There's also the option to manually drop the pit if need be. And of course, the pit itself does slowly descend, which is very atmospheric, very interesting. And though we may need to figure out rules in regards to what it's like if you're in the pit while it's halfway down, but you get it out. But all in all, this arena has been, it's such a wonderful job. And
could not have been done without the great work from the people at Accu, your number one your source for any connector need. So bbd.gd/Accu.
I think it's very fair to say that Gareth knows the drill in there. He's getting it done quick as he can.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I will definitely say another thing is that I've helped set up these arenas before, and the one thing that I really noticed, this new arena can be set up so quickly. So it is a really, really well designed, well put together. All credit to the original arena, Dave's arena, fantastic arena. But the speed at which this thing was set up was really, really quite something.
Swap microphones because yours sounds louder than mine.
Yeah, are you
And mine
close?
sounds louder than yours. I don't know.
I think I am being very close to the
You're
microphone.
quite quiet, aren't you?
I don't. Maybe ask Stephen if that'd be possible to get some audio mixing fixed.
Yeah. I just think the loudness of the room, I'm barely hearing you out here.
Yeah. It's a bit of a tricky one.
Is the pitch still manual? Like, do they push a button or just when that gets hit? Right.
Joe does the audio mixing, it's there.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Did they hit it?
What? No, he just wanted to see if he could get his microphone higher.
No, I was saying I'm a lot louder than Owen, so if I'm commentating with him, I'm going to be talking over him like mad. And I don't want to do
Fair
that.
enough, yeah. I will say I'm probably going to be doing like 1 or 2 matches, and then I got to set up for the round of 32. So yeah. Oh yeah, who's here? You're against Alcoholic, aren't you?
I say I want to be as good as I can, and I don't want to talk over you.
Yeah. Cool. Nice. All good. There we go.
Got a nice
So-
little collection of forks now going into the arena.
Yeah, so we can see here we have Luchador as well as Kairos. So Luchador, I believe, won its first match, and Kairos had to come back from a redemption match against, I believe, Baba Yaga.
Well, certainly in the round of 32, every robot here is going to have one robot will have won its fight, the other one will come through a redemption.
So again, Luchador has to be said. I mean, still a favorite. I mean, definitely a much more dynamic design. Like the Luchador mask on Luchador, the vinyl is just beautiful.
Blue
It looks
square.
so good. I have to
Red
say.
square. Ready.
And of course, Kairos.
Robot here.
We didn't really get to see the
Stand
saw
by.
in that redemption match because it got entangled.
3,
Hopefully, we get to see it in this
2,
match.
1. Activate.
There we can see both robots meeting together. Kairos seemingly winning that first interaction, but Luchador always so mobile, always able to try to get out and getting a flip on Kairos right there and then.
Struggling to self-right though.
Yeah, slow enough self-riding, but again, Luchador piling on pressure. One of Kairos' forks went beyond one of the walls, but has managed to get back in. Again, it's very difficult for Kairos to get a proper bite on Luchador, so to speak. You can see again a few more tosses being given. Luchador, I mean, Kairos has speed and has control, but Luchador is just able to exit into these engagements so rapidly.
But no matter how much control it's got, Luchador, that's the entire objective of that robot. That's how it's won those championships.
Minibot
before.
coming in, and Luchador actually using the arm to stop the saw blade. Pretty quick, clever thinking there from Jack Franklin. Again, Kairos keeping pressure on, but Luchador constantly getting wonderful flips on this.
Now the pit's open, Luchador might be able to use that slow self-lighting there just to get a small little inkling into.
Yeah, again, it has to be said though, Luchador being as fast as it is also wonderful for being knocked into the pit or driving the pit itself. Not a concern. One move, and Luchador has pitted both the mini-bot and the main bot. Again, like just, even without the grappling component of Luchador, it is still one of the best control bots in the UK. Absolutely. Yeah, so you can see there in the replay, maybe the one opening Kairos had, but again, it just could not get anything more, substantial on Luchador.
Yeah, Luchador, they're winning the majority of those engagements with the forks, getting underneath most of the time. A few little scares there, but it's just dominant in that way, isn't it?
Yeah, no, fantastic match there from Luchador, very strong. Could we get Kenneth and Carbon Copy over to the arena? And after that, will we be able to get Schism and Bonkers to the ready table, as well as Frenzy and Bulba Roar?
We've got Kenneth
So-
and Carbon Copy, then Schism and Bonkers.
So the Roboteers are currently still unloading their robots, and Craig will be with us very imminently to present the interviews. There's a thumbs up. Good on you, Craig. Oh, he's doing a hand dance. Look at that. Excellent. There we go. Oh, look at him go. He's on fire.
Cool. I'm here with Kat and Kairos. A sad loss, but there was a good slice in there.
I tried. Yeah, Nick is obviously an extreme. Not Nick, sorry, Jack is an extremely really good driver. So yeah, there was, just outdrove me basically. I'm a little upset I couldn't get a good saw in today, but maybe in a whiteboard.
Maybe in the whiteboards. And can we just shout out Becca with that mini-bot driving? Because pinning Lucha and then you managing to get the saw in, that was scary.
Yeah, Stasis as the mini-bot driven by Becca from Abra was my only hope against something like Luchador and Jack. So big up mini-bot meta.
Big up the mini-bot meta. Hopefully we will see the mini-bot meta in the whiteboards later on. Give it up for Kairos, everyone. Jack, hopefully I can have more than a 2-second interview with you this time. How are you?
I am good, thank you.
Good.
Having a good couple of fights. That was a really good driving match. Kat and Becca, they're a great combo. Like last year going against Abra with Kat on the mini-bot, and this time going against Kat with Becca on the mini-bot. Like they are pesky. They are pesky little things. And honestly, I hate and love them because I've driven them myself and they're so much fun. But they're such a nuisance.
Blue square, red square, red.
Amazing. Well, Lucha, last year's champion, we will see you in round 3. No pressure.
3.
So we begin now. We have Carbon Copy and Kenneth.
Activate.
Kenneth heads rejoice. Your hero has returned. Carbon Copy, though, getting in, using its control, and already putting some pressure on Kenneth here.
Carbon Copy already looking a lot lower than Kenneth in the first few exchanges, and they have 2 of them. Hoping to get one underneath, maybe lift them up, and then have the other one pushing towards an arena hazard.
Yeah, has to be said, I think Carbon Copy had one of the more impressive wins, beating Bad Daddy in its first matchup, and it's performing very similar here against Kenneth. You know, Kenneth, you can try to keep one of them ahead of them, but you can't keep both of them. And
Enable.
has to be said, Carbon Copy, it has drive and lift power as well, which is very hard to do in a cluster robot.
The pit is now available. Will the second cluster go for the pit release? The first one seems to be pinning. They're going to use the full 20 seconds there.
Well, I mean, the strategy of using a cluster to pin on top of the other one is, you know, they're the kind of strategic decisions you can't normally see in robot combat, but it's doing a very, very good job here, I have to say. Carbon Copy controlling the match. Kenneth with that hammer, presumably attached properly this time. It does seem to be working, though it does seem to be missing a little. It might be a little too tall to actually reach Carbon Copy, either one of them here.
Carbon Copy definitely winning the ground game throughout this fight. It's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, so you can see here we're well past a minute now. The pit is still potentially available, but Carbon Copy doesn't seem to want to go for the pit. And to be fair, it is winning this match at the moment. Kenneth's waving at Carbon Copy, trying to get itself free. Carbon Copy has again, for the second fight in a row, gotten its lifter wedged in somewhere it ideally shouldn't be, but is proving very well. Though this might be to an unstick.
Fight call.
It is led to an unstick.
Yeah, Kenneth has such a high, steep wedge there that when Carbon Copy gets underneath, it's able to slip in behind the wedge, just get stuck in there behind the chassis of the robot.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very, very quick unstick, I think. Garrett, very, you know, with all of the grace of messing through your old box full of video game controllers, is untangling everything. Has gotten them both free now, so we'll be starting the countdown again.
In 3, 2, 1. Activate.
So 20 seconds left on the clock. Has to be said, Carbon Copy has looked the stronger robot, but Kenneth can still perform an upset here. Carbon Copy, for a moment, getting stuck. We're at the final 10 minutes, or 10 seconds.
7,
Apologies.
6.
See it here.
5,
Again, just relentless aggression from Carbon Copy.
2.
Winning the control game so handily. Surprisingly hasn't gone to the pit at any point, but it's got the aggression, as you say. It's got the control. Maybe that's all it needs to get the judges out over the line.
Yeah, it is going to the judges. I'm not a judge. I can't make the call. Carbon Copy won that, right?
I would be surprised.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was a very strong, measured. This is a cluster. It's been a while. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen a really effective cluster at Beetleweight level competing. And I have to say, Carbon Copy, it's very unassuming from the outside, but you know, its first match was fantastic, and this match was also really, really good.
I think it was only 2 years ago, though. We did have a really long run from Bish Bash Bosh, the three-part cluster, great drive power on those.
Yeah.
And again, the clusters here, again, they showed good control, getting underneath, good ground clearance, good drive power. That could take them all the way, just like Bish Bash Bosh.
Yeah. Bish Bash Bosh, and even before that, you had Rust in Pieces and the Frenchiest Fries. But I mean, Carbon Copy, it's definitely shown, you know, there is value in having two robots that are just very well designed, well built. Anyway, we're going to cut now to Craig for the interviews.
So we've both got Carbon Copy and Kenneth here. So just see how that went for you guys. How do we feel, Kenneth?
I have to admit, I'm not staggeringly confident. The axe just didn't hit low enough. Couldn't get. I think I got under them once compared to the 20 times they got under me. So I just hope they really like robots starting with a K rather than a C.
Confidence, we love to hear it. Carbon Copy, what do you guys think? Come hither.
Yeah, that was good fun. Had a good one.
Blue square,
we were a little
ready.
bit afraid of pressing the pit button in case we
Red
drove in it
square,
ourselves.
ready.
So that's why I've stayed away.
Yeah.
Well, we will see the results of that, judges, shortly.
Yeah. So we're going to
Robot
delay
here.
the judges' decision
Stand
announcement for
by.
one fight because we have Bonkers
3,
and Schism in
2,
the arena right now.
1. Activate.
So already, I mean, Schism is going to want this fight to... you should be able to win the ground game, but one or two hits from Bonkers could do a lot of damage to Schism's chances here.
It certainly doesn't want to get caught in Schism's traps there.
Yeah, but again, Schism keeping the control here, not wanting to feed the arm into the weapon, but definitely maneuvering Bonkers in such a way, trying to get them out of the arena. Using almost sort of the bounciness of Bonkers' drive and weapon power.
I mean, some people think it's Bonkers, but some people think it's free.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't want to give a free win to Schism here at all. It maybe had a chance to get around the side, but again, Schism keeping that front underneath them, keeping it ahead, and just controlling Bonkers. Picked up there.
Schism, the long fork, just going in the button.
Yeah, another few bounces here. Bonkers very dangerously, and it's in the hit. Oh, there we go.
Seize.
Nothing crazy about that one. Schism has gone on true. And I will also announce the judge's decision, but from the final fight, it was a unanimous decision in favor of Carbon Copy. So, there you go. There you go. We got a few applauses here, which is great. I'll take it. But there you go. You can see that was definitely one of the more hyperactive fights, I would say, that one against Schism and Bonkers. Both really fast. You know, Schism basically unscathed there, but really could have gone either way there. I'm just going to say, before we go to your interviews for Craig, could we get Frenzy and Bulbaroar ready? Impulse and Icebreaker, and Ernie and Jackhammer, and Chris Griffin 2 versus Home Improvement, all right?
Green square, ready.
I don't know.
Yellow square, ready.
Quick one with Jack Tweedy. How was that for you?
Green square.
As it could have gone, no hits, just keep on top of them.
Lots of effort trying to get Bonkers in the right place, trying to keep on top of it.
Yeah, the majority of that fight was just trying to keep those forks under him, not give him a chance to react.
Oh, very well driven. We will see Schism in round 3.
There we go. So, we have Schism there. Do we have Bonkers at all around? Anyway, while we are waiting for if Bonkers, I don't believe we'll do an interview, but we have gotten a thumbs up from resident arena man Strang, and we have the next fight loaded in. A lot of high kinetic energy in this one. We have Bulbaroar versus Frenzy. So,
Red square, ready.
some very nasty fights.
Blue
Bulbaroar
square,
winning its
ready.
first match. Frenzy coming in from a redemption
Robot
match
is stand by.
against Free. And hello, Craig. How are you doing? Good to see you.
2,
I'm good, thanks, Eric.
1. Activate.
So both weapons spinning up to speed. A lot of drive power, a lot of weapon power in this one. And instantly you can see, flying back both of them.
Two massive beaters coming to blows there. Which one do we think is going to come out on top? Frenzy in that exchange.
Yeah, Frenzy taking some chunks out of the polycarb there. Again, Frenzy has a lot of power. It feels like Frenzy is slightly better at head-on-head engagements and has more power, but Bulbasaur seems a lot more planted and grounded. And you can see here, like Frenzy trying to get back to the ground.
Bulbasaur seems like it's lost some stuff.
It's losing a bit. It's lost the drive. Side of drive. It's lost the weapon at the very least. Drive is still functional. It's twitching, but it does seem a little iffy. Frenzy looking at full health though at the moment.
Frenzy is hunting down its prey at this point.
We're barely mobile at this point. I think part of its floor is caught on the ground. But Frenzy's taking no chances.
Oh my goodness.
Tried to go for the elimination. May have regretted it, but has survived. I don't know what's going to happen. Another massive hit, but Frenzy very close to the pit.
Got to be so careful with robots this powerful and fast.
Yeah,
not to end up in the pit yourself.
Yeah, and you can actually hear Frenzy is spinning down the weapon to gain some control. And again, even that nearly backfired. Well, listen, we can see here 2 robots still moving. Not looking the most mobile either, as we said. Although Bulbasaur getting a nice shove there on Frenzy.
Both upside down, neither weapons working at the moment. I don't know if that's a choice or...
I think Frenzy might be able to get the weapon spinning, but it's very much a choice. Take it easy. You know, I think Frenzy is leading at this stage.
Bulbasaur seem to be driving better upside down.
Yeah, it's caught it there, and we've actually got a count out going on at the moment.
10,
countdown.
9, 8, 7.
And that's it. It's called. So I'll have to check exactly with the times again, just to confirm that that count out did happen before the judge's decision, because I think it was very close. But I'm sure we'll see it there. Yeah, no, I mean, very intense fight, I have to say, very entertaining.
2 very scary weapons in those 2 beaters. It's tough to call what was going to happen going in. We know that both of them can do immense damage.
Yeah.
And there were some massive exchanges there, as we can see on that replay.
Yeah, we're getting the full replay here, which is a nice change here. So initially, Bulbasaur looking strong, getting flipped over in that first engagement. Frenzy, you know, trying to keep a heads-on approach. A massive, you know, blow here. Again, you can see Frenzy fast and dynamic, but, you know, neither robot really able to turn very well. So it's very much sort of you charge, you turn, you charge, you turn. This point may have been Bulbasaur's best shot when Frenzy was upside down, but does right itself again, and that's when the drive problem started for Bulbasaur. You can see
amazing battle there.
Yeah, no, really, really good one.
No
there.
one in the interview booth because I've been put up here.
Yeah, exactly. We need can we get anyone with a microphone? I'm sure we won't regret this. Anyone potentially with a mustache and shades.
Eggman.
Let's see around it. There we go. Hold on. Tell you what.
Next fight we're going to see in the arena is our reserve whiteboard. So these are 3 robots that came all the way down today, hoping that someone would drop out, which, you know, sure. We thank them very much for coming down, so we give them a couple of fights just for some fun. We see Sukikage loading in now, and we will also see in a minute Flick and Dolos.
It's a whiteboard.
Hello.
All right.
I just want to watch this. Whatever this is. This. I think Dolos is going in, so I really want to see it pull a number on a certain lifter robot.
Are you also not staying?
So thank you again to everyone for coming down today, everyone in person here. It's much appreciated. If you enjoy this, check out our website, BBB, bristolbotbuilders.com. You can go to all of these wonderful links to find out more about the stuff we do. We do events nearly every month in Bristol. Also on our website, you can find out loads of guides and parts lists if you want to get started doing this ridiculous hobby. It's a money pit in the best way possible.
Speaking of money pits, we've got Morgan entering the arena with Dolos.
3 very different robots here. We have Sukikage, a lifter robot. We have Flick, that's currently upside down.
Oh.
A spring flipper. Very energetic. It's currently possibly having some trouble.
Josh, can you
just
make it to the
arming
corner,
itself.
please?
And Dolos with the forks and the spinner.
Green square, ready. Red square, ready.
Everyone is ready.
Robot ears, stand by. 3, 2, 1. Activate.
Hard to say who's going to go for who at the start of this match. Flick getting a good throw on Sukikage to start off.
Dolos coming in. Another pin on Sukikage. Flick coming behind as well. I think Dolos really wants Alex's robot. Really loves it. Wants to give it a big old hug. I think it's about to now. There it goes. It's ruthless, isn't it, really?
Some massive blows from Dolos.
Is this bullying? I think this is bullying. He's... Morgan.
I'm not a teacher anymore, so I don't have to call it out. Look at those.
Oh, is that a bell gone? I think that... What is
Looks
that?
like one of the lifter arms, possibly.
Oh, I think it's all gone, Craig. I reckon it might all be gone.
Flick is sad in the corner. Link's out. And Dolos is now just absolutely ripping into Sukikage. Invert mode. It's still moving. That is a fight. Wow. Dominating win for Dolos. Dolos, the victim of the lottery scheme to get into this tournament. It has won this tournament in the past. Hasn't it? No, it's won tournaments.
Won tournaments, but not this one.
It's done pretty well at this in the past.
Always the top 4, top 8. Always really consistent for Morgan here. And I'm glad it's not competing today in the main comp, because I'd be very sad.
Frequently a dominant robot, as we saw there. Flick now being rescued from the corner, bless it.
I don't see it. No, I don't think it is. Do you want me to call it?
Yeah, actually, if we could.
Oh, Craig, I've got a pack. Do you want to open it?
You've got a pack of Pokemon cards.
I bought
I would
3.
love to. You bought 3 packs.
Yeah.
We're going to have a
Magic the
live
Gathering.
unpack.
Oh, get the camera on this, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Is there still a scheme to open these? Do you put?
Oh, I don't know. I did 3 to the back, and then it didn't work.
We've got a Meltan, a Score Bunny, Ladybar, Mindfu, a trainer card. Nobody cares about those.
You don't care about the trainer cards?
Revavroom. Oh, that's a nice Noctowl card. Pangoro. Oh, and that's a delightful Dashbun.
Did you get a good one?
There we go. Look at that.
Thank God, because I got nothing from my other 2 packs.
Did you hear about the pack I opened at Rapture?
You opened a pack of Rapture?
Oh, yeah. I bought 1 pack at Rapture. And the one shiny in it was a shiny Farfetch'd.
That's your dream.
That is my dream.
You're happy over the moon.
Slightly my dream.
If you could all listen out to a phone ringing, Owen's lost his phone. It's still ringing, Owen.
It's here. Your mangles. You've lost your mangles.
Oh, yeah.
Pull out for your mangles.
Owen, we've found your phone. If anyone wants... Do you want this? Do you play online?
Not really. Let's put this on screen.
If anyone wants that. Jevon, I know you're a big player of this game.
If you can make that code out. There you go.
Can I read it? HYXTTZP4W2BBN.
Thrilling viewing from the
There you
BBB
go.
Beetle
That's
Champs
for you,
2024.
Jevon. I know you're a big fan.
Loading in now, we have is that Impulse and Icebreaker.
Looking both blue now.
Both
Impulse
blue.
has gone back to it. I think it was blue before.
Is Impulse trying to disguise itself? A little bit, a little bit. Icebreaker, of course, a devastating vertical spinner. Impulse, a very well-driven and very nicely designed machine.
This is my last one. I gotta go fight after this.
Blue square.
Well, into.
Red
But, all right.
square. Ready. Robot is.
So we're back to
stand
competition
by.
fights.
3.
Round 2, the round of 32.
1. Activate.
Whoever goes out here is out. High stakes. Great pushes from Impulse to start us off.
Yeah, really wants to try and keep Icebreaker off centre here, really stop it from catching some momentum, and it's doing that really good there. Great throw into the wall.
This is really a control game. Impulse is keeping on top of it, but there's sparks. We know there's engagement. Can Icebreaker get that good hit in looking for?
Interlocking, jockeying for position here. It's Impulse cannot make a mistake, because if we do, Icebreaker's going to take it all day.
Icebreaker is great at taking advantage of those small mistakes and dominating the rest of the fight. Impulse needs to keep this up. It's doing a great job so far. I'm surprised it hasn't tried to go for the pit, but that might involve turning its back to Icebreaker, which is dangerous.
Oh, over it goes.
Here we go.
There we go. There's nearly capitalising, but that's a good recovery from Impulse there. Look at the size difference on the screen there. Icebreaker looks massive compared to Impulse. And I don't know if it's because Impulse is tiny or...
Both these robots, of course, 1.5 kilogram Beetleweight.
Descending.
Same weight, different
Descending.
time.
Pit goes down. If you're Impulse, you want Icebreaker in there.
Impulse is in a great position. Now it's not. Now, it's real give and take in this match.
Oh, that's a good hit from Icebreaker.
28 seconds to go.
Can't seem to capitalise. It doesn't... It gets one hit and then Impulse is back, ready to go. Fork to fork, and that was a good shot from Icebreaker.
It's a great push. Oh my
nearly.
goodness.
Oh, nearly overcooked it there.
It's a great recovery.
9. 8.
Icebreaker
7,
still on the hunt.
6,
Can it deliver the
5,
death blow in the last few seconds?
2. 1.
Nice try there, but there we go. Judge's decision.
It goes to the judges. I do not envy them on that one.
I'm gonna go fight. Mine.
I think that is. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, which is a small set.
He's just lower. He just went under him every single time.
He's just able to go fork to fork and you just get hit.
Because the whole bot is so low. He was just driving straight over him.
We would like to see the robots at the judging desk, please. They would like to see the damage. Impulse, if we can see the damage. The judges want to inspect.
Get my voice back. How are you? I'm going to go that way eventually.
Hello, judges. Did someone open cards live on stream?
Yes, we did.
Were you that?
That's Sean's cards.
Yeah, okay. Did you not need that kind of filler?
No. Things are all right.
If anyone has a big hammer, Dave would like a big hammer. Please make your way to Dave if you've got a big hammer.
We love big tools here at BBB. Only the biggest.
So I'm back. My voice is kinda back. What have I missed, Craig?
You've missed some fights, Gav.
Have they been good?
Yeah.
Any,
I think so. What do you lot think? Has it been all right? Fight's been good?
Okay, I am over here with someone with a very exciting robot. What happened in that fight? I didn't see it.
It was pretty good, actually. I wasn't expecting it to go that well. But, yeah, managed to outdrive him, push him about. He got some hits in, so wouldn't envy the judges. But, yeah, we'll see.
I think taking Icebreaker to the judges is impressive. It's one of the sort of podium-esque robots at a lot of events. So, and you've done a lot of iteration on yours, so very well done.
Thank you. Yeah, like the strategy in that fight, you've really got to be careful because one hit and you're done. There were times where I really wanted to go for the
Red
pit,
square, ready.
but, you turn away.
Blue square,
they take advantage
ready.
of that, so.
Robot is.
Well, excellent
stand
job.
by.
Next fight, let's do it.
We'll bring you the judges' decision for that just after this fight where we have
Activate.
Jackhammer and Ernie.
So Jackhammer, the yellow robot, Ernie, the beautiful blue robot, about to take off. Here's Ernie, and he's very close to the Utah zone.
Jackhammer now missing its disc. We were told it wasn't going to work. Ernie is upside down.
And has it done the thing again? Ernie seems to
devastating.
be out. The controller's down. They're looking to push the button to tap out, and they've dropped down.
They have tapped out. A victory for Jackhammer.
So a victory for Jackhammer, but they did have to suffer some damage to get that win. Jackhammer got Ernie up on top of them, and then Ernie's powerful disc grinding away the plastic.
Indeed. Talking of wins, however, we should probably talk about the judge's decision from the last match. Impulse versus Icebreaker. It was a unanimous win for Impulse.
So we'll now head over to Joe with Jackhammer to, well, talk about the fight, the very short-lived fight.
Yes, Jackhammer, how do you think that went for you?
Well, in terms of the fight, I mean, we won it and it was fairly quick.
Yeah, do you think you offered something impressive for us to spectate upon?
No, not at all. I think my issue with all of my weapon motors catching fire has had something to do with that. So I'm hoping for the future I can bring something that actually works and is interesting. But for now, we got this grabber.
Well, you definitely have been resourceful and made, got the core of the robot working, and it paid off in that fight. So congratulations, well done.
Clearly.
And our Dutch competitors. What went wrong there for you, do you think?
I fell over.
And you used to have a sort of self-righty stick thing. What's happened to that?
It just, it fell off last fight, and we were like, nah, we don't need it. And then we needed it. But it would have fallen off either way.
So unlucky that is the end of your run. We'll probably see you in a whiteboard, hopefully.
For sure. I will be spinning again. And hopefully not break the arena.
Red square.
Excellent.
Ready.
Well, very well done.
Blue square. Ready.
Round of applause for the Dutch competitors all the way from the Netherlands today. That's awesome.
So back to the arena. We have Home Improvement in the blue and Chris Griffin 2 in the red. Are we still in redemptions, or is this knockout?
No, this is the round of 32.
Activate.
Knockout round.
And immediately a big knockout there against Chris Griffin, but they're still mobile. Home Improvement looking to get a second hit in.
Chris Griffin 2 is getting that disc up to speed. Home Improvement's blade looks like it is down. The belt is off.
I was going to say, I thought I just saw the belt, and the belt is fully off now, so that got cut by Chris Griffin 2. So Chris Griffin 2 cutting into Home Improvement. That's really bad. Or potentially self-sustained damage. Those belts do just fling off.
They do indeed. Chris Griffin's blade is still spinning that 10-inch death disc.
And the gyration effect is now coming into force because they're losing control of their robot. The pit has come into play, so close to the Utah zone. Can Home Improvement move Chris Griffin over to the pit?
Words you never thought you would hear.
Well, especially two big knockout robots with their big weapons, but Home Improvement, the game plan has changed. And Chris Griffin, are they immobilized? No, they're still moving.
Home Improvement just about moving across the floor here. Won't be counted out for that.
So normally Home Improvement would just have its spinner. They would probably be up to speed and would self-right it, but that scenario doesn't work right now. And into the pit
Very
goes
nicely done.
Home Improvement. So the fight changed dynamic quite quickly. There was a massive impact on that first touch, but Home Improvement, their belt had gone.
Yeah, and Chris Griffin then just had to keep the pressure on. As Home Improvement became essentially a Rambot, we all knew what the tactic was going to be, but it turned out in Chris Griffin's favor. Chris Griffin 2.
Well, you're quite a good roboteer builder yourself, Craig. What could you do to mitigate the risk of a belt coming off or breaking?
It's hard to say because whenever I've used belts, they've been trash.
So you're not the person to talk to,
I am
is what
not the person to
is what we're hearing.
Hello, I'm going to interview myself.
Interview yourself.
Hello, Chris Griffin 2. Hi, I want to die. Shaking beyond belief, really. Henry, can take the mic.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a really good fight. I tried really hard. I was really happy with that performance by my robot, Chris Griffin 2. Yeah, a lot of repairs to do.
Any damage to Chris Griffin 2?
Oh, there's always damage to Chris Griffin too. But yeah, I think I can get it back into the arena in time for the next fight. And yeah, just onwards and upwards.
Can you go all the way, Henry?
I think we'll see. We'll see. Chris Griffin 2 can go all the way. That's most important.
Guys, give it up for Henry Strang and Chris Griffin 2, everyone. John, tell me, how did that go for you? That was fun. That was really good.
It was fun. It's just a shame the belt came off straight away. It was a good first impact, but yeah, without the weapon, it's nothing really.
No, that is fair. I think Henry's going to come and look at the damage that heat caused you for that, I'm sure. But do you want to show the camera? I mean, God, the light here is just so bright. It's like Jesus has shone his light down onto John's robot. But have a look at that. We've got belt gone, forks are, well, they're held in, but big gouges out the chassis. So that's pretty good. Are you going to do some whiteboards later, John?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we'll be ready.
All right. Guys, give it up. Home improvement, John. Round of applause. Come on, we can do better than that.
Great job, Shane. Great job. So in the arena, we have Resistance in the red and
Blue square.
Aquaholic in the blue.
Red square.
Stay
Ready.
hydrated, Craig.
Stay the heck hydrated.
Stand by.
So let's count this one in from the top. 3, 2, 1. Activate. And a very slow engagement between the two robots, but Resistance putting Aquaholic straight up against the wall.
Can Aquaholic bring that disc into bear? Resistance has gone for the forks, which is an interesting choice against the horizontal.
And now it's coming into Aquaholic's favour, as they've got that disc back into play. But once again, they've been manoeuvred around by Resistance. Resistance doing a great job to control. One of their forks is stuck up in the air. I wonder if that's going to hinder their ability to get under Aquaholic.
That's exactly what Aquaholic is going to want to see, taking the ground game away from Resistance.
And that actually gives Aquaholic a target, because that is a brilliant thing for its blade to hit into and fly Resistance away over to the walls.
But it looks like Aquaholic might be having some problems.
But manages to fly over the top of Resistance. Now 2 forks in the air. Resistance trying to get Aquaholic into the pit, but somehow avoiding. And now the arena wall getting grinded. Big hit on Resistance.
Some great blows from Aquaholic.
But a lot of this is up against the forks of Resistance, and those forks are sacrificial. They can take the damage and not really suffer any performance to the robot. Aquaholic to the edge. What is going on?
Felix? What the heck was that?
Well, I would like to say fantastic maneuverability by Anthony there for Resistance getting Aquaholics into the pit, but there was an assist by Aquaholics. I don't quite understand.
Philo's tired.
I mean, a lot of work. He's put a lot of work into building the new arena, as have you. So, you know, I can understand feeling a little bit tired. I don't know how you keep up the energy, actually.
I'm very sleepy.
You're fed on nothing but coffee.
EPPP, I'm so sleepy.
And that's Craig for his time to go to sleep. We have Sam over in the AcU booth. Let's go talk to the Roboteers.
Microsoft. Gareth, I gotta say, I question the strategy going with the forks against the horizontal. Did you slightly regret it at the time?
No, Felix has the forks himself, so if I went with the wedge, he'd get underneath me, lift the forks up, and then just turn around and hit me. That's his entire game plan. I accidentally once used the forks against Night Fury, and they're surprisingly good. We also have the really thick forks on at the front. That's why there's only 2 of them. So I knew they'd survive, I knew they'd be good, and it worked out in the end.
Did indeed. Put you through to the next round of 16. Starting to feel a bit more confident?
Still dialing in. Once it's dialed in, I'll be confident, but maybe in the next event.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, Resistance going through to the next round. And joining me, oh, my boy, the main man, Felix. Why did you drive in the pit?
Oh, it died at the end.
So it died on the way to the pit, and that's...
It went... Just gave up, yeah.
But it did deliver some great hits. Got to see some nice sparks on Resistance as well. Any major damage other than just dying a death?
No, blade's a bit dull now. That's pretty much it. I was starting shaking loose. I'm sure it'll power up as soon as I plug it back in again.
Fancy some whiteboards later?
Hopefully, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, Aquaholic and Felix Townsend.
So I'm going to call some Roboteers to get ready on the tables. Amethyst versus Babrog, they are entering the arena now. Bob Toss versus Antithesis, Siren and Seventh Circle, Fatal Deviation and Propane, Sir Lancer Frog and Chucky. Please make your way up to the ready tables. Also, Bad Daddy versus Forkhead. You are due to be up on the tables very imminently. And Craig, I'd just like to give a massive welcome and thank you to everyone who's turned up in person. Have you had a good day so far? Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming down, guys.
This is the first time we've properly spoken to you, getting a bit of interaction. So, in the red, we have Amethyst, and in the blue, we have Babrog.
3, 2.
So a grabber robot, which is Babrog, and an Antithesis, which is meant to have a spinning weapon, but again, in this fight, we haven't seen it really come to life so far this competition.
Amethyst spinner, we've been told to expect not to work. Sadly, it may be down for the whole tournament, which makes Amethyst a pusher, but it'll be an effective one. But Babrog here,
with the suplex, but the weight shifted of Amethyst and that pulled Babrog over. But that was a great lift and a grab, and now we have Amethyst with a bit of a pin of itself.
Enable.
Amethyst, an effective pusher in its own right, even without that blade. But Babrog again with the lifts and the grabs. We love to see it.
And the button has been enabled, but they might not need it as we go into the outer zone. Amethyst just escapes, but the pit button has been pressed. The pit is now engaged.
That suplex is such a difficult move to pull off. Owen has been perfecting it with Babrog over the last few years, and it's amazing to see it whenever it happens.
I feel like Babrog just doesn't really have the reach. He does rely on the momentum to get Amethyst into the outer zone, but into the pit. That's a different story.
Amazing driving from Babrog there, getting Amethyst down the pit, taking Owen into the round of 16.
Just quickly, if you lost your redemption fight, you are now open for Whiteboard, so come speak to me over by the interview booth. If you lost your redemption, you can come have a Whiteboard.
So for those in the live arena, Craig, what is a Whiteboard?
So a Whiteboard fight is a non-competitive fight. Everything you've seen so far, apart from the Reserve Rumble, is a competitive fight. Whiteboards are fights we put together for the lols.
So basically, this is Roboteers throwing their robot into an arena with the expectation of giving it some damage, but they're here to fight. That's what they want to do.
Absolutely. And if you want to have a go at fighting yourselves, check out our website, bristolbotbuilders.com. You can find loads of build guides, parts lists, all the good stuff. We're Bristol Bot Builders. We're a group of volunteers who run events around Bristol roughly every month for fun. Yeah. Also, thanks to Accu, our sponsor for today.
No, absolutely.
/Accu.
And for those not aware, actually, Accu is kind of more than just a sponsorship. They've been very involved throughout, and they really do want to help the community. So they do also have their scholarships and bursaries for those approaching their studies to university. Give them a look on their website. I'm pretty sure the details are up there. And they are here to help the community in any way they can, to a degree, to be honest. I've had a lovely chat over lunch. That's why I disappeared. They're really engaged, and they really want to see this community thrive. So big thank you to them for being a part of it today.
Absolutely. This brand new arena, which is now just slightly scuffed up, wouldn't have been possible without their help. These things cost a lot of money.
Absolutely, and a lot of time and effort goes into it, and this is a labor of love, as Craig was saying, voluntary hours through and through. So we're now getting ready for our next fight. We have Bob Toss versus Antithesis, and if you've not watched the earlier fights today, Bob Toss has gone through a war zone to get to the round of 32. It has lost a wheel at least every fight. It got absolutely shredded, but he's just a happy little robot. He's just a happy little robot painting happy little circles, having a wonderful time.
But talking of going through things, we also have Antithesis in the arena, which in its first fight earlier put holes in all its opponents with that vicious grabbing arm, able to pierce opponents' armor. Bob Toss will be wanting to avoid that.
I was going to say, it's not just a grabber, it is a piercing weapon. It definitely goes into the inner workings of the robot, and that's where the batteries, the controllers, that's where the stuff you don't want getting damaged is. The motors in particular, that piercing weapon, if that gets a battery, then it's game over.
Yeah, if you've seen Robot Wars, you know exactly what to expect from a weapon like that.
So Bob Toss, if you needed to be told, in the red zone, and Antithesis in the red. Let's see how Bob Toss can survive this fight. And immediately out of the gates, Antithesis is quicker. But look at the traction wars going on between the two robots as they push into each other.
Antithesis just isn't having the reach right now. And there's a devastating blow from the paintbrush.
Not through the face of Bob Toss. The piercing arm clamping down. And it seems to be missing. The actual point of the weapon is missing. And found the gap between Bob Toss.
That will have been bending the wedge, however. Will the forks sit quite as flat as they did? Who knows?
And oh no, Bob Toss, you're painting canvas.
Descended.
The paintbrush is about to go down the pits. No!
I don't know where to look. Do I look at the mini-bot or do I look at that arm being driven into Bob Toss?
All I can see is a lowering paintbrush, and then we come back to the fight, and Bob Toss, there is a pierce maneuver going on, and we have seen it in the past. Has Antithesis got stuck on Bob Toss?
Only allowed to grab for a certain amount of time before it gets unstuck. You get one unstick in a fight. The crowd love Antithesis. It's a great fight so far.
I mean, the smile of Bob Toss is actually becoming quite unnerving as it's going through this ungodly pain. And that is properly wedged. We can see Gareth.
That is no accident.
Doing his darndest to get that robot disengaged from Antithesis. So this is what we mean. It is not just a grabber. It really does go in to the robot, the confines of the robot, and does all types of damage. And Gareth has handed over to David, who is, I don't want to call him a more experienced arena manager, but he has managed to get the job done.
Gareth needs to eat his spinach.
Yes, well, expert hands there by David, and the robot's positioned relatively close to where they were. So that was the one and only detangle. If that happens again, I believe we go to a judge's decision.
Go directly to the judges. And they will be taking into account the fact that Antithesis did cause it.
So we have 1 minute of this fight left to go. The second half of the fight. Can Bob Toss make a showing as the pit is still down, and Antithesis again, Bob Toss ever closer, and out, unfortunately, is Bob Toss.
Great performance from both of those robots. A real back and forth at the start, and then Antithesis really got into the swing of things.
And I think Bob Toss is really more one of those robots that's purely the spirit of the competition. You know, it's got such character, it's all about having fun. I don't think the Roboteers themselves expected to get to the round of 32. But to make it this far, they're shaking their head violently. To get this far, I think they're absolutely thrilled. And the smiles, they've lost, but the smiles on their faces is incredible.
Not every robot has to have 4 wheels and a vertical spinner.
No, not at all. I mean, Luchador, for example, is a fantastic robot, and the winner from last year, been dominant from what I've seen so far this competition.
Absolutely. And we've got some real dominant non-spinners coming up as well. In the next fight, we will see Sir Lancer Frog and Chucky. What a match. No, Siren versus Seventh Circle first, sorry.
Yeah, we have more fights to come before then. Roboteers to get to the tables. Abracadabra versus Data Breach. Bubblegum Lift versus Gizmo. Please make your way up to the tables, because your battle is about to commence. And do we have anyone waiting?
Is anyone boothing? No.
Owen, do you want to booth? Booth.
Or would you rather do this or that?
I can do the booth if you want. You want me to do the booth?
I'm happy to do either.
Okay, I'm going to do an interview now. I've been busy doing whiteboards, but I'm gonna feel like you're smiling. So tell me more about that.
That's a lovely hole.
Oh. Yeah, put it on the table in the sunlight. It's getting a nice. Bob is getting a nice tan right now, but Bob has also had a little ear piercing, I guess. That's nice. So what happened there? Who did what to who?
He just got under me every time. Better forks, better drive. I probably needed to charge the batteries a bit more. He's been, yeah.
Well, still, I feel like you know, as the most artsy entity, doing the sort of round of 32 is a good effort. So you happy with the performance?
I did not expect to win a fight, so yeah, I'm happy.
So goals achieved. Well, big round of applause for Bob Ross, Bob Toss, everybody. Beautiful artwork. And the one that did the piercing, Jed, I assume.
Hello. Yes, we had a fight. It was good. We had fun. I did a pierce. I'm very happy with it.
I thought you just said I went to the toilet then. I did something else. But congratulations on that win. So that's 2 wins now, is that right? And three kills, basically.
Yeah. 3-ish kills. 2 kills and a judge's decision, which I did some damage on, which was nice. Because in the past, it's not done damage at all. It's just been a little bit sad. So having it happy is happy, like trees. Trees are happy. Little trees.
Trees are happy. You heard it here first. Our only crusher in the competition going through to the round of 16. Round of applause for Antithesis. That is awesome. We love seeing unconventional designs do well. That's what we love. So back over to the arena right now. What we got?
Well, we have quite an interesting battle, actually, between Siren in the blue corner, Seventh Circle in the red. I can't call this. Your normal Saturday viewing of Gav and Owen has returned. Owen, nice to have you back.
3,
Thank you very much.
2,
Very excited for this
1.
This happening.
Activate.
Seventh Circle straight up. Siren trying to lead head on. We know Siren can struggle a little with self-riding. Has he repaired or fixed that? It looks maybe like a get back, but Seventh Circle is not giving him any chance at all.
Well, it does look like Siren is kind of out. The controller's on the floor. That's it. They are out. Seventh Circle doing the showboating. What a very quick fight. It's just Seventh Circle. We know that David does not give any mercy. He is relentless when attacking the robot. A couple of points there. Siren seemed to be stuck up against the wall. Seventh Circle came in to hit them and disengage them, but yeah, just looked immobilized.
Yeah, I mean, Seventh Circle, when it is working, it is very well driven. It hits very hard. It can take hits, and that was sort of a very, best case scenario Seventh Circle fight, I would say. Really strong.
I mean,
spot in the round of 16.
if you're Seventh Circle, you couldn't hope for anything better. A short fight where you take no damage and you're round to the 16. That is absolutely clinical, as we should come to expect from David. Let's go over to the commentary booth in the Acu booth with Craig.
Hello, I'm over here now. I didn't see the fight. How was it?
I died.
Oh no.
Yeah, so Seventh Circle absolutely knocked 7 bells of hell out of me, quite literally. And yeah, it just pulled my link out and I got a bit dodgy and I died.
That's sad to hear. It's been a good run so far. Do you reckon it'll be ready for some whiteboards later on, perhaps?
I think it'll be ready for it. It didn't really take much damage. I reckon it can be done and fixed in about 10, 15 minutes.
Amazing. We love to hear it. First run at a Bristol Bot Builders event, round of 32. Got to be fairly happy?
Absolutely. Considering this is my first Bristol Bot Builders, considering this is the furthest I've ever done in a tournament, chuffed to bits. Couldn't be happier.
We love to hear it. Give it up for Siren, everyone. And Dave with Seventh Circle, straight after driving the mini-bot for Bob Toss. Busy man.
Yeah. I straight out one fight into the other one. Thankfully, that one went a bit smoother than the one before it. I think I'm rather lucky to have gotten this far with no major damage, although I get the feeling that's going to change.
You know it only gets worse from here.
Don't I know it?
Big fights up ahead. Do you reckon Seventh Circle can take them?
Would you like the honest answer to that?
No.
I get the first big spinner I come across, I'm going to get mullered, but we'll see. We'll take it as it comes.
You never know. Give it up for Seventh Circle, everyone. Get these boys some spinach.
There we go. All right, so next fight coming up here. We can see here we have Sir Lancerfrog versus Chucky. We'll have Bad Daddy versus Forkhead. Abracadabra versus Data Breach. Bubblegum Lift versus Gizmo. And Fatal Deviation versus...
Propane.
Propane.
My apologies, my bottle was in the way, Owen.
Yeah, it's all right. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, who is this mascot here that we have in front of us all?
This is nothing to do with me. I have been taking loving care of them. They've got their little sticker pin badge of the BBB Beetle Champs 2024. That's an awesome sticker.
Yeah, that limited edition.
And I've just been looking after them, but I have no idea. Yeah, sorry, Owen.
Great, okay.
I feel like I let you down on that one.
All right, so, hold on.
And once again, Owen has noticed that the link is in Sir Lancerfrog. But there's not much more. I don't think there's much more Sir Lancerfrog can do. They are going to do a tactical maneuver just to hide the link a little bit more. So again, if you're new and you haven't seen earlier in the day, all of these robots are fitted with a safety link. As soon as that link is pulled out, the robot becomes fully immobilized. So it's kind of a go-to if you're a robot. That's the thing you want to aim for.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm definitely, I feel more strongly about it than I think a lot. I've actually written a guide on how to protect your link to stop them from coming out during fights. And, you know, I am critical, but I am in a fair way. I think fight robots,
ready.
You know...
Red square, ready.
Actually hitting a link can be entertaining, but it's never fun to lose a fight because your link fell out. So.
But this is a competition and there's no love lost. So the fight has now began and Sir Lancerfrog charging right into Chucky. This is a battle of the pushers. And is that Sir Lancerfrog stuck on the wall? No, it's saying it ain't so.
It's trying to get itself away using the drive and the lifter.
So it does have a lifter which pushes forward. If that gets enough momentum, that could push. Time it well with the wheels, but that's Sir Lancerfrog putting it down, or are they going to give it another go?
Go one more try.
The countdown has begun, but we don't want it to end like this. The frog chants are starting.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we can see the game. I think, this is, it's such a shame to see this happening. Yeah, I think it's been called at this stage.
We were ready for a battle of sheer will, pushing and battling, maneuvering each other, and Sir Lancerfrog, that's the limit. That is the risk of having forks. They do get stuck under the arena wall, and there's just nothing as a roboteer you can really do. Sir Lancerfrog, best place to try and maneuver itself away because of the lifter. And Ryan, is there something you want to add?
Now seems like a great moment to remind roboteers that under our judging system, you will get a lot of aggression points for freeing a stuck opponent, just in case you needed an incentive.
There you go.
That's a very timely reminder.
And a reminder that a lot of people are watching on a live stream and up in our stands.
Yeah, I mean, I can't fault Chucky, to be fair, because ultimately, you know, it is a competition. If you can get a win, you can. And, you know, Lancerfrog, it's a strong competitor. It's taken some very strong wins, and you know, you always want to be sporting, but you know, even if you free Lancerfrog and then Lancerfrog wins, you're going to feel that. Ultimately.
I know he is. You've got to be so confident that you are going to be able to take it to the judge's decision for that aggression to actually come into effect. As soon as the pit button's pressed and that pit comes down, it is anyone's game. Anyone can fall in there. A simple mismovement of the joystick and your robot is out of control.
Yeah, and I mean, I do feel, because like this new arena does seem to be having a lot less forks getting stuck compared to the previous arena, but it's still a danger. It still can happen, and yeah,
well,
I think that was just wrong place.
That's probably because it's brand new. You know, the metal isn't as twisted. It hasn't had as many impacts.
No.
The arena, you know, everything is kind of how it should be. There are a couple of dents in the polycarbonate. But, you know, that's only cosmetic damage. It's not structural.
Yeah.
So the arena is brand new. Over time, it will become more of a concern. We did see it in the last arena that the forks will get caught on the floor. Never even mind the arena wall.
Completely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, commiserations to Lancerfrog. It at least had a phenomenal first two fights. And again, congrats to Chucky. It moves on to the round of 16, and I would have to say is still a very dangerous robot going forward. But now we have two other machines coming in, Bad Daddy and Forkhead, into the arena.
So Forkhead is a relatively unique robot in this competition. It is a 360-degree flipper, which, well, Owen, can you talk me through how that actually works?
I can talk it to it. I will say, first of all, making a design like Forkhead is incredibly difficult, because you've got the wheels to account for, but then you've got to fit sort of around the wheels a separate stage of reduction that has the torque to basically lift the entire robot up and the opponent. So
but it does give him maneuverability, and it's proven well. It beat Schism in its first fight. Bad Daddy, meanwhile,
Red square, ready.
was beaten in its first
Blue
redemption,
square,
crawled
ready.
back, and I say crawled back. Phenomenally
Robot
dominant
is.
performance in its
Stand
redemption
by.
fight. This will be a fascinating match.
3.
So Bad Daddy in the blue zone, and this is going to be a head-on collision immediately. That drum beater hitting into the wheels of Forkhead, and that has flipped it up. It isn't quite where it should be. They seem to be out of sync now. The wheels seem to be out of sync.
Yeah, there is a way to fix it, as you can see it there. But again, Forkhead, you have to say, Bad Daddy is in control, but Forkhead is able to put a lot of pressure on Bad Daddy here.
Well, they're very much sizing each other up at the moment, and look at that self-right by Forkhead. That's what that robot can do, the drivability.
Unbelievable speed from Forkhead. One of the forks is bent, but again, they're able to keep putting pressure on Bad Daddy. One of the wheels in Forkhead does seem to be damaged now, though.
It's so difficult keeping up with these robots. They're so quick maneuvering around the arena floor. And Forkhead there does seem to be having a little bit of issues with its wheels. One of them has actually just come off, and that is now sticking underneath Forkhead.
It's barely hanging on. I mean, Forkhead is doing some rather innovative forms of driving here. But
This is not how you should be driving a robot if you aim to win, and Bad Daddy just doesn't really know how to engage with it.
Yeah, I mean, very, very close call there. Forkhead's still functional, it seems. I think losing that wheel now completely has given it back some ability.
It is taking hits from Bad Daddy, but it definitely is still able to move around. But Bad Daddy, they're trying to push Forkhead into the pit using the back of the robot. Didn't quite make it, and now they are just chipping in, doing damage. And listen to that noise. What was that?
That noise, I think, was one of Forkhead's forks getting into the drum of Bad Daddy.
So I think we're going to need a bit of an untanglement here, unless Bad Daddy can take him into the pit.
Great fight for both competitors, I have to say. Bad Daddy won that one. Very strong fight. Forkhead did not make it easy.
Now, something you're not going to be able to experience on the live stream is the waft I just got of that motor kind of getting burnt out by the jamming of the fork. That is a powerful smell, and something that you only get being live in the arena.
Yeah, now, the motor might still be salvageable. It might have just been the belt friction. It might have been the motor stalling. Obviously, we'll have to see if Tom can get it fixed or replaced, or if it even needs to be fixed or replaced for the round of 16. But
yeah, we definitely heard it stalling, and to be honest, as a roboteer, as soon as you just stop applying power, the motor will be fine. It won't do additional damage.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And again, I have to say, Forkhead, I've seen its evolution over a few events, and the fact that it's, like, the speed of its weapon, the lifting power of its weapon, but also, I have to say, the durability of Forkhead. That is not a design I would look at and would think is durable. It took hit after hit after hit after hit, and it never lost functionality.
No, not at all. So we're going to head over to Craig to get a closer look at how many hits Forkhead did actually take.
Oh, Forkhead. It started so well.
Yeah, I got under him a few times, but couldn't quite keep it up. Getting the prongs back in the right alignment when I've taken a hit is quite tricky, so just trying to straighten everything up, and couldn't quite get there whilst taking hits. But I think it'll be fine. It's a belt and a couple of prongs I'll just screw back on to fit. So, yeah,
Did you say a couple of screws? A couple of screws. Wow. If only we had some great source of screws. Perhaps our sponsors, bbb.gd/Acube, building tomorrow. I don't know what you're supposed to say to that. I'm sorry. Forkhead did amazingly, sadly out. Are we going to see it in some whiteboards later?
Yeah, definitely up for a whiteboard.
Hell yeah, we love to see it. Forkhead, everyone! And Bad Daddy, that gave me shades of a certain champs fight last year that I had with Bad Daddy, where Bad Daddy was not doing amazingly, and then it just switched. And mid-fight, it just started throwing things around.
I thought I was doing pretty amazingly. I think that's all I got. No, I was very happy with that. It was a very tough bot. Yeah, it took a lot of punishment, and it was just trying to rein it in and not do something silly at the end, I think.
Yeah, just taking that care, making sure nothing silly happens that's going to jeopardize your chances, right?
Yeah, it did get jammed up inside as well, so I had to turn off the weapon motor to make sure it didn't damage me. But
using that as a makeshift grabber, though, was an inspired move. That was very good.
Yeah, that was good luck.
Well, we will see Bad Daddy in the round of 16. Give it up for Bad Daddy, everyone.
All righty then. So, coming up, we will soon have Bubblegum Lift and Gizmo, Fatal Deviation and Propane. Before any of that, we have our next fight here, Abracadabra versus Data Breach. And then after that, we will have some whiteboards. If I could just get these whiteboard competitors up to the ready table. Could we have Flick, Grabby and Nippy, Demon Spirit Mark II, and Cormoran? Could we get Dollas, Percussive Maintenance XL, Got Any Grapes, and Freak, all up to the ready table?
So the whiteboards giving Roboteers extra time between brackets and fights to fix their
Red
robots.
square, ready.
We have
Blue square,
in
ready.
the red corner, Abracadabra, in the blue,
Roboteers,
Data Breach.
stand by.
And this is going to be a battle of control.
3,
Completely, yeah.
2,
It should be a very interesting
1.
one here.
Activate.
So, Data Breach looking strong here, having won its first match. Abracadabra coming from the Redemptions, but these are two very similarly designed robots, I would say, in many regards. Powerful weapons, powerful drive.
I feel like Abracadabra does have a better ability to actually grab Data Breach, but the problem is Data Breach is so quick and nippy, I feel like they would just be able to power out of the grips of Abracadabra.
I will say as well, Data Breach is a modular weapon design, so it can run many, many different weapons. For this weapon, they've chosen the lifter, and they were able to get a lift and grabber there just a moment ago. And again, right here.
Just looking at the forks of the two robots, I think Data Breach's forks are working better for them, able to get into the side of Abracadabra. Data Breach, such a low robot, really is difficult to get underneath and lift them up.
Yeah, and the fork game it's a game for a reason in robot combat, but if you can have it, if you can win every head-on interaction with an opponent, it's a major, major advantage to have.
And we can see there the little cluster bot of Abracadabra making a nuisance of themselves. It's not really achieving much, but it is fun to see.
Yeah, there you go. Another great lift there from Data Breach. Keeping pressure on Abra, not allowing them to get any proper...
Well, Abracadabra is now stuck under the cluster bot, and I don't know if that's going to... Well, no, they're still stuck underneath the cluster bot. Abracadabra spinning the wheels frantically, but they just can't escape.
Yeah, no, this is... Team Abra is definitely in danger now at this stage. The pit has gone down. Feist. Oh no, they've both taken each other in.
Data Breach tactically hitting the button and standing back, waiting to see what happened. I thought as the pit came down, I thought the cluster bot would fall in, allowing Abracadabra to escape. I wasn't expecting it to also fall in.
Yeah, no, a bit of a shame there for Abracadabra, but, you know, has to be said, really good performance from Data Breach there. Had control of most of that fight. And yeah, we'll be going over to the round of 16, very impressively. There we go.
So, Owen, you are also a competitor in this competition. Which robot do you dread going up against?
God, it's a hard one to say. If I had to choose, I think a lot of the vertical spinners, they're sort of naturally going to be the scariest ones. I mean, Gizmo is sort of the favorite, I would say, but I think a few of the horizontals as well. I, for one, like, might be a bit of a weird one. But I would absolutely not like to go up against Chris Griffin, because that thing is range that can hit parts of your robot that you don't want to be hit. Anyway, I believe we might be going over to Craig, who will be interviewing James and Becca.
Yep, down here in the booth with Data Breach. I saw very little of that fight. Please tell me what happened.
It was very much a control battle. It was like trying to get under each other, so we spent most of the time spinning around each other, occasionally getting flips on each other, and then unfortunately, they got stuck on their own mini-bot, and I attempted to separate them, but it failed. I'm not very good at rescuing robots, so then I thought, well, they're stuck in the corner, hit the pit button, and then eventually they fed themselves into the pit.
So, it felt like a good win?
That was a satisfying win. It was a good fight. I mean, I prefer fighting non-spinners just because it's more fun.
Very fair, very fair. We will see you in the round of 16. There's much more spinners ahead. Good luck.
Yeah, this next fight's going to be interesting because I'm going to find out who I'm fighting.
Have fun. Data Breach, everyone. Abracadabra. Let's get you in real quick because, Becca, your teammate, Kat, was shouting about the mini-bot meta.
Yeah, mini-bot meta. Unfortunately, we got done in by other people having forks.
which the fork meta is a thing for the reason.
The fork meta is a thing.
Yeah, unfortunately so. And this is our attempt to sort of push back against it, but sometimes it doesn't work. So you win some, you lose some.
Blue square.
Well, we always love to see it. Abracadabra, everyone.
Okay, so
Red square. Ready.
one of our second last fight of the round of 32.
Robot
Gizmo
is stand by.
versus Bubblegum Lift.
So this is the robot you said you were most scared of. Gizmo in the red.
Activate.
Let's see exactly what it can do. Bubblegum, whoa, hold your horses.
I think we had a very early spin up there potentially from Ellis and Gizmo, so they're gonna just basically a nervous twitch of the thumbs. So we're gonna reset
and
the fight.
Ellis has absolutely owned up to it. Hands up, he said,
Stand by.
yes, I did. So that is a very respectable thing to do.
2,
No harm done. We're going to restart the match.
The stance of both of these Roboteers is immaculate. They are fully concentrated.
So now we're going to hear the weapon of Gizmo grind up against the forks of Bubblegum Lift. And look at this, Bubblegum Lift getting underneath, doing exactly what they say on the tin.
Yeah, Bubblegum is putting a lot of pressure here on Gizmo very early on.
But Gizmo now coming back with some replies of its own and getting into the wheels of Bubblegum Lift. That's exactly what that weapon needs to do.
One thing about Bubblegum Lift, it cannot self-right by itself. So if it is put upside down, the wedges will still scrape against the ground, but it loses access to its weapon it's lifting, which is a very valuable tool to have.
And now it's flipping head over heel, getting close to the Uta zone. But we also see Gizmo is the wrong way up, managing to self-right. Fantastically done there by Gizmo.
Yeah, very good design for Gizmo to allow it to be able to get back in the situations. But both of these robots have so much energy in their drive systems. This could end in a heartbeat with one good push by either one of them.
And speaking of that, we're in that pushing match now. A fork has just been fired off from Bubblegum Lift. I believe that's Bubblegum Lift, so that's losing kind of their armor because they're really using that to stop Gizmo getting into the chassis.
Yeah, and those forks are also meant to get underneath the stick. Oh! There we go. Phenomenal fight, has to be said, that one.
Absolutely incredible. Bubblegum Lift doing everything they could to fend off Gizmo, using those forks to their advantage to keep the weapons at arm's reach. The forks are sacrificial, but then Gizmo getting one solid hit, removing a number of forks on the right-hand side, I think, or the left-hand side of the Bubblegum Lift. And that just, I think, gave Gizmo an opening to get into the chassis. That's what threw him up into the air, and then they just had nowhere to go but into the pit.
Yeah, although I think it has to be said, Gizmo has had some fights where it has won without breaking a sweat. That was absolutely not one of them. And even though Gizmo is still a favorite, I think Bubblegum Lift may have shown something of a blueprint to actually try to beat Gizmo, and it seems to be just speed. Be fast, be nimble, be able to get around Gizmo, keep them upside down. Didn't work in this fight, but I mean, that, of all the robots you could lose to, losing to, the most successful one of the past 2 years in such a competitive manner, Sam's going to be happy with that.
Well, I think Bubblegum Lift is quite a new robot as well, so a fantastic first outing.
First attempt at the outing. Let's cut over to Craig and hear what he has to say with the Roboteers.
Down here with Sam. My goodness, you bought it.
Ooh, I know Ellis I know he's always a bit nervous, but he said to me just a second ago, he's got the shakes after that fight. There was a few moments I thought I had him, but Ellis does so well all the time. Gizmo's such a beast, so the fact that I had him for a few moments makes me feel pretty good. I'm happy with that. I'm not upset.
Let's go non-spinner, gang. You really brought it to him there. There are some claps for Sam and Bubblegum Lift, which is now titled Bubble Goo Ift.
Yeah, it's a bit trash. The fork at the front here has kind of been ripped off. I haven't got any more spare, so I'm going to have to go asymmetrical if I do any whiteboards later. But yeah, happy with a good first outing.
That was a damn good first outing. Give it up, everyone, for Sam and Bubblegum Lift. I miss sugar pea. Gizmo. Ellis.
Blue
My
square,
goodness.
ready.
Very quickly, you've got 3 seconds.
My heart rate was 70 at the start. It was 100 by the end.
Ready.
Fair. Good luck in the next one.
So in the red, we have Fatal Deviation.
Robot here.
In the blue,
Stand by.
Propane. Propane, a lethal robot. I feel sorry for Fatal Deviation.
Activate.
Fatal Deviation, at least it's a brick. It's taken abuse before, so we'll see how much abuse it can take against Propane.
I mean, you can definitely see there the maneuverability, able to skirt around, giving Propane a bit of a struggle, but now the shield is being needed because Propane's starting to get some damage done.
Interesting, Fatal Deviation is keeping the weapon lifted up high to prevent the drum from hitting it, so they're trying to leave just with the titanium. Although now it seems like it's sort of waving at this stage. Whoa, look at that.
And it's needing a bit of help here to self-ride because it is stuck. It's waddling around, but it's not really free. And the pit button is enabled.
You made me look bad, and that's not good. An iconic quote from Fatal Deviation. I don't think that lifter is actually working on Fatal Deviation like it was earlier on, and that's impacting its drive.
Well, the countdown has begun. We're near the final seconds. And unfortunately, Fatal Deviation counted out of this fight.
Yeah, bit of a flap in the end, unfortunately, but I mean, you know, had a real fighting spirit, you know, real indie darling, I would say, of this tournament. But
I mean, I must say, I really would have expected Propane to have hit the pit button there. That was such an easy opportunity for them to get a pit.
I mean, listen, it's one of those things, you know, if you've got to win, you've got to win. And, you know, anytime you introduce any kind of jeopardy into it, maybe they could have, but I don't know. It was a decision, but sure, listen, Fatal Deviation, unfortunately, it's out. Propane, gotta say, it's looking pretty good in this competition now. It did win the Brawl event in 2024, and it's looking strong again. I think we're going to be going to Craig now to get some interviews.
Cool, we're down here with Fatal Deviation. First time we've spoken to you today, Joe. How was that for you?
Brief. Yeah, it moved. The weapon worked for a little bit. That's the advantage from last time, so going up in the world.
It's a devastating robot, Propane, to come up against. How did you feel drawing it?
I was told going into my last one that if I won, I would be up against Propane, so it's kind of a poison chalice winning the last one, really. But I survived multiple hits. The wheels were still turning at the end. I just broke a piece of weapon, so.
At least it's still running, right?
Yeah. I'm yet to be knocked out and immobilized with the wheels stopped working, so it's just ends up his roof all the time.
Glorious. Well, hopefully we will see it next time, yeah?
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing. Fatal Deviation. And Andy, Propane, our BBB Beetle Brawl winner from February. He's looking dominant again.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fairly kind of dull match, really. But, you know, it's competition, so there's no point trying to go for more hits. On to the next one.
I'm very aware that data breach was... Oh, no, I'm thinking about a different fight. Don't worry about me. Ignore everything I'm saying. How are you, Andy?
I'm okay. How are you?
Knackered.
Same. That's Robots event, though, isn't it?
That is a robots event. Back to you guys.
Oh, goodness me, I think we're back now.
Were you caught on your phone?
I was indeed.
How unprofessional of you, Owen.
I know. I mean, we can't miss any second of this whiteboard action in front of us here.
Yep, so this is non-competitive, purely for fun. And everybody back in the arena is Grabby. Woo!
I was a fan favorite indeed.
Absolutely. I mean, how could you not just fall in love with that robot? I don't see the little mini bot, unfortunately. Oh, no, there it is. Nippy is in there as well. So we've got some robots that I'm not going to remember, actually, because do you know which one's Flick?
So Flick will be the spring-powered flipper that we'll see here. I don't believe it's been in the main competition. It has been it's been a reserve, but I really love the weapon on this thing. It is so we'll use a servo, and that will pull in its flipping arm, give the spring some tension, and then it can just release it. So it uses a very specific kind of a mechanism. It's called a choo-choo mechanism, I believe, and you'll see some spring flippers use it. I know Tantrum actually used it in BattleBots before they eventually ditched the flipper and went on to the punching vertical spinner, and had slightly more success with that.
So in terms of energy, it's taking the kinetic energy of the servo, storing it as potential, and then just releasing that back to kinetic. Correct. How long does it take to wind up and store that energy?
I don't know. It depends on the speed of the servo. But generally, these mechanisms, it'll be one continuous rotation of the servo itself. I mean, I'm sure that we'll see it there in action. Outside of that, we also have Demon Spirit Mark II. With its sort of twin lifting arms. I actually really do like this design a lot. I think it has definitely had a few teething issues, but you know, the structure of it is smart. There's a lot of really good design principles here. I think the drive base is solid enough to work on. And finally, we have in its third iteration today, we have Cormoran going back to the large wheels again.
Well, the large wheels with almost a wrecking ball kind of attachment onto it. So I think that we're just going to see a lot of flailing around, I think, by that robot today.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the idea. It's going to be a very, very Cormoran-esque fight. moving around. Very, it's going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to it.
So in terms of aggression, I think Flick is the one with the most powerful weapon going into this fight.
I would say so, yes.
And then we've got Grabby with that ability to hold on to, for dear life, to any robot that's with it. Cormoran, I don't know what to say about that robot. It has been through many iterations today. I will just say, fantastically uniformed by the Roboteer.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Green
I have
square,
learned so
ready.
much about Cornwall
Yellow
over the past
square,
few years.
ready.
Yeah, their Celtic origins.
Indeed, yeah.
Absolutely.
No, it's been educational.
Robot is stand
Beautiful,
by.
beautiful part of the country. So in the red corner, Grabby. In the blue corner, Corman.
Activate.
In the pit area is Flick, and that only leaves Demon Spirit up against the pit wall. And immediately they go into one big cluster of a pile.
Yeah, so hopefully this will get untangled in time. Already we can see Demon Spirit sort of making the first advantage here. Now we will see can Flick self-right with its spring flipper. It's winding up. There we go.
Hey, a beautiful little
Very
jump
nice
from
half.
Flick. That's actually a really cute little mechanism.
Yeah,
it's
and
got
now
there.
you can see it there working in. So it's taking a bit of time. It seems to take about a second to fully, maybe like 2 seconds to arm up.
Pit
But,
enabled.
I mean, so long as it's got electrical power, it's going to be quite as powerful every time.
So Flick actually managing to flip itself over with the power of its weapon. And we've got Grabby and, Demon Spirit, all of them just muddled in together. Grabby's trying to find someone to hold on to as Flick comes in behind and turns him upside down. And look at that pinch on Corman, really pulling the wheels in together.
Yeah, Corman's trying to hit Grabby with the flail back sort of as revenge. But it doesn't seem to be able to have the momentum to actually lift it up. Demon Spirit has been actually getting under quite a few opponents here at this stage. It's driving much better at this than in the main tournament, that to be said.
Yeah, which is a bit of a shame for them. They would have loved a better starting in the beginning of the competition, but still the whiteboards are a great chance for some fun, some opportunity to get involved. And Grabby there, trying to get involved, trying to hold on to Flick, I think, but couldn't quite do so because Demon Spirit's pushed him up against the wall.
Yeah, so again, more pressure from Demon Spirit. Flick continually active, but struggling a bit to actually land the major hits. And you can see, the force of the weapon if it doesn't go off in time.
Fight pause.
And we have had a fight pause due to an unsticking. So one of Grabby's...
That'd be Grabby and Corman, who are clearly entangled together. So we're just going to have a quick 20 seconds left on the clock. And amazingly, 4 robots, no one's hit the pit button.
No, they've all been keeping it very, very clean. No one's been going for the instant elimination. I mean, if we are judges, I don't know if this one will be a go to the judges.
I think it's just Sean.
I think it'll either be Sean or it'll be decided by the audience.
Well, I'm right here, and I'm the be-all and end-all of judging decisions.
There we go.
Especially wearing those glasses.
All I'm saying, it's not going to Reese. I'm sorry, buddy. It's not going to you, mate. Jog on.
3, 2.
So some friendly hand gestures exchanged between the two, but we're back into the fight. Flick getting immediately onto its wheels, and Grabby getting hit as a result. And immediately Grabby goes straight for the wheels of Corman. They're just having a big hug.
8,
Grabby's got its target.
7,
Corman is in there.
5,
Flick
4,
still struggling
3,
again. More pressure
2,
from Demon
1.
Spirit there. And there we go, at the end of the fight. That was a fun one. So we're going to start to slowly, hopefully the competitors will make their way back over to the arena. Or we still seem to, there we go. So still...
I think Grabby has still got a vendetta against Corman. They're having a little bit of a tussle. Some words are being exchanged.
Yeah, some late hits, incredibly unsafe here. I mean,
They really... I don't want to. I mean, the Cornish have come all this way to be here in Bristol, and they get picked on by Grabby. That's so rude.
Yeah, it was just like a a summerside picnic. They've just been swarmed by bees. What? Okay. So, we were originally going to give it to Sean for the vote. However,
Whoa!
However,
boo.
You've been overruled.
We are going to give it to the audience who are here. So, all of you down in the downstairs and upstairs, if you think that Flick won, make some noise.
One person.
Okay.
One
right.
supporter.
Shout out to that one guy. You know what's up.
If you think Grabby and Nippy won, make some noise. All right. If you think Demon Spirit Mark II won, make some noise.
That's five people.
And if you think Cormoran won, make some noise.
Ooh.
I think that one's pretty definitive. And we'll hear Sean's instinct.
I think it's the B, but they've definitely been paid off, all of them. But yeah, I think your winner is Grabby. Give it up. Let's go.
Hey, well. And in a show of swarm mentality, Grabby and Nippy have taken the win. Well done to both of them.
I mean, I don't want to call it a popularity vote. These spectators are really keen Roboteers. They understand the minutiae of the battle. And Grabby was absolutely the one in charge. Did you see the pincer maneuver on Corman?
Yeah,
honestly, they deserved that win.
There was aggression. There was constant aggression, has to be said. Very spirited. I think all of the Roboteers will be happy with their performances in that fight. Like, there was a few machines here that didn't really get to show off everything they wanted to do in the main tournament. And again, this is what whiteboards are good for. Like, if you can't get a robot working for the main competition, you might just be able to get it working for the whiteboards. And even just being able to test it in an arena to prove, your ideas work, your theory works, everything works. It's a big boost.
The thing about the whiteboards is that they're typically they're friendlies. Effectively they are friendlies. They're not for the win. They're not for the marbles. So it's an opportunity for Roboteers to have a bit of fun and be less tense, because I think that's one thing that Roboteers do get in the competition. Holding the controller, they know how important it is to stay focused, and they just tense up, and that doesn't give them a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Really, it's actually quite a tense environment.
So we have another whiteboard here now coming up. Now, generally with whiteboards, there will be two different kinds of whiteboards, the non-spinner and the spinner whiteboard. So what we saw was a non-spinner whiteboard, very good for more of the control designs or newer builds to show themselves up. Spinner whiteboards are sort of good for the opposite reason. They're a good way of, throwing a robot in. It's not going to, you don't care if it gets damaged. You just want to know how much damage it can take. And in terms of the armament here, we got a lot. Hold on, we have a statement here.
Hello, I'm just here. Are we tri-casting? Let me scoot over, actually. I want to get involved
hop on
into the commentary
There you go.
gang here. Who we got in the box?
So we will have Percussive Maintenance XL, the Axebot. We will have Freak, the Undercutter. We have got Dalos coming in. And we have got Any Grapes coming in as well.
So someone on the live stream did ask, is Freak out of the competition? Unfortunately, there's your confirmation. They are in the whiteboard rounds. You can see the brackets. Craig has very kindly put the links in the web chat. Thank you, everyone who's joined us online. We're almost in the 300 spectator category concurrent, so that's actually really cool with the live audience we have here today as well. Almost 80 people online with 200 odd in the St. Michael's Centre. Thank you everyone again for turning out, giving your support, and we're hoping to give you some fantastic Roboteering.
So I'm just, hold on, I'll grab my glasses in a second. I'm just giving you an idea just for where Freak was knocked out. Freak lost to Frenzy in the Redemption match, okay?
And Frenzy was an incredible robot.
I must say, from talking to them after, the shaft on Frenzy was just banana. You could ride a skateboard off that ramp. So Freak, not to be underestimated here in this fight. One not to be underestimated as well is Dolos. Dolos is mean and lean. And we've got Strootwaffle. Thank you so much.
Nice. Yeah, no, Dolos, I would say, of all these robots, by far is the most successful. Dolos has wins at other events.
So everyone in that fight should target Morgan. No. Yes, they should.
Well, I'm just going to say, spectators, please beware. This is going to be a battle of robots in the air against the wall. Sparks will fly as we count this one down.
Yeah, indeed.
Roboteers, stand by.
Yeah, it's interesting. Percussive Maintenance has a dual wedge and fork conflict, which is very interesting.
Well, with the blend of robots in the arena, you've got to prepare for everything. And Thomas has tried to do that. He's got the half forks, and never mind, it won't save him from that at all.
Already one wheel knocked out. Dalos with a new wedge that we've never really seen here. This tri-wedge saw blaze inspired, I would say.
Whittled away is on its side. It's not looking good, but Freak over there, please take care of the arena walls. They're delicate.
It feels like Dalos is trying to get Any Grapes back into the fight. Incredibly sporting.
Well, I can see the belt of Any Grapes, and their wheels or their feet are moving, but the weapon is just not allowing them off the wall, so they are stuck. And Freak now, with that fully charged weapon, actually, they've just depowered it.
Dolos' arm has fallen off, by the way. Oh my goodness.
That was a very nasty hit. But again, that's why an overcutter like Freak can be very dangerous at times. Literally lift that arm itself.
Oh, something. Oh, it's a wheel off Yao's robot. It's 2 wheels off Yao's robot. Freak is hitting the wall.
An absolute freak today, it has to be said.
Everyone is
around.
broken, bad, and bruised. With that.
I don't know, but all I can say is Freak is still working. We can see that the arm is so messed up.
Oh, it's so sad.
It seems like Connors is trying to get. Oh, he's just sending the weapon straight in. No fear at all. This is why whiteboards are so good. You would never do that in a main tournament.
Oh, he would. Yao always does.
True, actually, yeah. No, legend.
Oh, there he goes.
Morgan, seeing that there was a chance of fun in the arena, has ended it.
God, Morgan, known for ending fun. That's what he's known for, really.
Anyway, Freak still spinning up, still freaking it out. Dallas sort of now with nothing really for Freak to hit. Oh, and sort of Gotti Breaks getting bullied.
Oh, is it Harry driving Freak? He's driving Freak, Harry T. And he's gone down the pit.
There you go.
Dallas, your winner.
I mean, there's the reason why Dallas is one of the most successful bots here. You know, sort of a reserve today, but, you know, phenomenal performance there. You know, even without a weapon, even without a head or an arm.
Never underestimate the D. That's what they call him,
No.
the big D. That's what they call him.
Yes, never underestimate the big D.
I didn't know Harry was driving that robot. He did quite well.
I think so. I mean, Freak was. I mean, it seems like Freak as well. It's got the power.
There's a.
Unquestionably, it has the power. But
Got any grapes builders? A pro. Hello.
The drive didn't break.
That's good.
There you go.
That's good. Everything else did though.
Yeah.
It fell off. It fell over. Landed on its face. Very sad.
There we go. You know, I had someone in the chat say that I was maybe a bit mean as a commentator. I'm glad you're here as well with me. This is a great balance.
Listen, chat. I'm terrible. I'm awful.
Yeah.
And you can't just. Who said that? I'm watching you.
Yeah. He will DOS you if need be, or DDoS you.
Oh yeah, allegedly.
There we go.
Ryan's here. How you doing, Ryan?
So,
I'm very good, apart from the fact I don't have a chair anymore.
anyway,
Just take Tom Brewster's.
But I like Tom Brewster.
Take the other one.
But I like the other one.
Do you want to sit on my lap?
Yes, please.
Okay. Come on.
I'm gonna call it for now.
Oh, there we got another. A seat has opened up. I'm going to move over.
I did not get to sit on their lap.
No? Oh, no, round of 16. All right, we are resuming with competition as usual. Round of 16. Round of 16.
We are getting through the day, and someone's given us snacks.
And you're getting through those Strudel waffles.
Oh, they're so good.
Stroop waffles? Stroop
They
waffles.
are so good. Thank you so much.
All right, so who do we got next? We've got Luchador, reigning champion here at Bristol Bottles Champions 2024. And Frenzy. No, not Frenzy. I lied. Carbon Copy. Sorry, I couldn't read the screen. It was just horrible.
So this is going to be an interesting matchup for Luchador because they have been fantastically well controlled, but they're now going to find themselves up against not one, but 2 robots. Now, granted, those robots are a little lighter, well, half the weight that they would otherwise be, but if they're going for the pit, if they're going for the Uta zone, they have to get both out. Carbon Copy is still in this match if one of the robots falls into the Uta zone.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Carbon Copy wants to win this fight, you've just got to swarm Jack Franklin, really overwhelm him. That's the secret for numbers. Numbers are the secret when it comes to a cluster. And if you're Jack, you want to focus on the crowd control, really isolate the clusters and take one out of the equation so you can make it that unfair advantage for yourself to dominate the 1v1. So it's all going to come down to driving, and Jack Franklin, he's all right. He's all right. Not too bad.
I mean, I just want to talk about the appearance of Luchador. That is an absolutely incredible-looking robot. And I'm amazed it hasn't really suffered any damage so far in this competition.
Yeah, he's nailed the look, Jack Franklin. He's, well, I don't know if you've seen the big horizontal wedges he has. They look like Sideshow Bob's shoes. It's really good. Really good job from him from sparking colours. And then the Carbon Copy, they look like penguins. I don't want your opinion on this. They look like penguins.
I mean, not... have you seen the trailer for the new Wallace and Gromit film?
No, I'm out of the loop on that, I'm afraid.
I was going to say, you
I'm
need
too
to...
youthful.
You need
I'm
to...
sorry.
You need to catch up, because that penguin's terrifying. It doesn't really strike me as a penguin.
Is it the penguin with a hat? and he's like, he just does crime.
I'm just trying to think what else I could equate it to. Maybe a puffin.
Yeah, I don't hate that. Like a puffin.
Because it's got the orange beak as well with the flippers.
I see it. And they're little guys. They're always little guys.
Yeah, the little guys who just waddle around. So, Luchador, quite aptly, making its way to the red zone. That means Carbon Copy is going to be lining up in the blue. And I don't know. I think this is going to be an interesting matchup, but I do fear for Carbon Copy. They've really got to be on their own game. And it's not just one Roboteer that needs to be good.
Ready.
2 Roboteers,
Blue
because it's 2
square,
people
ready.
controlling 2 robots.
Yeah, they both have to be on their A game for Jack
Stand
Franklin.
by.
The reigning champion,
3,
and we're about to get started
2,
now. Here we
1.
go.
Activate.
So Luchador immediately getting in and flipping, but flipping themselves over in the process. Carbon Copy, the individual cluster bars, are so light. Luchador's actually over-flipping himself.
Yeah, there's enough power in that flipping arm to throw these things quite far. He's going to give it half the weight, and he's going to show that now. There he goes.
And that's a 2 for 1, absolutely. But now Carbon Copy, they're starting to get in.
That's
Look
it,
at
that's
that, using the arm to actually close down Luchador's flipper.
Big grab there, but I think
Enable.
Luchador's a bit fast, a bit too fast for them to capitalise on that, really change the pace. There we go, skate ramp over. That's what we love to see, little kick flip over the top.
And now, whilst Luchador's flipping one, Carbon Copy, the other cluster ball, gets underneath. That was really good opportunity, but they weren't really able to do much with it.
No, not really. They seem to be a bit dysfunctional, a bit disorganised, really, attacking each other. It's maybe they've been paid off by Jack. I'm sure they have. But there we go.
Well, the pit button has been activated. We're into the second half of this fight now as the 2 Carbon Copies are fighting each other. And Luchador almost got both of them, but the pit does take some time to lower down.
Look at this, Carbon Copy. Both sides of Luchador there, but Jack able to get away. And now the pin, a flip over the railing. One's gone, now it's all 1 versus 1.
And I think Luchador is just going to pin him up against the wall and say, job done. Thank you very much for coming. Luchador very close to the pit, though. That was a bit tedious.
Parks it up very nicely. A bit of parallel parking there.
I mean, the countdown still had to come. There was an opportunity where Luchador could, if they misjudged that by a couple more centimetres, that wheel would have tipped him into the pit. I'm just saying, that got a little bit careless.
That would have been quite funny if I'm up here and watching that. But no, Jack Franklin, good as ever on the sticks. He's known for his drifting capabilities.
And, well, Carbon Copy unceremoniously thrown into the Uta zone and then rudely put up against the wall. Job done. They are through to the knockout rounds. The head-to-heads.
I'm out skis. I'm getting my robot.
Of course, you've got to compete. So, hopefully we'll get the robots out of the arena. We'll then go over to Craig. And Dave, poor Dave, is struggling, desperately struggling to reach into the arena. This is a grabber game. You don't win any prizes. Oh, has he got it? Oh, I want a big cheer once this comes out. Way! Well done, David. That looks very difficult. And so there are 8 rounds of 16 to come up. Robots that need to be on the ready tables. Impulsive versus Jackhammer, that's round 3. Round 4, Chris Griffin 2 versus Resistance. Babrog versus Antithesis. And then 7th Circle versus Propane. Also to the ready tables, getting ready, Chucky versus Bad Daddy. Nice to have you back, Shane.
Hello. They moved my robot for me. How nice of them.
That's very kind. Well, you're doing a good job.
Thank you.
So they're helping you out.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, who we got next? We got this. Now listen, this is the fight.
Not to cut you off, but we've got Craig with some reporting to do.
Down in the booth with Carbon Copy. That was a time.
That was a bit tougher. Yeah, tried our best, but yeah, oh well, too bad.
Luchador is a fearsome opponent, right? It was the champion last year. How did you feel coming up against it?
Bit nervous, to be honest. I thought exactly that. He was just pushing us around. You know, it's a bit difficult to get under the sides of him. It's well designed. Like it's hard to grip. But there you go.
You guys did manage to get under it a few times, though, and give it a little bit of a lift. I was thinking, are they going to be able to capitalize on it?
Yeah, it's very temporary, isn't it? He's up there and then he's off again as soon as something else happens. So.
Well, we love to see it. Carbon Copy is an amazing robot to see. Can we give it up for Carbon Copy, everybody?
Thank you, guys.
Jack Franklin, Luchador. The pressure's on. Can he do it again?
I don't know.
That was beautiful, thank you. How's it doing? It looks, it's doing the thing.
Yeah, it's going pretty well. Running it as a flipper today, which is a bit unusual and not really what I want for Luchador, but I had some technical issues. But it's working great, so it's a really fun robot to run.
And you will continue to run it in future fights. Well done, Jack Franklin and Luchador.
Big round of applause. So, I'm going to call Luchador the favourite to win this competition. I'm putting my money there, absolutely.
Well, let me introduce you to these two in the cage. We've got Jack Tweedy and Schism. Now, this is probably the most, well, in my opinion, one of the best hammer swords out there. Top three for sure. He's not been on battle box. He's an expert in his field, and obviously Frenzy, raw aggression. That's the name of the game.
Very rapid, a very, very rapid robot. This is going to be a fast-paced fight. Good luck keeping up with it. And up into the air immediately goes Schism.
There we go. Tweedy on the attack here, pinning Frenzy down. It's about keeping it under control, nearly over the wall there.
So you can see Schism really trying to put Frenzy up against that wall and then letting their spinning weapon flip them out into the area once they make contact. But now Frenzy coming back in for some damage.
Yeah, I mean, the lids on Frenzy aren't the most durable thing, so Tweedy can go through them with that spinning lid on the arm. But look at this, I think there's a pin into the wall.
No, the link has come out. That is it, everybody. Frenzy is the winner. The link was removed from Schism, and that is a surgical removal. And that has immobilized the robot. They are out of the fight.
That's it. Sure fooled me. And now I've got to go get my robot.
Yes, you have a fight to prepare for, but that is how quick it can turn around in these combats. We're watching the replay now. Some fantastic battles. Was becoming quite a loud fight, actually, with the drum beater hitting against the floor. A bit of a tussle back and forth. And I'm keeping my eyes on the replay because I want to see the exact moment the link got pulled out. We can see their Frenzy flipping Schism all over the arena. And almost a good pin there, actually, by Schism. And I think, was that it? No, Frenzy still very much going, as is Schism. And there, that was where it was. It was slightly off camera. I think Frenzy just fell down on top of Schism. And that was enough to remove the link. So, Craig, is anyone over with you to talk to?
No, they're too busy having a chat themselves.
Well, let's see if we can encourage the long-haired boys over to you.
Let's get these robots in there. Let's get Schism. Jack Tweedy. The plug in the back of your robot. The butt plug. It has come out.
It's not in the back, Craig. It's in the top. You deviant. That's he hit the top, and the link, because of the cable tie, got pulled out. Safety is overrated.
Safety is overrated. There's going to be Americans going wild in the chat.
And I'm now one of them.
It's an unfortunate loss, but we always knew that was going to be a devastating kind of blow, right, when you two came together.
Yeah, it was always going to be a hard-hitting fight regardless. It's just an annoying way to lose more than anything.
Well, you've done amazingly to get here, Jack Tweedy. We love you, Jack Tweedy, and we love Schism as well. Congratulations, Jack Tweedy, on making it to the round of 16. Give it up for Schism, everyone. And very quickly, Ari, come. You have 3 seconds to describe your experience in that fight. Ow. Cool.
Couldn't put it any better myself. We will see them in the round of 8.
Ready.
In the red corner, Jackhammer. In the blue,
Robot
Impulse.
Stand by.
And Jackhammer is going to be coming down with
3,
their soaring
2,
hammer weapon.
1.
And Impulse is
Activate.
going to be driving around rapid to try and get underneath Jackhammer, and there's going to be a pushing fight. We saw Jackhammer there go for a grab. Unfortunately for them, Impulse managed to get out of the way. And now right on the side, this is exactly what you want to do in a control battle. You need to get round the side of the robot because the forks just really get in the way. They hinder any movement. And I'm joined by Sam. Please help me out.
Impulse is really good. Really, really good. And Jackhammer, with no weapon, kind of limiting in what they can actually do. They can grab and...
Enable.
I do like how they've kind of... I think they've changed the direction of the arm so that they can now use it as a grabber instead of just a hammer saw. But Impulse here, I mean, it's not what it's designed to do, is it, Jackhammer? It's designed to hit things, and unfortunately, they're kind of being bullied around the arena by the Impulse, who is just an absolute force in the arena, isn't it?
Impulse is definitely controlling the direction, the pace of this fight, constantly staying underneath Jackhammer. They just seem to be able to get to the side of Jackhammer, no matter what Jackhammer does. Jackhammer just can't pivot, and is that Impulse getting Jackhammer into the pit?
Not quite. Jackhammer escapes, but they're kind of, I think they've got some kind of issue with their drive on that one side. They're kind of pulling to the one side, aren't they? They're not running true. Impulse hovering around the pit to try and get the pitting if they can.
Well, as I say, they got caught in no man's land because that's a difficult area.
Oh, great attack by Impulse. Down the pit goes Jackhammer, and a place in the top 8 for Impulse.
I mean, you are absolutely spot on. Jackhammer just seemed to have some maneuverability issues, and maybe traction, maybe a drive wheel had gone, maybe a belt had gone. It's really tiny things that can make your robot not perform the way you want it to.
Absolutely.
And watching the replay, you really can get a sense of just how on top of Jackhammer Impulsive was. The whole way around, they were giving him no respite.
Impulse has been like, again, it's kind of grown quite quickly through in the community as like a really, established and strong robot. It's, these days, it's if you're beating Impulse, you're doing a good job. We saw that, they beat Icebreaker earlier on today. Icebreaker is incredible. I'm not just saying that because I lost to Icebreaker. Like, it's won 4 or 5 events this year.
Yeah.
And Impulse made it look silly.
Watching the replay, you can see Impulse's experience there, not following Jackhammer into the no man's zone. Craig, let's go over to you with Jackhammer.
Reese, it has been a troubled run for Jackhammer this year.
I think you're not going to win a fight like that against a robot like that if you're me and that robot. That's just not going to happen.
It is sad that the disc wasn't working. I mean, it's such a devastating robot. We've seen it in the past. But you still managed to make it to the round of 16, right?
Yeah, we got further through than we probably should have. But, I mean, thanks to everyone here, I've got some good ideas that I can take home to try and make it work in future so that maybe we can have some of that actual damage and interesting to watch Jackhammer that we've had before.
We love to see it. Give it up for Jackhammer, everyone. What a machine. And you've got the 3-second interview. Go.
That was good. Bye.
Cool.
I'm really enjoying these 3-second interviews.
They're really good.
Do you know what? Let's make this a staple. Whoever wins, we don't want to hear from you.
Red square.
Because we'll hear from you in the next round, obviously.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
we're
going to hear from them again. We don't need them.
In the red circle, lights, we have Resistance. And
stand
in the
by.
blue, Chris Griffin 2.
What a beautiful rhyme. I didn't know you were a poet.
Well, I didn't know that, but Chris Griffin 2 and Resistance come to blows in the arena. Chris Griffin 2 is not spinning as freely as they would have liked. Now they're starting to get somewhere. Their 10-inch death disc. Oh, good attack on Resistance.
And you can see that flipped up the forks there of Resistance, and right now we'd have something for them to aim for. That's going to make it harder for Chris Griffin 2 to go over the top, but actually the fork has just come back down.
Oh, great impact there, and Resistance has died on the spot. Unbelievable. Oh, it's back.
It's back. That was a little bit of a false finish there. And look at the
But the pit button was
flying.
activated, surely. No?
No commentary bias there.
I thought it was.
Decision.
Ref says no. Resistance has lost a drive wheel. Chris Griffin has lost a weapon, I think.
Well, just looking at Chris Griffin, I know he's got 2 wheels there so that it can activate either way. They're not going to win a pushing match with Resistance.
Or will
That's
they?
just not something
Or
they'll
will
do.
they? Never know. But Chris Griffin has scored the big damage hits, but Resistance is now back and rolling again, although that wheel is still not entirely happy.
It doesn't look like they're in full control, but they have managed to maneuver themselves around the floor. And yeah, there's definitely something sticking there, which is in Chris Griffin's favour.
Oh,
and we're getting
drag
close.
Resistance to the pits. Can they do it? Chris Griffin. Oh, it just gets away.
Well, all Resistance can do is seesaw, and to be able to get out of there with limited control, that is fantastic driving, you do have to say.
Absolutely.
So 30 seconds left of this fight, and it's still anyone's to play for. The damage category's been an interesting one. Not many big hits. It's all been based on the control. Resistance getting very close. They need to be careful here.
Yeah, they do. I think as well as that, the fact that they haven't been able to finish off Chris Griffin is going to count maybe against them. They're close to the pits.
And if I was Chris Griffin, I would want to stay in the corner. Resistance is more at risk here, as we just saw. Almost teetering on the edge.
Away with it.
And now they are running into the wall. I don't know if they can get back out.
I think they are just about great control again by Gareth, but it's going to go to time between Chris Griffin 2 and Resistance. I wouldn't want to be a judge for that one. That's a tough one to call. You see here, Chris Griffin escaping the corner a lot more easily, but Resistance were able to follow them out. It wasn't as if they were stuck in the corner. They were able to escape and pursue them across the arena.
So we did see the weapon of Chris Griffin too. It did come into effect. Some sparks did fly.
Yes.
I suspect there is a bit of damage on Resistance.
There was a big hit, wasn't there, where it kind of flew across the arena and stopped briefly. It then came back, but without one of the front wheels.
And that's such a weird thing for a robot to do, just to be static and then come back alive.
It could be anything. Like, it could be a receiver issue or a transmitter issue. I don't know if Gareth did, but I think he might have turned his controller off and on, which, as basic as it sounds, could actually remedy the issue. Craig, can you see if you're going to pick up anything that we haven't?
My goodness, I'm down here with both Chris Griffin 2 and Resistance. My goodness, that was some big hits.
I tightened some bolts that were loose, and it did better.
Whoa, that's deep. Where were those bolts from?
Believe it or not, Accu.com.
BBB.GD/Accu are sponsors for today. Building tomorrow, big change starts small.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, it went pretty good. I think you lost a bit of drive, and then I lost a belt. It slipped up past the flange of the pulley. I'm sure the camera...
Oh, look at that.
Look at that belt. That's not where it's supposed to be. But yeah, it was good. Really good fight.
One of the bolts you tightened?
Yes, I did tighten the belt. That was it. But no, good.
How'd you feel that went, Gareth?
Oh, it was a good fight. One of the wheels locked up a little bit early into the fight, but dealt with it. Tried the best we could. Nearly got him in the pit, but it is what it is.
Got me in the pit, all right.
Ooh, it's tense down here. Have our judges made a decision yet? Or are we buying time? They are still going here.
Yeah, we're still debating. They're still debating. At the moment, we're currently loading in for the next fight, but we have no idea who won yet.
If I give you 20
it
quid,
must be
judges,
it
can
must
I
be
have
a
the
close
win?
one. They are frantically writing down numbers as we speak.
It's a tough one, and it's a close one. How do you guys feel?
I hit stuff. It was good. It was good. It was good.
Do you reckon you've got it?
I don't know. I think it goes either way. But I think weapon effectiveness, driving weapon effectiveness. Sorry, Ryan, I've got a problem with it. Yeah, 50-50 is coin flip.
And what about you, Gareth?
My weapon was fully effective. I don't have one. And neither did Hot by the end of the fight either. So his weapon wasn't very effective at all.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
We have a decision.
Audience, beforehand, how would you call it? Would you give it to Chris Griffin 2? Would you give it to Resistance?
Ooh.
Let's see if the judges agree.
Well, it was a unanimous decision. Very close, but a unanimous one nonetheless. In favour of Chris Griffin 2.
Chris Griffin 2. Wildly more successful than Chris Griffin 1.
He's on the TV show. He can't.
Blue
Chris
square.
Griffin 1's on the TV show, Craig.
We'll see Chris Griffin 2 again very soon.
Stand by.
Well, and I will say the live stream chat, they also agreed. They were in favour of Chris Griffin.
Activate.
In the, Babrog and Antithesis, you should know who they are by now. We've been around a couple of fights.
Absolutely. These two. Oh, brilliant attack here from Antithesis going through the back of Babrog. Oh, it's bending the arm.
You hate to see it. Babrog being squeezed, pressed, and bullied.
Jed, he has a family. Don't do that. Goodness me.
So Babrog, they're desperately going to be doing, well, there's nothing they can do. What can they do to get away from this?
Panic and wiggle the sticks is generally the idea.
But they've managed to get free, and Babrog looking fully mobile. So they are back in this game. They've got some ground to make up, though, because in terms of the judges, that's going to go heavily in Antithesis.
I wonder how active that weapon's going to be now on Babrog, because that was what was getting bent. So keep an eye out for the Babrog weapon. They've got to get in underneath.
And I'm seeing some brilliant manoeuvring here. Babrog trying to tempt Antithesis into a forward drive, which would have put him into the pits.
Down comes the
crusher.
Again.
Not again. Please, I can't watch.
He's got Antithesis by the front and do it. Oh, my word.
This is so
what
cruel.
Driving.
Hanging on an edge.
Amazing driving from Jed Priest. And down the pit goes Babrog.
Long live the king. That was a Lion King maneuver.
Absolutely. The stampede of wildebeest down below has swallowed up Babrog, but through to the top 8, Antithesis with the crusher.
But let's talk about that. A pinch on the ramp, carried them over to the edge, and then just dangled them off, and they left them there to weep about their
they have to
future.
think about long and hard about what they did, but that was supremely driven by Jed. round the back of Babrog there, crumpling down on Babrog through the back. I don't know if that weapon's working anymore on Babrog. That might be something for him to look at later. But
I mean, I know it's a plastic build, but watching it bend and twist like that, it just doesn't feel good.
The shaft in the middle won't be. That'll have to be something fairly solid. So that looked like it was getting bent. So I wonder how. Well, hopefully we can see that with Craig in a minute. But the Antithesis has never had a run like this, through to the top 8 in some style.
And now we'll go over to Craig and Owen to talk about their misery.
So here with Owen and Babrog, my goodness, that was brutal.
Yeah, I mean, there was so little I could really do in that fight. As soon as,
They're real good.
I mean, the first grab was very impressive, the way it actually got into the bulkhead. Doesn't look like it's damaged anything, but that was bending down really far. And in the second grab, like once that happened, the pit was down. It's such a fast robot, you just can't get under it, and it's got so much drive power. So, yeah, you know, it's another loss, but sure, it was.
And you're such an established and brilliant driver yourself. I mean, it speaks volumes for what Jed must be doing, right?
I mean, yeah, he's driving just out of his mind this tournament. It's been unreal so far. I can only hope that he goes further and wins, you know?
We'd love to see it. And we love Babrog as well. What a beautiful robot, everyone. With that grab and lift, some amazing suplexes earlier. Give it up, everyone, for Babrog. Jed, you get the thing. You get the thing. 3 seconds. Get in, go. 3 seconds. Describe the fight. Okay.
I mean, that sounds about right, actually. That's completely on brand.
Red square.
Absolutely.
Blue square. Red.
So we have 7th circle in the red zone. In the blue, we have Propane. This is going to be an interesting battle. I am predicting sparks are flying. Audience, keep your eyes peeled as they start to combine and hit into each other.
Oh, there goes 7th circle, recovers with the spinning disc, but Propane is the one forcing the issue. And pushing back on 7th circle, struggling to get an impact on that weapon of its own.
I mean, 7th circle is doing a lot of damage to itself, spinning around the arena. Propane very sound and stable, but now 7th circle getting on the side. Disc to disc, that is never going to work.
That's the end of that. He's tapped out. That's the end of that. Propane through to the top 8, looking very impressive. 7th circle on its back, over and out.
I wonder what caused David to tap out there. Do you think it was going to
I don't think he was driving very happily. I think the weapon was still working.
Well, I think we.
Oh, is that a bit of tap regret?
Yeah, tap
so
regret.
he tapped because he didn't think it would right itself, but it did.
Untap, undo. We have a redo. Oh, so that's such a shame. We could have had an extended fight there, but sometimes it is better to live another day. But when you're into the round of 8, you really do want to keep yourself in the competition to come so far. And I think that's an experience, really, that as a roboteer you have to learn from. You now know that robot is capable of something you didn't before.
It's about pacing yourself, and ultimately, Propane has been here before. It won. I can't remember if it won this year or last year, the February competition here, and on a very good run again. Onto the round of 8, 7th circle, been massively redesigned this year. Got lots of new bits and parts on it. Still a few teething issues to work out, but it's still a fearsome robot. You don't want to come up against it, and I think we're going over to Craig, who's got Andy and Propane.
Got Andy and Propane, as Sam just said. That was that could have gone either way, right? There were some big weapons in there.
Yeah, it was quite a close match, really, until obviously you got stuck in a position you didn't want to be in, and then that was that, really. Yeah. On to the next one.
On to the next one, indeed. Propane looking as dominant as ever. It's into the round of 8. Thinking you can take it all the way again?
I don't know, we'll just go as far as we can. Depends who we're against, but hopefully.
Dreamy. Propane, everyone. And Dave, how was that for you?
I came out of that in reasonable one piece, which is more than I was expecting to happen.
It's a tough draw, right?
Propane is an immense machine. There's, I'll say, people come out in a lot worse condition. So, yeah, there's nothing to sneeze at that robot, it really isn't.
Absolutely not. Well, give it up, everyone, for 7th Circle and Dave.
I love that. You believe in Jack. Yeah. Okay, so we have 2 more round of 16 fights still to go. First up, we have Chucky and Bad Daddy, and our last one in a minute will be Data Breach and Gizmo. No offense, Ellis, I hope you lose.
Not quite the last. Oh, no, it is the last one. Then we're into the round of 8.
Yeah.
And before round of 8, we have some whiteboards. Sam,
We
would
do.
you like to call them off?
Yes, so can we please have to the ready tables Ernie, Monterey Jack, Kairos, Digestive, Bulbaror, Groundbreaker 2, CDG, and Home Improvement, please.
I'm seeing quite a few spinning whiteboards.
There's a lot of spinners there.
That's
isn't
a
there?
lot of spinners in a short succession.
A lot of energy.
Definitely stick around for that. That won't be long to wait for that whiteboard.
No, not at all.
Very rare, actually. I'm not used to seeing so much destruction in a whiteboard.
I think a lot of the spinners have gone out. Like, there was a lot of spinners in the competition anyway, but I think a lot of them have gone out quite early, so they've still got a little bit of an itch to scratch, and I think they're gonna try and scratch it all out on each other.
Yeah, hopefully they won't use the scratch to.
The paintwork of the arena. Craig's going to have a very long day repainting this arena, isn't he? Where is Craig? Where are you?
Well, no, I don't think it should be repainted.
No,
The
you just leave
The
it.
beauty of an arena is the scars that's been engraved into it.
True.
Look at the battle scars. That was beautiful, crystal clear. Look at it on the camera, the beautiful spots of shiny, I'm assuming it's steel.
Yeah. Yeah, a few chunks out of the plastic as well on the side. You know, there's a nice couple of cuts right in front of us there, but still perfectly safe. Thank you.
Perfectly safe. And we haven't lost any GoPros yet, so Stephen's
I know.
happy.
Stephen's loving it. Streamy Stephen in the corner. He's the reason why we're able to bring you this amazing setup today. So thank you to Stephen. Shout out to him.
Absolutely. He is pivotal to the live stream audience and the ability to go back and re-watch any of these fights. So those in the live audience here with us today,
Absolutely.
if you do want to go back and relive any of the fights, maybe show your friends, go onto the YouTube channel. I think it's Joe Brown's YouTube channel.
It is the Joe Brown YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Like and subscribe.
But Bristol Bot Builders, BBB, Beetle Champs 2024, that will get you there. Beetle Champs should get you there as well.
Absolutely, yep. So, we have Bad Daddy and Chucky. Chucky, of course, a recent event winner itself. It won in Norfolk a few weeks ago. Taking on Bad Daddy. I don't think Bad Daddy's yet won an event just yet, but it's certainly placed quite highly a few times. It's very, very dangerous on its day.
I think we'd all agree it's a robot that certainly has the potential.
Absolutely. With a good run, it can win today, no problem. There's still a few dangerous robots out there, but Bad Daddy's definitely one of them.
I have nothing more to add. So I think we should get ready for the fight. As Chucky goes into the blue zone, Bad Daddy goes into the red zone, and there's a mini cluster bot. How did they sneak in?
Well, Dylan's son, Adam, who drives Icebreaker,
Red square.
is driving the mini bot. I don't know what the mini bot's called. Does it have a
Robot
name?
is.
Has no
Stand
name.
by.
Well, that's a shame. I'm sure we'll find one by the end of the
YouTube
fight.
chat, get us a name for the mini bot for Chucky. We'll workshop it.
Chucky going immediately after Bad Daddy, but Bad Daddy's weapon up to speed and up in the air goes Chucky.
Chucky through the air, but over goes Bad Daddy upside down. Still effective upside down, still has the two-wheel drive, but loses a little bit of potency. The weapon doesn't throw the robot up in the air, it throws him into the floor.
And I think that really helps Chucky, because Chucky is quite a low-profile robot, and when that drum is the other way up, the clearance is much more in Chucky's favour. But Chucky now being thrown around by that, well, I think his own acceleration.
It's so quick around the arena, Chucky. That's one of the reasons why it's so good. Over goes Bad Daddy again, and the gun is available.
Good slam into the wall. We now see Bad Daddy really the wrong way up, and the pit button has been pressed, and now Danger Zone has been made active as the cluster ball starts to tear into that weapon.
It really is, and Chucky's trying to keep the Bad Daddy upside down. Bad Daddy's trying to use the gyroscopic force of the weapon to turn itself over.
And Chucky just managing to help it as they engage heavily, but then Bad Daddy throwing Chucky across the arena. That was very lucky for Bad Daddy because they were on the wrong side of the pit.
Yeah, Tom Lloyd, the driver of Bad Daddy, has driven. Oh my God, they're both down!
I can't call that.
Wow.
I cannot call it.
Can we have a replay, Stephen? Streamy Stephen, what have you got for us? Because that was so close.
So
how slow can he make it?
I'm going to clear my clutter so that the judges can actually have a look.
So Bad Daddy Chucky through the air.
Yeah, let's talk this one through. So absolutely, both from our view went in at the same time, and this is them into the corner. And it was Bad Daddy's weapon.
Oh,
that's so close. So it was a really, it was. Well, let's.
Can we have it slower? Is it possible?
Stephen, if you could do frame by frame, that might be the only opportunity.
That was so close.
Keep hitting pause. So, which was the robot underneath? Chucky was the one underneath.
Yeah, Chucky drove Bad Daddy back. I think Bad Daddy was on the lip, kind of fell, but then they both went down together. But I couldn't see who hit the floor first.
Which is so, yeah, because you would have thought Bad Daddy being on the top, they would have been the one to go in first. But actually, no, Chucky pivoted on the edge of the arena.
And
that's
fell
what
down.
I think we saw.
Here we go. So we've got it slightly slower now.
Oh, Stephen, you are incredible.
He's so good. Round of applause, please, for Stephen in the corner, who is our stream guru.
So
Man's been making the good stuff happen all day.
Yeah,
Amazing work.
He's superb.
So we are watching a bit further back in the fight, so we did get to see a bit more of the aggression and the damage come through.
Chucky self-rights, pushes Bad Daddy into this corner here.
So Chucky is the aggressor in this battle, and Bad Daddy now drives over the top. Chucky sees the opportunity, and that is so difficult.
It's almost a dead heat. The judges are deliberating as we speak. There's still a bit of confusion as to what happens.
Sam, I don't know if you know this, but if they cannot decide,
I don't know.
Will it be a decision?
I assume so.
I've brought
Can
it
we
down
have
to
one
the.
more go even slower, please.
I've brought it down to
This
the
is so
Roboteers
close.
themselves.
Yeah,
How do
Craig.
you guys feel about that? There's a lot of conversation
Can we
going
get
on down
VAR?
here. What do you think?
It's quite close, isn't it? I think we've just agreed to go to judges because I don't think anyone could tell from that video who was the bottom first. I mean,
Tom's nodding as well. It looks like it's going to go to the judges.
I wouldn't know what to do if I was a judge. So.
My goodness. This isn't. This is pretty
We
new.
don't normally
this
get
is pretty
this, ladies
new.
and gentlemen, upstairs. Like this is a genuine, like, rare occasion. We don't normally you can see one hit the pit first, but I don't know.
I mean, for both of them to fall, and it did look simultaneously.
Yeah. The
that
rule is whoever hits the bottom first loses, right?
I will just say that the live chat has come up with an idea. The mini-bot didn't go in. They're the winners. The mini-bot goes through.
The mini-bot goes through. Here we go. We've got super slow-mo now. So, Chucky self-rights over here in this corner.
I will just say, regardless of the replay, I think the judges are deliberating on the rest of the fight.
They are
They're
indeed.
no longer looking because it's too tight, but we can keep looking.
We can do it. So, Chucky pushes Bad Daddy into the corner. We're going to see it reverse with Bad Daddy on top.
So it's very much, and the
There you
problem
go.
is there's the camera switch. It's really difficult to tell.
So down goes Bad Daddy onto that corner. I think maybe just Bad Daddy.
I think Bad Daddy. I think the corner of Bad Daddy
Hits the
actually
floor first.
falls underneath. I mean, what we should have done, bit of hindsight, we should have looked at how they fell in the pit, how they were
Maybe.
resting on top
I
of each
don't
other.
know that, they could have shuffled about, but
I don't know about you guys, but to my eye, it
Yeah,
looked
go on.
like Bad Daddy went into the square first, but Chucky went in with more velocity afterwards, and they both hit at the same time.
And this is the thing, is it touching the floor or is it just going below?
Touching the floor.
Touching the floor. So yeah, we just can't see that. We just cannot see that.
we can't. The judges are still deliberating. I think they're still deciding what to do with the fight.
Well,
Let's
yeah,
see.
so the fight itself is actually, we got caught up in the ending, but
Yeah.
the fight, it was quite back and forth.
It was really good. I think Chucky, for the most part, was the one in control of the fight, but Bad Daddy was getting some big hits off. It was, it was chucking Chucky quite happily through the air. Ooh, the tension.
But then Chucky was the aggressor.
We have a decision, Ryan.
Yes, the judges have made a decision. All confusion about the pit aside, it was a unanimous decision in favour of Chucky.
So just to be clear, the pitting at the end was irrelevant, and it was just a straight judges' vote from everything up to that point.
Yeah, the decision we made was based on the whole fight.
Makes sense. So Chucky through to the round of 8. Bad Daddy, a very unfortunate way to go out, but a valiant effort nonetheless.
I mean, if you are going to go out, you want it to be that close, don't you?
Yeah, of course. You don't want to go out, pitting yourself, by fighting an angry orange vertical spinner.
Oh, you mean like the one that's just entered the arena?
That one there, yeah, Gizmo.
That one there, Gizmo, up against Data Breach.
Yeah. Data Breach, the driver, James, doesn't look very impressed, but Gizmo, it is possible to beat it. It's very tricky, but you can do it. If you keep him off balance, well, Craig.
We're going to do some very quick kind of interviews for that fight. Tom, how'd you feel?
A little bit gutted, but I think that was a good fight. I think it was very close. I didn't envy the judges.
It's definitely a tough one to call. Still made it to the round of 16, though, with a great robot, so congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was glad it wasn't decided on the pit. I felt that was very, very close. It would have been a bit unfair, but no, that's fair.
Well, give it up for Bad Daddy, everyone. And Dylan.
You have 3 seconds.
You get 3 seconds.
That was good, wasn't it?
Cool.
I'm loving this, right? Gizmo in the blue and Data Breach in the red.
Red square, ready.
So let's
Blue
see
square,
what Data Breach
ready.
can do to outmaneuver Gizmo. Gizmo has been a force to reckon
Stand
with
by.
throughout this competition. Sam was talking
3,
off mic that
2,
he thinks this is going to
1.
go. Gizmo is going to go through to the final.
I do. I think Gizmo is definitely one of the ones to beat, although Data Breach has no fear and turns Gizmo over straight away.
And now we see that Gizmo's weapon is doing him a disservice, but they are using it to self-right. That's fantastic control.
It really is. Gizmo, you know, there's a reason why they've won. They won this event a couple, I think it was the February event last year. They won. They were second here last year as well in the Bristol Top Builders Championships.
But Data Breach is looking to be the lower robot, so they're getting underneath as they are now fork and fork. But I think Gizmo is struggling, and once again Gizmo flying all over the place.
The length of the forks could be crucial here because Data Breach has got the longer forks, it's able to kind of interact with the chassis of Gizmo first. Gizmo, meanwhile, struggling to get any kind of purchase. Now it's doing it, and it's now juggling Data Breach around the arena. That's what they need to do. Pit button has been activated.
The Data Breach managing to self-right, I think that is crucial. And they're once again being aggressive, going right back in, stopping Gizmo from getting that weapon into their wheels, because the wheels is what I think Gizmo is aiming for.
I think the pit button wasn't actually activated there, that's why it hasn't gone down. So let's see a pit button pressed. He now has been. Data Breach now being shredded by Gizmo. Gizmo's starting to build those damage points up against Data Breach.
Oh, and that was very precarious there for Data Breach. Gizmo trying to ram in, but thankfully for Data Breach, they have better traction as they take Gizmo over to the Uta
Good
zone.
attack again by Data Breach. In underneath Gizmo, this is a great fight. Data Breach doing what I couldn't. Oh, Gizmo almost down the pit, but gets away. Data Breach up and over, and down the pit. That's why Gizmo is so dangerous.
I was watching the Roboteer. And I could see the tension in their face. They were desperately holding on to the controls, and I think they just froze for the slightest second, and that allowed Gizmo to capitalize.
You cannot give Gizmo a second because it can turn the tide of a fight just like that, and it's just so good.
I mean, it was Data Breach. They were so well controlled.
A massive round of applause, please, for Data Breach. They have been superb there. They were a valiant effort against the former winners.
And the thing that cost them, Gizmo got underneath and their weapon flipped Data Breach. Data Breach on his back, that's what costed it.
Absolutely. Well, I think we're going over to Craig in a second. Here comes...
We'll go over to Craig now with Data Breach.
Come hither. My goodness. You bought it.
Yeah, I actually put up more of a fight than I was expecting.
It's a vicious robot, right? And if you give it 2 seconds, it'll do it.
Oh yeah, at that point it was just me just trying to correct my steering, and it just kept taking advantage.
Well, amazing work getting to the top 16 here. How do you feel about that?
That was my aim the entire day, was to get into the top 16. Now Data Breach is now my Jules' most successful robot I've ever built in 8 years.
Well, amazing work. Let's give it up, everyone, for Data Breach. My goodness, Alice. They've had you on the ropes a couple of times here.
Honestly, this has been really close shaves back to back, and I'm not sure my nerves are going to handle it any longer. Don't know what I'm fighting next, but I imagine it'll be the same thing. I think it's in functional condition, so it's going to be back to the bits, battery, and then have a panic attack about the front end, and rinse and repeat, hopefully. But yeah, so close.
I do not envy you guys with this.
I've just found out it's Chucky, which is just the impossible spongy robot. So hopefully it will fly about a bit, but it also has a front end I need to go and have a panic attack about, so.
It's going to be a good match, I think. That's going to be one to watch. Stick around, everyone, for that. Give it up for Gizmo.
So that completes our top 8 then. Our top 8 are Luchador versus Frenzy, Impulse versus Chris Griffin 2, Antithesis and Propane, and Chucky versus Gizmo. A very, very solid top 8.
I'm impressed,
Yeah.
Chris
Griffin 2. How is Chris Griffin 2 still in, by the way?
Because Sean is the man. I don't think we should be giving him grief. He's in the top 8. Are you in the top 8?
I'm not in the top 8.
No, I'm not either.
No.
No, I think we should probably pipe down a little bit.
Fair play. Respect. So, we are loading in at the moment a whiteboard fight, and joining me on the mic, I think, is Martin from Bulbaraw today, yes.
Yeah.
From London as well. From London? Yeah. Okay. What's been going on with Ball Brawl today? Because I heard it was really good, and I've not really seen the amazingness that it...
It was fine. It's in the next whiteboard. It was fine. It's in the next whiteboard. It kind of got broken by Frenzy, but...
Green square.
A lot of robots
ready.
do get broken by Frenzy.
It's joined along in the
Blue square. Red square. Yellow square. Ready.
It's great when it works.
Kairos as well. Also an excellent control bot.
Stand by. 3, 2,
Absolutely.
1. Activate.
Away we go. Oh, there is a spin up from Digestive, a bit sluggish, but it's getting there, maybe. It is, I think. Down comes the Kairos Saw, almost on the link of Digestive. Careful of that. Good impact there from Ernie. Oh, big impact there on Digestive, who was stopped and stilled. That's the end of Digestive, I think. Oh dear. He has had a tough day. Kairos, I don't know what, is that a gash in the arena? I don't know what that is. No, it's a magnet. So a magnet's come off of Digestive on the bottom, and Kairos is now stuck to the magnet on the arena floor, and Ernie shredding Monterey Jack's wheels. Good push by Kairos into the pit button. Oh, and a big impact there. But I think, yeah, the chainsaw cutting on Kairos. Kairos has his outer armor. It's been shredded, the disc has been destroyed. Something else has come It's carnage. Oh, the motor has come out from Kairos, been ripped out. Ernie is absolutely on the warpath. They're nice people, he says. Kairos, one wheel on their wagon. Monterey Jack still in there with the chainsaw as well. Ernie, where's this been from Ernie, by the way? Ernie has been, like, you know, struggling all day with his weapon, but he's now suddenly woken up and is absolutely dominant in this fight. Tapping out is Kairos, so we're left with Monterey Jack. And Ernie, but Ernie almost in the pit. Almost in the pit. Can they get away? They're gyroing. And Monterey Jack stopped. Unbelievable. Can they move? No, down the pit goes Ernie.
7, 6, 5.
The cheese boy has done it.
That was
He's
phenomenal.
cheesed the win, if anything.
Have you ever seen a robot with a chainsaw on top, though? That
Well,
deserves
there you
to get more
go.
wins than this. It's so cool.
I say, Martin, you were just saying, you know, for the fact that a robot with a chainsaw on has just won at Beatles is pretty rare.
Yeah, that's what the future of UK Beatles is chainsaws.
There you go. What a fight.
Right, sorry, I've got to go and fight.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So that was brutal. It's carnage all over the arena. You missed a good one, Gav.
Oh no, you leave for 1 second, you come back to an arena full of shrapnel, honestly.
Yeah, so somehow Monterey Jack won that, despite being dead at the end. So you didn't get counted out, so you won, because Ernie fell in the pit. Unbelievable. Kairos lost the wheel and most of its motor as well. Absolute carnage. Look at the state of Kairos. There's nothing left of it.
So are you telling me we don't need to go to the audience to determine the audience winner?
No, that's it. We have a clear winner.
Should we do it anyway?
Yeah, who do you think won that?
Well, who was in it? Call them out.
Okay, so if you think Kairos with its wheel hanging out was the best robot in there, give us a shout. Is there some shouts? If you enjoyed some cheese, a bit of Monterey Jack, give us a shout as well. So, the beautiful blue Ernie with a big horizontal spinner, give us a shout. That's a lot of shouts for Ernie. And who else was in it? Oh, Digestive. Oh, poor Digestive. Yes.
The lone voice for a Digestive. I think they're more a fan of the biscuit than the robot.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
So,
some would say the biscuit would hit harder.
So Monterey Jack is the official whiteboard winner. Of
course,
but in terms of the crowd favourite,
Ernie was the guy. Ernie was flying in there. Where was that earlier? I don't know. Shout out to the Ernie team. As we said earlier, they've come all the way from the Netherlands to compete today. So, yeah, shout out to the Dutch. They've got a great robot scene over there as well. So lots of interesting and fun designs.
it's always great having people come across. So I am going to call out some robots as we have Luchador versus Frenzy as the first round of 8. That is absolutely
very spicy.
exciting.
Very spicy.
Then we have Antithesis versus Propane, Impulse versus Chris Griffin 2, Chucky versus Gizmo. You guys all need to be on the ready tables as we speak.
Absolutely, yes please. As soon as you can, get yourselves up here if you're in the round of 8. Before that, though, we've got another whiteboard, another 4 spinners going into the arena. Just for our enjoyment, really.
And just to recap, that's Bulbaraw, Groundbreaker 2, CDG, and Home Improvement. For our enjoyment, please cover your ears because it's going to be loud.
It is, absolutely. We've got some very heavy hitters in there who've gone out early. Bulbaraw, as Martin said earlier, just struggled earlier on today. We lost to Frenzy. No disgrace in that. We have CDG, the undercutter. We have Groundbreaker, who lost to me earlier on. Really good robot. Only their 2nd or 3rd events.
Was that a humble brag?
No, it's a really good robot. It's genuinely, I mean, there's a reason, it smashed the pit button. No one's done that yet. So
I have actually realised, I wasn't sure what point of the day that happened, but the beautiful new pit button has been absolutely smashed in, which is such a shame, but it's still working. We still got beautiful lights, and that's all we really care about.
Absolutely.
Just whilst we have this lull, I just want to give another thank you to St. Michael's Centre for hosting us once again for another year. They're putting on refreshments out in the reception area.
They are indeed. And of course, we couldn't be here today without our sponsors, Accu. bbb.gd/Accu for your fixings and fittings, whatever you need.
For your mechanical bits and bobs.
Absolutely.
How's that?
And there is no minimum order quantity, so you can order as much or as little as you like.
As little?
Yeah, you can order 1 bolt if you really wanted to.
I'm more of a nut person.
Are you?
Yeah.
Interesting. Rory's robot was nuts, wherever he is. Rory.
Rory's actually disappeared. Our judge has disappeared.
Hello.
Rory Mangles from TV's BattleBots and Robot Wars.
Sam Elliott, 64.
How have you enjoyed your day today?
It's been good. I seem to have 2 microphones now.
Double the microphones, so double the man. Yeah.
No, it's been good. Some really good fights.
Yeah? How are you finding judging? You don't normally do the judging.
It's my first time judging, actually.
Really? How have you found
officially. It's been great fun. I actually get to watch the fights and have a seat.
A bit more stress-free.
Yeah, it's pretty chill. I did reffing last time and then forgot that I'd done reffing and said, yeah, I'll do judging. It's like, wait, no, I did reffing. Never mind. Close enough.
Judging's just as good, right?
It's been fun.
Good. I'm glad you've enjoyed yourself.
It's been some good robots, good fights.
Absolutely.
I look forward to more.
What about Tom Brewster
Hello.
from TV's BattleBots as well?
Hello.
How are you doing? Are you missing being out in the arena because you haven't fought much this year with the Beatles, have you?
Oh, I am kind of itching to get back into the arena, to be honest. Yeah, it's good fun judging because I get to watch all the fights and I don't have to stress about repairing a robot. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
But you want to get back in there and break some more people's toys, right?
I think so. Yeah. I'll be there next time. Yeah. Next
Okay.
time.
We can't wait to see it. You normally do pretty good with either Drizzle or Stratus these days. So.
It'll be one of them.
Really?
Yeah, one of them.
Any ideas? Nothing
Maybe
new?
Drizzle will
Green
return
square,
one
ready.
day.
Red square.
Maybe
ready.
not.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Blue square.
In the
ready.
meantime, in the arena, Bulbaraw
Robot
in the
is
green
stand
circle,
by.
Home Improvement by the pits, CDG
3,
in the blue,
1.
and Groundbreaker
Activate.
in the red corner. Away we go. All 4 weapons up to speed. Oh, and Home Improvement goes flying. Sparks fly.
Not only flying, but damaging into the wall. Whoa! Look at the damage
Home
there.
Improvement's lost his front wedge. All the electronics are now exposed. What happened there? Something exploded. Oh, it's entirety of Groundbreaker. Groundbreaker's got
gone.
The battery is out and it is smoking. Wow. So, arena has been called. Oh, there you go. There goes the battery in the box. And that'll go straight outside. Very nimble and quick work from Gareth Barnaby. Straight outside. We love it. We love it. So what happened there, folks, was Groundbreaker's top armor got ripped off by Bulbaraw, and then I don't know who it was. I want to say CDG came in and pulled out the battery. And when lithium batteries go, so batteries in your laptop and things like that, they go like that. So always look after your batteries. Crazy. You might get a bit of a waft of a nasty sulfury smell in a minute as well, ladies and gents, upstairs, but we can watch it here. Poor old Groundbreaker gets bodied by CDG, and out came, there went the bottom armor. Bulbaraw smacks the lipo, and Groundbreaker is dead. And
I'm looking at Bulbaraw as well. Is that the link that's come out there?
That's from Groundbreaker.
Okay. Okay,
that was
so
brutal, though. That was all the energy in the world being distributed in that fight.
And we still have 1 minute 36 left to go.
We're not even halfway through. We're not even a quarter of the way through the fight.
1 minute 36 seconds left to go. Roboteers are looking at the carnage. This is pretty much whatever happens whenever I make toast. The counter is covered in crumbs, and that's what the arena floor looks like right now.
So Groundbreaker has been removed, and so I think it's Home Improvement. No, Home
No,
Improvement.
they're just self-righting it. There is
Okay.
a belt wrapped around the weapon of Home Improvement, though, so that weapon is immobilized.
You'll see as well the front armor there of Home Improvement has been pulled away. I don't think the battery's on that side, so I think they're going to be allowed to continue the fight.
Yeah, Joe is just giving it a quick check, and he's giving the thumbs up. So Home Improvement, the sacrificial lamb, is staying in there as we have Balbaror and CDG with their weapons, as far as I know, fully operational.
Absolutely, and Martin is absolutely beside himself. He's so excited. Look at him go.
That is a kid in a candy store. I've never seen such a big grin. But the fight's about to recommence. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Let's see what more carnage we can do.
CDG has stopped working completely, I think. That's the end of that. Home Improvement still working. Balbaror seems to be the only fully functional robot left.
And I think we're about to see CDG go down. No, on the edge.
Well, see, I don't know what's happened to CDG because it spanned up a little bit and now it's just stopped and I think has just died next to the pit. So that's the end of CDG. Home Improvement battered away by Balbaror. Where was this Balbaror earlier as well?
I don't know, but all it took was a tiny, tiny nudge, and that is everyone tapped out.
Well, that was it. All the damage and carnage was caused earlier on. Balbaror is the winner of a very explosive whiteboard fight. Well done to Balbaror.
I just want to take the opportunity. Audience in the top, they're up on the cheap seats, as we call them. Could you smell the battery? Give me a nod. And yeah, okay. So everyone in the arena stinks. Yeah, you get to experience that. That is the only thing you get from the live experience. You can watch this on TV, but you don't get to smell the burnt motor, the batteries, the rubber, just all of that senses that comes with being in the live arena.
Here. Let's go through this because you see Groundbreaker and Home Improvement go face to face. Home Improvement's all over the shop. Balbaror and CDG taking chunks out of each other as well. Groundbreaker took the face off of Home Improvement. CDG turns over Groundbreaker. It was then Balbaror who ripped the battery out, which then caused the fight to be paused. CDG then tried to get going again after the pause. See Gareth here retrieving the battery.
Firstly, let's look at this fantastic refereeing there by Gareth.
Super quick. Very
Absolutely. And very safely done as well.
Yeah.
Used the grabber, didn't use their hands, which is a big no-no.
Absolutely.
That's the last thing you want to do. We do have gloves, fire retardant, fireproof gloves, in case they do need to get hands on. But the shrapnel, is incredible.
There's so much bits of robot on the floor. It's still smelling.
I mean, you do wonder why we bring a brush to these events, and this is the reason why.
I know there's been events before, I know this, where Joe has bought a Roomba and just put a Roomba in there and just like let it vacuum up because it's just the easiest thing to do, it's quicker.
Well, there are other robots that do, other robot leagues that have like a ref bot or house bots and that. We don't have that. There's not really much room, and also they'd get damaged very quickly and destroyed.
Absolutely.
But the little Roomba was as close as we ever got. I just want to say we're going to call out the whiteboard. So, Roboteers, if you're in this, please come to the tables. Kenneth, Paradigm Spin, Icebreaker, and Bonkers. That is going to be another incredible mess of a whiteboard.
Poor Kenneth, by the way. Kenneth, a glutton for punishment going into that fight. Okay, you asked for it. Well, we are not liable for your robots not coming out in one piece, Kenneth.
We've just had a precursor of what could happen.
Absolutely. And you've got Icebreaker, who is an absolutely fearsome beast. Paradigm Spin, who is crazy. And Bonkers, of course, very, very good. Won, I believe, they won the Birmingham event this year, I believe. What was it called, Tom? What was the Birmingham event? Robo Showdown.
So I'm just going to say, audience, we need a bit more from that. So did you enjoy that fight? Come on, let's give them a little bit more. Did you enjoy that fight? That's what we love to hear. Thank you again for coming out in person. That was carnage.
We do appreciate it. And thank you for sticking around.
Yeah, I hope they're sticking around to the end. There's lots more to come, especially with some whiteboards that are bonkers, frankly, putting all of these robots in one arena.
Bonkers is in there.
Bonkers is in there, yes.
There you go.
Absolutely. And Paradigm Spin, who is more bonkers than bonkers.
It's true. Coming into the arena now, though, we have last year's champion, Luchador, still in the competition this year.
My favourite.
Your favorite?
I'm calling it.
You're backing Luchador to
Do you know
win the
what?
whole thing again.
I don't know what it is about Luchador, but I've really synced with their robot. And I said this to you off mic. I believe in the Roboteer.
You believe in Jack?
I believe in the Roboteer.
He looks focused. He looks zen.
He's so focused. I mean, I don't want to give him the commentator's curse. It does exist. I've seen it happen.
Yep.
But Frenzy, I don't know. It's just I see Frenzy as uncontrolled aggression. I see them as too impulsive, a little bit too, instinctive.
It has its moments of like absolute chaos where it can dominate a fight, but it has its capability of throwing fights away as well.
And I just see Luchador as being a solid, reliable robot that, I don't know,
You don't know what Jack's been posting on to us this week about his trials and tribulations with this robot. He's taken it apart about 4 or 5 different times a day.
That makes me even more confident in the robot because of all of the fault finding, the testing that it's gone through. He's gone through that robot and ironed out all of the weaknesses.
Ready.
I believe in the Roboteer.
Okay. Stand by.
Well,
3,
Jack, no
2,
pressure. Gav's backing
1.
you.
Activate.
Away we go for our first round of 8 fights between Frenzy and Luchador.
And we can see their Frenzy struggling a little bit with the gyration of their spinner, but now they're getting in there. But Luchador with a good flip.
Yeah, good flip from Luchador. Frenzy trying to right itself using the gyro forces makes it happen. They are more effective that way up than upside down. That's why they want to be that way.
But Luchador again getting into the side of Frenzy. And look at that speed from Frenzy. Uncontrolled aggression.
If it can get a hit off, it could be potentially devastating for Luchador, but it's getting the hit off. And Luchador is just, and Jack are just experts at navigating these kind of tight tactical fights.
Absolutely, staying on the side,
again.
flipping Frenzy up into the air, and then when Frenzy comes down, their beater is actually doing more damage to him. Now I am looking at Luchador, they are getting stuck on the floor.
They are indeed. Frenzy and Luchador face to face.
And that was a forceful impact by Frenzy there actually. They really had a lot of power going into that.
Yep. Pit button was brushed, I think.
But Luchador
the leg has gone.
The leg!
Luchador has stopped, and that's the end of that.
Jack's commentator's curse.
Jack has put the controller down. Last year's champion will go no further. It is Frenzy who progresses to the final 4. And Luchador, last year's winner, is out.
I'm seeing F's in the chat.
Everyone
is so...
I think so.
I mean, I really hyped that up. I owe Jack an apology because that was me.
Yeah, I think you owe him a beer.
Just the one? That is so unfortunate. The link is such
to be fair,
crucial
let's
part.
not take anything away from Frenzy. Frenzy was pushing
absolutely.
Luchador around quite a lot as well, and was maybe grazing, but there was a few moments where they did manage to get under the flipper and able to kind of nibble away, and that, I think, eventually all those hits did tell for Luchador.
And can we confirm, where is the link on Luchador?
I don't actually think the link came out, because I think Gareth just pulled it. Hopefully we'll get a bit more info from Craig in a second. But
absolutely, I can't wait to find out more, because I was just thinking Frenzy actually did him better to get to the back of Luchador, because Luchador's quite exposed at the back and the beater could get in there. But Craig, have you got anyone to talk to yet?
Perhaps. All right, do you want to come in? Oh, we're open for whiteboards again if anyone wants them. Just letting you Roboteers know. My goodness. That was a bit back and forth, wasn't it?
Oh, I didn't earn that. Not even slightly. Jack, he had me over and over again. I got no engagement on his forks, which I was fully relying on, is being able to go straight into his Hardox forks, hit them, bend them maybe, but just get engagement. I had to go for the sides, I had to go for the back, and he's such a good driver, he's so slippery. I barely got even like a solid hit on him, and I don't know what happened, but yeah.
It's a tough one, but end of the day, a win is indeed a win, and you've made it into the top 4.
Yeah, a win is a win, and I'm just ecstatic to have reached the top 4, considering not 2 fights ago I was ready to pull out because the weapon wasn't working, and just it's been such a hectic day, and making the top 4 is just amazing to top it all off. I don't care what happens now. I can lose both fights. I'm happy. I'm happy.
Well, we will see it again in the semi-finals. Ari and Frenzy. Jack Franklin.
Craig Croucher.
What the heck?
Link fell out.
Don't tell him that. Give him a good story, like the Luchador is tired.
The Luchador is fatigued
his spirit is broken from the link falling out.
Does he now have a demon spirit?
Sure.
I don't know.
Get the reference.
I'm very tired.
I am also very tired.
It's been a good run, though, right?
Yeah, it's been a good run. It's been a good run. I'm really pleased with a lot of what's happened today. I did have fancy link retention on my kind of agenda of things to do, but like had so many other issues I didn't get to it. So maybe I'll do that for the next one.
Can we get Impulse, please?
Next time.
Sorry.
Next time. Well, let's give it up for 2023's champion and quarter-finalist this year, Jack Franklin and Luchador.
Shout out to the local legends. That is Jack Franklin.
I feel so guilty. I know that. I had no input. I had no input.
Curse of the
other than
commentator.
words.
Curse of the commentator.
All right, who am I going to curse next? Who do we?
Surely,
who's your favourite? Sam?
Chris Griffin. I want Chris Griffin to win. So our next quarterfinal match, second quarterfinal match, is Impulse, the control bot with the sewer snake style lift up, lift forwards. They can kind of chew you up and spit you out. And then you've got Chris Griffin 2, which is, I mean, chaos, really.
I actually am surprised by Chris Griffin 2. I saw it as a more flimsy robot, and it's actually been quite reliable.
It has been. And the thing is as well, like, I mock Sean indefinitely because of who he is, but he thrives off that. And also, he is a very, very, very good engineer, good designer. You know, he builds beautiful robots. This is no exception. You know, it's very much weapon orientated. I don't know if you could tell. There's just so much weapon of it. The 10-inch death disc is still in the competition, and well, he'll be hoping for a spot in the semi-finals.
Can I just say, I love how big his smile is every time you say the 10-inch disc.
The 10-inch death
He's
disc.
so proud of that fact, isn't he? He's just so proud.
You've got to aim for 12 next time. Impulse in the red square or circle. I'll get it one day.
Stand
Chris
by.
Griffin 2 in the blue.
3.
A place in the
2,
semi-finals at stake.
1. Activate.
Impulse straight out of the traps. Chris Griffin 2 trying to get that weapon up to speed. Doesn't get it. Hits the wall. That was poor driving. And again, Impulse has now got Chris Griffin in its clutches.
I don't think Chris Griffin really relies on that weapon too much. They do a lot of maneuverability. They do drive their robot and control it quite well.
They do, but they need the weapon to kind of get the big hits off. But the problem is, a weapon that big takes a little bit longer to spin up. And the problem is with that, he needs time and space to do it. Impulse is not giving it.
I think another challenge for Chris Griffin is that Impulse has that kind of scoop effect where it just seems to go underneath the disc.
Absolutely.
There's nothing really for the disc to catch up onto if Impulse goes in head on.
Absolutely, and I think, as I said, Chris Griffin not really getting a chance to spin that weapon up. They need to be a bit careful of Impulse so they don't just drive down the pit or something and they try to eliminate them. But Chris Griffin here has not really been in the races, and I think...
And this is always the challenge when you're the pusher bot. It's so easy for you to go underneath.
Impulse has now got his forks hooked in the disc, but lets him go. Interesting. I would have thought he would try and drag him towards the pit, but he's going to do it instead and just push him down.
And that was why it's so difficult. But I have to say, Impulse, really strategic there. They knew where the pit edge was. They didn't want to go in themselves. And now it's so
Chris
close.
Griffin.
Chris Griffin, one win over.
Do you know what? I'm glad he's gone. I'm glad he's gone. Chris Griffin 2, a sporting run, but out in the round of 8. Through to the semis goes Impulse.
So a really low, sturdy robot is Impulse. I think that is it's the brick of the competition.
Absolutely. It's just so hard to beat. Like, it's so small and nimble. You have to try and outmaneuver it. It's so difficult to do so. Chris Griffin 2, I mean, again, I'm only joking with Sean. He's built a really, really cool robot. I think that spin-up time has really hurt him. But, you know, it happens. And, yeah, there you go.
I was just reading a comment from the live stream. With the reigning champ out, surely Chris Griffin 2 can win the whole thing. They cursed him.
Okay, well, the live chat.
It's Whiteboards? Ooh, that's hot.
Yeah, Whiteboard's next.
Yes.
Yeah, that's hot.
Well, let's go over to Craig with Chris Griffin 2.
I'm happy to confirm that Chris Griffin 2 is hot.
Always hot, Craig, always hot.
So hot. We mean physically, if you touch this thing, it will burn you. What the heck is going on in there?
I don't know, because we took it apart. Basically, the last fight, I melted the pulley, and my spares are awful because I'm an idiot and I messed up the model. And so we took it all apart, changed everything, just put a new pulley on that side, and it's not liking it. I don't know why. I messed up because my transmitter has a floppy throttle stick because I dropped it, and I let it fall down and spin down. And I just never was able to get back in it. This happens.
So Chris Griffin 2, you let Chris Griffin 2 down?
Yes. Because I can't. Oh.
With his floppy stick. Sean's floppy stick let Chris...
10 inches floppy and that.
Something death disc.
Oh, well. That's what it is.
Are we going to see Chris Griffin 2 back, or are we going to see a Chris Griffin 3?
I've been building another robot in the prep for this event instead of focusing on that. So maybe you'll see that, maybe you'll see this. It's inspiring, this run, so I'll bring it next time.
Is it a ridiculous robot still?
318 mil horizontal.
My goodness me, everyone. We're going to have a time. Give it up for Chris Griffin 2. And I don't know where Impulse is, but congrats. Well done making it to the semi-finals.
And the arena is being loaded with another whiteboard. And if you were here with us earlier today, you will recognize Paradigm Spin. You will recognize Bonkers. These robots are lethal. And for some reason, Kenneth has decided to join them. Icebreaker shouldn't be understated as well.
I mean, look, Kenneth welcomes death, I think, at this point. He claims that Kenneth is indestructible. We're going to put that to the test.
I think the spirit of Kenneth is probably indestructible.
The robot, maybe not.
The physical embodiment. I've just realized, actually, it's got some beautiful rainbows on the side of it.
Very pretty.
Some flame-striped axe. I mean,
it's hardcore.
There's some love gone into that robot.
Icebreaker, as I said, I think has won 3 events this year? 4 events? Adam? How many have you won? Have you lost count?
Too many to count.
He's lost count. Wow.
Just plays it so cool.
He does.
Like the Icebreaker itself.
So cool. It's so cool and collected.
He's just so cool.
He's like Kimi Räikkönen.
He's just so cool.
Kenneth, I don't think has won an event yet. Paradigm Spin hasn't. He's won several Best Design awards. And Bonkers, of course, won Robo Showdown this year.
I love Kenneth lining up in the corner as if it's going to be in this fight. Just position Kenneth in the middle and let the damage come.
If Kenneth wins this...
Robot here.
I'll eat my hat, and I'm not wearing one.
We'll find a hat for you to eat.
2,
Absolutely.
1.
Away we go. Poor Kenneth. Straight in there.
Absolutely straight in there. And the shield is kind of coming off of Kenneth. Paradigm Spin now back up to speed.
Oh, Bonkers and Icebreaker face to face. Kiss already! Paradigm Spin.
It's turned into a blade. Absolutely flipped upside down. And watch it go.
It's shedding its skin. Okay, I think Paradigm Spin is now dead. The link has come out. Kenneth, meanwhile, has been shredded by Icebreaker. Bonkers has got Icebreaker over. Kenneth on its face. Kenneth is on its face, but caved in once again.
So now Icebreaker and Bonkers, they're now going head-to-head, and they are not letting either of them build up speed. Kenneth is wiggling in the corner, and we got a cheer going for Kenneth. The crowd are getting behind him.
Icebreaker's fork has been buckled and bent on one side, and Icebreaker's under pressure from Bonkers, who has been very impressive in this fight. Oh, there goes the link of Kenneth. Kenneth is dead.
Icebreaker, cool as ice, really just taking him out of the fight. And now it's a 2-robot fight. Bonkers and Icebreaker. Is Icebreaker stuck?
Icebreaker's high sector, but it's out of the arena now. He teed him up beautifully, and Bonkers is the winner.
Wow. I mean, I know it's simple, but I really love the showboating at the end.
The little gyro spin.
The little gyro spin. I just love that.
It's great. Bit of showboating, but yeah, Icebreaker, no slouch, out of the arena. Not been his day.
So the
you don't see that
replay,
very often.
the replay didn't really catch it. Paradigm Spin. I was caught in a trance. I was watching.
I don't know what else happened for the 2 minutes that Paradigm Spin.
I'll tell you what
was...
happened, because it made its way into the middle of the arena, span up to full speed, and then literally a blink of the eye,
exploded.
It went from a stable base spinning at max speed to being inverted.
Yeah.
And I've never seen that before from Paradigm.
I wonder if one of the magnets failed or something, because like it kind of something.
But it was instant.
Oh, so wow. Okay, so for those that can't hear, Paradigm Spin was spinning so fast, the receiver inside the robot just flew out, and it killed itself by spinning too fast. Shout out to Paradigm Spit. What an incredible robot this is. It's just chaos.
Oh, fantastic, Stevens, for the replay. Yeah, just, as I said, watching it, minding its own business. And at some random point, there it goes. Absolutely loses all sense of control. It loses all ability. And the momentum, the mass, the momentum of that robot to continue spinning for all of that time, it's still got so much energy.
It's so good. It still lives. Kenneth is still alive, ladies and gentlemen. We couldn't kill it.
Everyone, Kenneth is alive.
Maybe it is indestructible after all.
I am not going to say well. It is definitely not well.
As you can see, Kenneth is still functional. So there you go. Well done, Kenneth. You're not dead. So live to fight another day, but not today.
No, that's on life support. That's not fighting.
It needs a holiday, I think.
A holiday?
I think so.
A full therapy session?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to move back to the tournament, though. We have our third quarter-final between... Sorry, a bit of a frog in my throat.
Okay, you're making it more tense.
Thank you. Between Propane and Antithesis. Propane, the egg beater spinner. Antithesis, the crusher, the only crusher in the field today. Still in the competition into the quarterfinals. Jed Priest doing pretty well today.
I really don't know how I feel about the term crusher. It feels
That's
so
what it
much
is.
more.
That's what it
well,
is.
Yeah, but it's more vicious than that. Like a crusher is just this
a disemboweler.
A crusher is just this blunt chomp.
No.
What this robot does, it's a maniacal piercing through the skin. It's getting through the armor. It's not a crush. It is very much a piercing action.
It's horrible. It's so hard to armor against as well because like most people use like plastic top armors, polycarbonate top armors, that kind of thing, or 3D printed top armors. They're quite soft. They're kind of designed to take big impacts from spinners, for example. With a crusher, you can kind of keep the pressure building and just, especially with prints, like Propane is printed, you could potentially split the layers of the print. You could go through any of the plasticky bits. It's a horrible weapon to armor against unless you've got something really, really hard on top, like a steel armor on top. But not many people have that because it's so heavy.
Yeah, and the thing to really keep in mind as we watch this next fight, if that piercing action does go into the robot, you've got to keep in mind how far it's traveling inside the core of the robot that is piercing into.
It could hit a battery, which as we saw earlier, they go off, and explode if they're punctured. Potentially so. This could be a
circuit board, controllers. There is a lot of integral, life support systems inside the robots that need to stay functional.
Absolutely.
3.
So Antithesis and Propane. Away we go.
And wasting no time at all, Antithesis going right after Propane, who managed to get Antithesis up onto one wheel. Their beater is doing a great job to keep Antithesis at arm's length.
But so far, Antithesis is not showing no fear, going face to face with Propane over and over again, but he's struggling to get in underneath, and a good impact there from Propane.
Yeah, I think Antithesis actually went backwards into
now
Propane.
That could be crucial. That is one of the street neck arms of Antithesis. If both of those go, Antithesis gets turned over. They are over and out for good. And Andy has done enough there. Look, on the one side, it can't self-right. Antithesis is stuck on its back and has tapped out. And Propane will go through to the semi-finals. I think Andy was a bit worried about that one. He knew he didn't want to kind of touch it again because he had a beaten robot. And
I want to say that was a lucky escape for Propane, because if Antithesis did get a hold of them, who knows how much damage.
It could be a problem. It could be a problem. But Propane moves on to the semis.
They do indeed, and we do lose a fantastic robot in Antithesis. But what a fantastic showing they've had. The damage they've been able to do. Yeah. I am never going to get the image of Antithesis clamping down on Babrog out of my mind.
It was beautiful. Can we get a round of applause, please, for Antithesis, another local legend in Jed Priest, who I'm hoping is going to go and see Craig in a second to talk through his run to the top 8.
And that is how far we are through today. We are now talking about the top 8 territory.
Top 4 now.
Even tighter than I thought. Over to Craig.
So we've got Jed coming in with Antithesis and a cluster of unrelated safety items. What a run, though.
It's been joyful. It's worked, and sorry, I'm just happy.
Indeed, yes.
Antithesis has been a labor of love for the longest time. So to see it get this far and do the things it's done, I'm proud of you. I know the rest of the crew is very proud of you. Can we just have a massive cheer for Jed and Antithesis? Now don't retire it. So anyway, the person that ended that dream run.
Are we doing a 3-second interview, Craig?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he deserves any more.
Yeah, it was a good fight.
Cool.
We actually had more time, but that Craig was done. He's left. Everybody, Craig has left the building. Right, we have robots in the arena, and we have Owen back joining me. Thank you, Owen. Yeah. In the red corner is Chucky, and then in the blue zone is, well, one of the favorites to go all the way, Gizmo.
Ready.
We are down into the final
Robot
round of 8.
Stand by.
Yeah, and Gizmo has been very strong in this competition,
3,
but so is Chucky.
2, 1. Activate.
Right out the gate, Chucky accelerating on Gizmo, looking, he's gotten around them to start off with, but they both move so fast.
I think one of the problems with Chucky is that they have so much acceleration, they do a wheelie, and that means their forks are kind of up in the air. They're not going underneath Gizmo, and Gizmo now grinding away at the back of Chucky, going after the mini-bot just because they can.
Yeah, but you can see again, once again, it seems that Chucky, on a head-on collision, does still seem to be able to get underneath Gizmo and clip them like that. This has been it's been a competition where Gizmo has had to fight for every single win. A lot of really good control bots, and Chucky is starting to gain a bit of momentum now for himself.
But this is good by Gizmo. They're using Gizmo. This is good by Chucky. They're using Gizmo's weapon against them by letting it do that damage to itself. The vibrations going through Gizmo, that has the potential to knock something loose.
Yeah, it's a useful strategy, but there's still a lot of this fight to go. Gizmo can get back on its wheels from any angle, taking a bit of a chunk there out of the arena wall.
And unlucky for Chucky, they got caught being juggled by Gizmo, but Chucky now back on where it needs to be, using the cluster bot almost to keep Gizmo at arm's reach.
Yeah, I mean, Chucky has just got, it's so speedy, it's so bouncy, I think is probably the best way to describe it.
I think both of these robots are quite bouncy, and they're really, really well built because they're still going as we have 38 seconds left.
Oh, no!
Descending.
Gizmo knocked out the mini-bot. Easy shot there. Already continuing to put pressure on Chucky, who's looking a little slower now.
Well, I don't know if this is coming across on the live stream, but that was being grinded away at the back, and Chucky has had to tap out as Gizmo wore away at the back. I think we'll watch it and see it on the damage cam. There, I was just listening to the bits of plastic just get chunked off.
Yeah, there was only so much abuse Chucky could take, being constantly attacked from the same spot at the back of the robot. And eventually it just seems like it's just worn away too much, and Chucky's gone.
Yeah, well, we'll watch the replay because this was fantastic, and we're going to see the mini-bot end up into the Uta zone. Chucky there, they had some fantastic moments of aggression. They actually had enough traction to push Gizmo into the wall.
Yeah, I would say it was a very, very even match, even right until the moment before Chucky lost full mobility. But you can see, I think it's the following exchange here where it's just like, Chucky's already lost a bit of energy. That last hit, I think, at the back, that was the one that did damage.
Yeah, you could see a big piece of blue plastic fly off, and it looks like the electronics were exposed. But we're going to head over to Craig now to get a better look.
Yeah.
So we're down with Chucky. Chucky that just took a little bit of a beating. How are you feeling? I mean, still top 8, right?
Yeah, really pleased with that. Anything out of the first couple of rounds is a bonus, but. Gizmo's so hard, he hits so hard, he's so well driven, he just kept on top of me all around, and you know, Chucky's usually works by controlling the match, but I didn't have any control really there, so yeah, well, good win. Eventually it just kind of gave up. I think he's got it beaten out of him.
Chucky is usually that kind of indestructible TPU brick that just keeps going and going and going. I think he's just worn out.
Yeah, I think it was him telling me to stop me throwing him at Gizmo any more times, I think, so yeah.
Well, let's give Chucky a bit of a rest. Let's give it up, everyone, for Chucky. Are you going to stop having those squeaky matches?
I said before my nerves are fried. I don't know what they are now. They're baked. Another crazy fight, and I'm just there. I know for a fact that battery's at 10% now. It's about to run out. Honestly, it was the mini-bot. I mean, I got 2 pretty clean shots as far as it looked perfect. I don't know how that's physically possible. And the cheap shot at the end, just so people know, is because I could hear between the team, they were saying, go for the pit with the mini bot. So I thought if I can just keep the big bot entertained for just long enough, I'll dart out, try and nuke the mini bot and then come back into the fight. And that's why it looked like a cheap shot. But yeah, I did put a battery on charge, not because I was confident, just because of the experience. So I guess put that in and go again.
Yeah, top 4. It's looking like a spicy top 4. You, Propane, Frenzy, and Impulse. So 3 big beaters and a hardy lifter. How are you feeling?
I mean, it is a little bit the 4-wheel drive brigade. Impulse is a beautiful machine. It is beautiful. I've fought it before. It is a tough nut to crack, and it will take a spinner head-to-head and keep going. So I honestly don't want to fight any of them, but by no means do I think Impulse is an underdog just because it doesn't have the spinner. I think Impulse could go all the way, actually. I don't actually know who I'm fighting next.
It's going to be a spicy one, whatever happens. We've got just a couple more competition matches. Give it up for Gizmo and Ellis, everyone. We're going to let those guys have a little bit of repair time and throw in some more whiteboards.
Indeed we are. The arena is being filled with whiteboards as we speak. And I'm going to call out some robots who need to make their way to the table. So, Sir Lancerfrog, Agro Wobber, and Abracadabra, and Bop, you need to be up on the ready tables. And then we're going into the semis. Frenzy versus Impulse, Propane versus Gizmo. And then if you can make your way to the table, Babrog, oh, Owen, that's you.
Hello.
You're going to be in a whiteboard. Siren, Fatal Deviation, and Bob Toss, you are going to be after the semi-finals.
Makes sense. So we have a whiteboard here at the moment. It looks to be a non-spinner whiteboard. We have Tsukikage around the red square. We have Forkhead. Oh, never mind. Well, Tsukikage in the yellow square, Forkhead in the red square, Baba Yaga in the green square, and Flick in
Red
the blue
square,
square.
ready.
Although, well, I don't know
Green square,
where
ready.
Tsukikage, which square it wants
Blue
to go
square,
into.
ready.
Just seems to be having a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Or are they just struggling for traction? Are they just trying out the robot?
There we go.
Because I assume, well, that's a question. Robots in the whiteboard, do they have to go through tech checks?
They do. They do have to go through
Yellow
the full
square,
tech checking
ready.
process. So you're not allowed into this arena unless
Robot
you're fully
here,
tech checked.
stand by.
All of these robots could have competed in the competition.
3,
Many of 2 of them
2,
have.
1. Activate.
Already starting off. Forkhead would probably be the one with the strongest performance here so far, but Flick is also good. And Baba Yaga and Tsukikage are real wild cards here, I would say.
And it's really nice seeing some robots that haven't made their way into the competition. So that's great. Oh, I almost thought Forkhead was going to get a robot into the Uta zone.
Yeah.
Not quite.
Came very close there. Baba Yaga in the corner seemingly stuck, although it might have gotten, well, potentially have gotten a hand from Tsukikage. Flick using
Trips
flipper self
enabled.
riding. Forkhead putting pressure on Flick in turn.
So Flick, we can see there that weapon kind of, they're trying to use it to jump themselves off the top of the robot, I think, and now we're seeing Forkhead doing a bit more aggression on Tsukikage.
Yeah, to use the trick here. So what can we see? Looks like Forkhead is reaching somewhat of a limit of how much you can actually lift on the weapon in situations like this. You can see there, Baba Yaga
Descending.
seemingly has been in every single
Descending.
position except on its wheels.
Well, I think Flick was desperately trying to help, but actually they didn't do much at all. And Baba Yaga, and now we got Tsukikage also upside down. That corner, it just seems to be the area of desperation where you cannot move.
Tsukikage does have a lifter that can self-right, but it seems to be getting caught in its own forks. It's tried a different config.
So now this is Forkhead's fight to control, and we want to see a robot into the pit, don't we, ladies and gents?
Yeah,
absolutely. So Forkhead, can you give the crowd what they want? Which robot is going to go into the pits? Oh, I thought it was going to be Flick for a second.
Very, very controlled there, getting out of danger. But Forkhead, you would say, is winning these head-on engagements.
It's definitely the one that's had the most control throughout this fight, as Tsukikage. It's such a sad sight, looking at it upside down, rooming around. We have 10 seconds
9,
left for this fight. I'm not sure anyone's going to get
7,
into the pit.
Yeah,
6,
no, I don't. I mean,
5,
anything can happen.
4,
A few last
3,
flicks, probably.
2, 1.
Yeah, we'll go to the judges.
Seize.
Yep. So yeah.
Well, we say the judges, but the judges are on strike. They've
Yeah.
ran away.
And of course, Sean, malevolent dictator as he is, seems to be drinking water. And is not in a position to make a judgment. So we're going to defer this one to the audience. So, if you think Tsukikage won, make some noise.
It did spend a lot on its back, so I can understand that.
If you think Baba Yaga won, make some noise.
Again, up against the wall.
If you think Flick won, make some noise.
Okay, we're getting there. People are alive, people are awake.
And if you think Forkhead won, make some noise.
That's quite close.
That is quite a close one there, actually, yeah. Between Flick and Forkhead. I think I'm going to be the 11 one. I'm going to give that one to Forkhead.
I think Forkhead.
All right.
Winner of the whiteboard goes to Forkhead. Yeah. And that was actually, do you know what? I think we needed that lull. I think we needed a respite as such because we are about to have another fantastic whiteboard in the arena. And this is all building up to the semi-finals. And these robots are not to be trifled with. They are fearful robots.
Well, I mean, you have Gizmo, obviously, sort of one of the most dangerous one in sort of reputationally wise. I think I would say actually from the fights I've seen, like none of Gizmo's fights have been easy. They have had to fight either taking multiple hits or spending a lot of the fights upside down. They're not as invincible as they were, but they're still, just getting wins, remaining consistent, winning. Propane as well, I would say. Also another really strong robot. Another winner here, looking really good. And
I think it's all about being in the fight. That's the ultimate thing with this competition. If you're still in the arena, if you're still mobile, there's a chance you could win.
Yeah. There's a few others as well. Frenzy, has to be said. It came back from the losers bracket and has performed very, very well in this tournament. Definitely probably the robot that's taken the most damage, but it's still running, it's still going, and it beat Luchador, which was who won last year, big win. And then Impulse is sort of the only control robot left, but I think it's been the most impressive of them all in general. Like, it's just fast, it's got an effective weapon, it's durable, and it's just pulled off wins against spinners and control bots alike.
I would be quite interested to find out which robot in the Final Four has had to do the most repairs, because that's a telltale sign of how much damage that robot's gone through and potentially shows the wear and tear.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, I would put money
Yellow
on
square,
Frenzy,
ready.
but I can't be confident in that. Anyway, we have another whiteboard here. We have quite an eclectic collection here. So we have Bop, the Hammerbot. I think this might be its only fight today so far. Got a thumbs up from Craig. Adorable Hammerbot. We have Sir Lancefrog in here, looking, still has the beautiful paint. I will say that the link door is not closed. Oh, I'm just getting away. Fair enough. Oh, that's show. Okay.
I love your dedication, though. You have been pointing out that link every single time.
How many links have you seen sniped this competition?
To be fair, it's been quite high. The percentage has been quite high this competition.
We have Abracadabra as well. Had a decent run this tournament as well, has to be said. Agrawaba, I think sort of very unfortunate to go 0-2. Beautiful design nonetheless. We have... oh, goodness me, I've forgotten the name already.
I was going to say, quite a few robots are entering this arena now.
Yeah, hold on, I'm just going to get the names here. Oh, God, this is terrible. There's so many robots with B in the name here.
Well, so 48 robots is how many entered the actual competition. And then we have additional robots coming through the whiteboards. Bop, for example, not one entered into the competition. That's going to be piloted by Craig.
Yes. And so, Bubblegum Lift is back in. Sam Elliott's robot. Very, very good, strong
And they weren't even on the whiteboard entry list.
No.
So we're throwing in everyone
and I think the other one in is one of our referees here, Henry Strang, with his robot, Grapple Turnover. So a very interesting triangular lifter. So it's meant to drive in on a robot, and then it'll twist like a drill, and it's designed to try to grapple robots like that. So a very unusual asymmetric design, but surprisingly effective, has to be said.
So that is 6, count them, 6 robots in the arena. We're going to put 2 minutes on the timer. Joe is just quickly positioning Roboteers so that everyone has a proper spot. Hopefully the crowd can still see.
This is going to be a very interesting fight. So a real eclectic mix of robots here. No idea what the connection could be between all of them, but I'm very, very excited
Robot
about it. It
is.
seems to be a
Stand
3-on-3
by.
match.
I was going to say, it almost does. It looks like a
3,
team match
2,
that we've got organised here. And I think the
Activate.
Roboteers themselves have just said that, as everyone now charges into the middle, and immediately Joe calls a cease.
Oh, so Joe has said... So we're actually doing a proper tree versus tree. So I don't know if we'll be able to remember this. Bubblegum Lift, Aggro Wabba, Grapple are on one side.
So we are making it up as we go along. Bubblegum Lift actually looks a bit worse for wear. Half a scoop, half balls. And it is a 3-on-3. Roboteers, remember who your teammates are. Do not destroy your own team.
Yeah, I mean, I've already forgotten who's on which team, and I think some of the Roboteers probably have as well. You can see, oh no!
And Bob is immediately out. I'm not quite sure what went wrong, but they're immediately out, so it's now a 3-on-2.
I don't think I can believe it. We can see here, I mean, how are we going to commentate this?
Well, I've got Joe keeping count in front of me. It's 2-on-3. And Bubblegum is now going after the Lance from the pit button has been hit. How many robots do you think we can get in that pit?
Maybe 3. Yeah, Abra getting some good lifts on opponents. Agrowabba trying to remain in. Does not have the axe anymore, but still has a good drive.
And Agrowabba, as you say that, has good drive. Not so much. Goes straight in. Bubblegum, maybe the cause of them going in there. So now we are a 1-on-3. How is this going to cope? I believe it's Sir Lancerfrog up on their own. They are fending for themselves. And can they get anyone into the pit?
This is a... I mean, yeah, I don't know how Lancerfrog is able to drive at all. Still holding its own against 3 control robots, one of which nearly drove into the pits.
So that's the silver robot. Sir Lancerfrog is by themselves. They are fending off 3 robots, all chasing after him. If I was Sir Lancerfrog, maybe dance around the pit, see if you can get someone to fall in. The frog chants are starting. Can they win? Can they survive? 30 seconds left.
You can see who the audience think is good. And oh my God! What was that? He's taking up 2. Oh no, but the fight's not over.
It's still going. It's still going.
Okay, they're all
But it's now even. It's a 1-on-1. 17 seconds left. How did that happen?
I don't know. I looked away for half a second. Oh, Frog is looking so much stronger now. So close.
7,
No!
6,
5,
4.
Is it in the pit?
2, 1.
Oh, a stalemate turned into a one-sided battle which seesawed so quickly, and somehow Sir Lancerfrog ended in the pits.
Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of robots in the pit already. Has Lancerfrog officially been pitted if it never actually goes below the pitting line?
Well, I don't. If we got the arena cam, you can see that the Roboteers who took part in that 6-way medley, 3-on-3, they all just had a lovely group embrace.
They seem to know who's won from themselves. Ryan, our only judge here who's half eating something, what would you take of this, legally speaking?
Well, I think the rules say you've got to hit the bottom of the pit, and I don't think Lancerfrog did. And I don't think Lancerfrog was counted out, so I think we need to go to the very large panel of judges.
All right, I think so. I think we have an audience vote here. So, if you think Team Wabba Bubblegum Grapple won, make some noise.
Those guys are frauds, man.
Hang on, I'm not sure they heard you.
And if you think Team Abra, Bop, and Lancerfrog won, make some noise.
I mean, that's a frog chant if I've ever heard it. Let's send them off with one last more. So, from the top, frog, frog.
Yeah. Frog, 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 frog.
Incredible stuff, incredible stuff. Right.
That was a fun one.
So I'm looking to get a sense. Are we still in the joyous, fun stage of whiteboards? Or are we now turning serious and heading to the semi-finals?
So we can see Frenzy and Impulse currently going to the arena, so it seems like we do have the first of our semi-finals.
So this is serious. This is the final 4.
Yeah. So I think I think for these 2 robots especially, Frenzy and Impulse, I can't think of any time either of them have reached the grand final. But these are two robots that have been slowly being built up over time. You know, Frenzy is from Ari, same builder of Ultraviolet, which did decently well in many tournaments. Frenzy has looked like much more of an improvement in general. And Impulse has... I've always been impressed by its design, but it's finally getting a run where it's genuinely sort of gaining... It just keeps on winning and winning and winning, and it just takes hit after hit after hit.
And I think what we're going to see, not to preempt anything too much, I've not had a good run in this competition, but the forks of Impulse, I think, are beautifully designed, where they are going to get underneath, and they're going to protect Impulse from the weapons that is due to go up against, namely... going up against Frenzy.
Yeah, now I think as well, setup is also to be noted. Frenzy does have setups with longer forks. It has setups with plastic forks. This is the shorter fork setup, so Frenzy is not really expecting to play the ground game all that much. They're going to try to just go in, straight in, weapon, head on, hit Impulse, try to just break something.
Well, I'm going to ask the audience to help count us in as we enter the final 4 competitive
Red
matches.
square, ready.
So, Roboteers are ready.
Robot ears, stand by.
If everyone can help me count in. 3, 2, 1. Activate! And look at that immediately. Head-to-head collision.
Yeah, so instantly Impulse getting a sort of exactly what I wanted really from the start. Getting Frenzy up top, but now Frenzy is up to speed. And Impulse is doing decently in his engagement, so...
I mean, Frenzy is up to speed, but I think that's hurting it, because Impulse is charging in with those metal forks, and that is flying Frenzy off, and doing more damage to Frenzy, I think.
Now, critical to Impulse, it needs that weapon to keep working. If it loses that weapon, it's toast.
Well, no, it just becomes a pushing game, and granted, that puts it more in Impulse's favour. But Frenzy is a quick robot, look at it.
Robot, but if it gets knocked upside down, it can't self-right, it doesn't have a weapon. So
and now that weapon dragging it off into the wall, and Impulse positioning Frenzy to the pit, but not quite.
Yeah, very interesting evasive move there from Frenzy, and a beautiful whack there. Impulse taking a lot of big hits here. One of the forklifts bent up in a very awkward position.
And that's going to really hinder their ability to drive underneath. We're into the second half of this match. Frenzy once again going up into the air.
And I believe in bouncing on top of Impulse, Frenzy has hit the link on Impulse. It doesn't seem to be moving.
Well, I'm not sure if it's a link. Is it stuck under the wall? Either way, Frenzy is through to the final round.
It does seem to be the case, yeah. Very impressive performance from Frenzy, has to be said.
And let's watch the replay then. Yeah. Let's see if we can get a better understanding of what happened before we go to Craig. Because yes, Impulse driving around rapidly, and there was a point where you mentioned Frenzy had a great hit on Impulse.
That's where I think it was. Just
so it almost looked like Frenzy, the spinning weapon of Frenzy hit the top of Impulse, and maybe it dislodged something, but we can't quite tell. Gareth is now retrieving Impulse. He has taken out the link, so I'm not sure if it got fully flung.
Yeah, I don't think it was less that the link was taken out, more that it might have been just like the connection between it. So a link is literally just a loop of wire, and even if the connector remains, you can sometimes have the loop itself, and if that's cut, then you're toast.
Yeah, absolutely.
But again, we would have to look at Craig. He's the one with the cameras. He's the one with the interviews.
Well, it's not
Although
Craig.
It's not even Craig. There we go. We go over to Sam.
Who needs to learn how to use the mic.
I'm back.
Sean.
Oh, Impulse. Man, what happened?
It was going all right.
I thought it was as well. There were moments where, where Frenzy, as Frenzy does smack you about a bit, but you were, very much in the fight and controlling it at points, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think the link just fell out, and that was it really, and it happens, so.
It does happen, but a great run to the semis again. Semis again, or first time to the semis? Wow, okay. Wow, so this is a really a kind of a breakout tournament for you then.
Yeah, went pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it.
You've still got the playoff later. Time for a spot on the podium, do you reckon you've got it in you?
What was that, sorry?
Time for a spot on the podium, do you reckon you've got it in you?
That'll be good. I'll take it. Top 4's pretty good though, so don't matter.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for Impulse. Woo. First one to the top 4. Ari, come and talk to me. Frenzy into the final. Who would have thought?
Oh, not me. Oh, God. 3 fights ago, I was ready to drop with problems, and the final is just incredible. I'm just, yeah. I know, what I didn't tell any of you is that I'm a wizard. I keep pulling everyone's links out.
Well, you've won. I'm going to say at what cost, because your potential opponents are pretty scary. You know, it's either Propane or Gizmo. Would you have a preference?
No. Gizmo, yeah. Well, I've beat Propane. I beat him at an event earlier this year. I lost after that to Gizmo, but that was because my chassis failed, my weapon fell out, and it was still a back-and-forth fight, so I'd like a rematch.
Okay, so you're hoping for Gizmo, but we'll find out who you're fighting in just a second. But ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Frenzy, our first finalist of the day.
It would be an honour. Continue with that turtleneck. You can do anything you like.
All right, great. So we are arming in now for the second semi-final here. So 2 very fearsome drum bots we've seen very recently. We have Propane, the drum with the counter-rotating gyro hub in it, and Gizmo, which is just...
Blue square.
Yeah, there's not a lot
Green
more
square.
else to say, is
Red.
there, really?
Gizmo,
Red square.
as a name,
Yellow
does enough.
square.
It has a reputation, is earned
Robot
it.
ears.
And
Stand
we are about
by.
to see a fantastic semi-final.
3.
Everyone, let's
2,
count it in. 2, 1.
Activate.
Both weapons up to speed. Fairly short forks on both of them. Propane winning the first engagement. Gizmo self-riding eventually, maybe not. Taking another hit in the process, certainly. And one of the forks is looking bent on Gizmo.
Well, I'm not quite sure what Propane managed to hit there, but fantastic sparks coming off of Gizmo. And I would say Propane so far in control. Gizmo needing to get in and get some aggression done. And now it looks like they're on the offensive.
Yeah, looking much more powerful from Propane here. Landing those
Enable.
Gizmo trying to get around, but just not able
Well, Gizmo's trying to get underneath Propane, but they don't have enough traction. The forks are getting stuck and it can't lift up Propane.
Actually, some of the forks on Gizmo are bent up in such a way it's stopping, I think, Propane from hitting their weapon. Meanwhile, Propane is continually getting underneath.
And I think that was an accidental hit of the button. I'm not sure either of these robots really want the pit to come into effect.
Yeah, I mean, it's still anyone's game, any simple movement. That was a nasty hit there, weapon to weapon.
But thankfully for Gizmo, they just went straight up. They didn't end up in the Uta zone, which is so easy to do. We're in the second half of this fight now. I think Gizmo needs to get on the offensive.
Yeah, I mean, we can see here a lot of chunks from Gizmo. The link is out. And just like that, Gizmo is finally dead. And Propane will go into the grand finals to face Frenzy.
So there we are, 1-0. Frenzy is going up against Propane. Gizmo didn't make it all the way through. They were a good favourite.
I mean, I think so. Like, they were definitely my shout. I mean, still, you know, top 4. It's still a phenomenal placement. And, you know, Propane has won this event in the past. It won it in February. And now it might be going on to win it in March, or in December. Oh, sorry, not December, the champs. So I'm just trying to think of, like, have there been any of the robots that have won the champs as well as winning in the Bristol Bot Brawl? But at the very least, Propane could be able to do that right here today.
Hey guys, I'm just going to interrupt real quickly to bring you something with Ellis so he can get fixing for the 3rd place melee. How was that for you?
I mean, the robot's kind of going, woo. If you look at the forks, lift up into that shot. Oh, look, keep it down there. Sorry, where do you want it? Put it down there. There you go. Can you see the forks? Yeah, they're obviously not meant to. In fact, I can probably just... Yeah, there you go. So that's a major design flaw. And also the link came out, which never happened either. I've lost a tyre, but that's neither here nor there. That was fair and square. Better robot won. So I've just got to get that vaguely robot shaped again and try and get back in the arena for 3rd place.
So fighting Impulse for 3rd place. Best of luck. Gizmo, everyone. Andy, you won February. You've come back to our next big event at St. Michael's, and you're in the final again. Is it going to happen again?
I don't know. I mean, so it'll be against Frenzy. I lost to them earlier this year. It was quite close, and then I kind of drove into the pit. So avoid the pit this time.
Okay.
And we go again.
It's going to be a big battle with some massive hits, isn't it?
I've got a bit of damage from that, so I need to give it a once-over. I'm very happy to beat Gizmo, to be fair, because obviously it's an amazing robot, and I lost to it the last time I fought it. So, yeah, happy.
Well, best of luck in the final. Let you go and repair Andy and Propane, everyone.
So to talk a little bit about the timings as we enter the end of the day, we will have some whiteboards. We'll then go into a third place. And I think, Craig, we then stop to give out some awards.
Yeah, we'll do some awards either after these whiteboards or after the third place playoff. We'll see how things go. Depends on a whole bunch of stuff. Talking about a whole bunch of stuff, bbb.gd/accu if you want to buy a whole range of different things, fixings and screws and finishing hardware, casters, whatever you want. They got it all. No minimum order quantity. bbb.gd/accu. Thanks.
And on that, Craig's going to drop the mic and walk away. Now, we are going into a whiteboard. We've got Babrog, Siren, Fatal Deviation, Bob Toss, and Owen, you're meant to be roboteering.
Well, I am. I'm absolutely roboteering. You can see, I mean, the camera will cut to it, but I am in the arena here, as you can see.
Not actually yourself, but Babrog, your
No,
robot
well,
is
I
in
mean,
the
like, I've got
arena.
the radio, so...
So you're just going to be lazy? You're just going to sit down, sit here and...
Lazy? Do you know, have you ever tried... Yeah, what do you think I'm doing? Do you know how hard it would be to drive and commentate at the same time?
Honestly, no.
Well, neither do I, but that's what we're going to find out here.
I talk to myself when driving the car, so that kind of counts. But, okay, well, we'll see. We'll see how it hinders or helps.
Listen, we have some very good robots here, of course. I mean, Bob Toss, such an artistic bot, such a great design. The mini bot as well, has been beating the devil out of things all day. Very durable, very powerful. Siren, I think I've really liked the look of Siren, and I think it's gotten some good lifts. And then, of course, Fatal Deviation, which is, a much more durable robot than I think it initially looks. It's so small and dense and compact, but it is decent. And I think when the lifter when the lifter is working, it is able to toss and lift things really well. Babrog's there as well.
Yeah, you're not going to hype yourself up, so I'll do it for you.
Dave, you got to lift the white handle. There you go. Okay, you got it.
Well, whilst you're here, actually, did the pincer of Antithesis do any real damage?
No, actually, everything just flexed right back to its position. So all the robots are driving to their squares. I'm in green.
You really are commentating whilst driving. This is going to be fantastic to see. I'm going to suggest maybe the crowd favourite is Bob Toss going into this fight.
Well,
but let's see what happens.
Well, we'll see. We'll
Blue
see. I mean,
square,
who's your favourite, everyone? Let's hear it.
Red square,
Just
ready.
shouting out names.
Okay. All right.
I heard Bob
Robot
Toss.
is
I heard Bob
standby.
Toss. Someone actually shouted Bob
It's going to be a
Toss.
hard one to compete
3,
with. There we go. So
2, 1. Activate.
So immediately, all of the robots going into the middle. Babro trying to get underneath Siren, as we can see. Bob Toss is trying to compete as well. Fatal Deviation is driving around in a circle at the moment. Siren and Beat the Devil are fighting each other.
Why is there a little hat in there?
I don't know. I believe it was some kind of a sort of a ceremonial thing. We can see here Babro getting a lift on Siren, trying to go for the suplex, failing as Bob Toss goes against Fatal Deviation. Some really hectic action here, all driving around each other. Siren going for a push, sort of misses Fatal Deviation, pushing fast as well, also sort of missing. Great lift from Siren and Fatal Deviation, but Babro's trying to suplex both of them. Cannot suplex both of them, unfortunately. You can see as well Bob Toss doing some infighting with its own mini-bot as Siren pushes Babro.
I'll cover this, actually. We've got Siren with a great attack on Babrog. Babrog on the defense now.
Well, I think it was more of a tactical retreat, but we can see oh no!
Oh, that deserves a boo. Babrog chucking Bob Ross into the pit.
Well, hold on. I think that can be
Defend
counted
yourself,
as points.
Owen.
I think that can be counted as points, although I'm not even sure if I pushed in myself.
You definitely
Fatal
grabbed
Deviation
Bob
going
Ross.
on against
Bob
Siren, but Babrog with its incredible drive system is keeping it at bay. Another great lift here, potentially. No real suplexes from either one. Fatal Deviation getting a lift here. Can Babrog finally get a suplex
Well,
of
can
some kind?
Babrog get 2 for 1?
Hey,
As it does.
did indeed!
That is
And
a double
you can see there,
suplex.
Babrog, oh, no fun at all, just throwing everyone else in the pit.
Go on, Owen, clean it up.
Absolutely.
Clean it up, come on.
Fatal Deviation trying to get back on its
Go on,
wheels.
suplex them in.
Oh! And there we go.
You absolute
Effortless.
show-off.
Masterful from Babrog. Wait, there's one more. There's one more. The fight's technically
You've
not
got
over.
10 seconds. 10 seconds left. Can he do it? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
I'm going to be boring.
4.
There we go. That was quite an ego trip.
So not only did you commentate, actually very well, I will say, brilliant commentary.
There we go.
You actually choreographed the whole fight and you won. Everyone in the pit and the Roboteers, this is nothing but a sign of respect. Everyone shaking his hand. Well deserved. I mean, everyone in the arena, did he deserve that?
There we go.
All right.
I'll take that.
I mean, but he did eliminate Bob Toss.
No, actually, Bob Toss did drive into the pit themselves. I'm not going to take credit for that.
You eliminated Bob Toss. I'm not letting you get out of this.
Potato. You know.
Okay, well done. I feel like you need to reclaim Babrog.
Yeah, I'll do that there very quick. Thanks, everyone.
I mean, an ego trip, that was textbook, I gotta say. Really does give a testament to how good a driver Owen is. He really is the master of the control robots. Watching the replays now, it looks like anyone's fight. And I swear, you can see it there. Babrog froze Bob Toss into the pit. Bob Toss could not slow down enough. They're into the pits now. And then from this point onwards, well, Babrog really did have their way with it. We see a double suplex in the corner. That will be coming up. And I just want to say how calm and collected Owen was on the mic. That was absolutely textbook. Through and through. Here's the double suplex. What a fantastic, that's a rarity in robot fighting. And then this is it. Babrog starts to clean up. Just so surgical. I mean, the suplex into the pit, that is a flex if I've ever seen one. Fantastic driving. I'm now preparing us for a whiteboard. Freak versus Corman versus Ernie versus Dolos. We have got some incredible, powerful spinners going up against a Cornish robot, which looks like it's staggered out of a pub. What is this robot? It is absolute menace. Spiky pieces of what looks to be aluminium, flying all over the place, and it does actually maneuver. So I was talking to Corman before they got into the arena. This is technically the largest Beetle there's really ever competed. You will note, the observer above you, you will note that there is no way Corman is fitting in the pit. They are technically cheating because their robot is so large they cannot fall into the pit. How do you think about that, Sean?
Oh, Tony's a known cheater. All he does is build scaffolding on wheels. Tony, listen, it's got to stop at some point, right? Well, that's great, but it's still scaffolding, mate. Come on, sort it out.
Okay, I'm going to tone you down before you get. That is.
I'll start fights.
That is vicious. Yeah, let's keep the fights in the arena.
I'll see you in the car park. I'll see you in the car park, Tony. Watch yourself.
I'm on Tony's side all the way through that. There's
you
no
are
way.
one of few.
There is no way. Would you behave? Honestly. Right, let's talk about the robots that are coming in, because we've got the return of some destructive beasts. And I'm not sure, does Dolos have a working weapon right now?
I think so. Morgan, give us a thumbs up. Yep, it's all good. So, yeah, it should be good. It just
so despite being hanging off after the last whiteboard, they've managed to fix it.
Yeah, well, that was a illusion, really. Morgan just bit of super glue, back together. Nothing more.
And I think a crowd favourite in terms of the destruction capability. Ernie, everybody, is back in the arena.
Look, here's what I want to see. I want to see Dolos pin an Ernie, pin a freak in there, and just send it into the weapon. And it'd be chaos. It'd be absolute chaos.
Well, it will be chaos. So Komoran, I think, is going to be lucky to get out of this in one piece. They have actively said, and I think all of the Roboteers have agreed, if Koroman is still moving at the end of this fight, they win by default.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But the thing is, right, Corman is like 1% robot, 99%
Robot
air,
is
like around it. So you got to reach it. That's the problem, right?
But they can wear away at the bits. Let's get this fight underway.
We're about to find out. They're going to let them spin up. Ernie's going. Freak is going. Jeremy, calm down, Jeremy.
Interestingly, Freak went in upside down, so that was clearly a
tactical
decision.
All right, Dolos is going in. Morgan, send it into someone, please. We really want to see it. Freak's bouncing. Ernie's like kind of waddling, gyring around. Freak is everywhere.
Well, I think Roman is immediately knocked out. They don't seem like they can move anymore. Freak has not stopped dancing, and now Ernie is on top of Roman.
Oh my goodness. Oh, there's something off there. Morgan, is that part? That's part of your robot. That's a real guard.
So Freak's weapon seems to be inactive. The pit button has been hit. Ernie seems to be the only spinner with a weapon in this fight. And look at that shield of Dolos. It has been ripped into.
Yeah, well, it's designed to do that. It's going to be like bright yellow confetti all day in this arena.
Quite fluorescent confetti.
Oh, an aerial attack, and Ernie's flipped over. God, this is getting quite sad now.
I mean, Komoran actually is now coming alive in this fight, starting to push people around.
I think Tony was just playing possum. He's just gone, oh, I'm dead. But no.
No, they're still alive. But Dolos might have something to say about that as they desperately try and get Roman into the pit, or at least over into that area.
Morgan, can you spin up and hit Cormoran for us? We all want to see it. Just come on.
I can see the wheels of Ernie still spinning, so that robot is not immobilized. Maybe Cormoran can unstick that robot and get Ernie back into the fight.
I don't think it's moving, Gab. I'm going to keep it real. Ernie is probably out.
Well, there's 20 seconds, less than 20 seconds left in this fight. I think most of the damage has already happened. A lot of the weapons appear to be immobilized as we go into the final 10.
Morgan, is it not spinning? It's not spinning.
4, 3, 2, 1.
There we have it. Oh, and Dolos in the pit. Guys, I don't want to say it, but the winner might have actually been Cormoran.
Well, we're going to go to the crowd in the St. Michael Center. So let's hear it. If you think Freak is the winner, the horizontal spinner that's currently yellow, give us a cheer. Yay.
A little bit.
A little bit. If we think Ernie is the winner, the one in the corner, give us a cheer. I'm not going to include...
They don't believe
I'm not going to include Dolos because they did go into the pit. So if you think that Komoran is the winner, give us a cheer.
Well, there we go.
The cheater gets it.
Yeah, Tony, you cheated your way to a victory. How do you feel? Yeah, good for you, mate. Jog on.
Amazing.
Jog on, mate. But yeah, there you go. Your winner is Cormoran. Round of applause for Tony, everyone.
And that was a fantastic fight.
After that whiteboard, we're going to do some awards over there, just so you guys know.
So we have one more whiteboard to come. That is Carbon Copy. Grabby is back, everybody. Grabby is back for one last fight. Let's not forget Nibby.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't forget Nibby.
And they're going to be going up against Demon Spirit Mark II. That is going to be the final whiteboard of the day. And then we're going to do some awards. And then we have two fights left as we have the third place playoff in between Impulse and Gizmo. And then we have the finals, Frenzy versus Propane. I do once again apologize.
I'm never washing my arm again. That is, it's like if a rock star just like...
I've been drinking a lot of fluids to try and keep the...
Yeah, now it's all over me,
the voice.
I'm afraid. Sorry, Gav.
And I am sorry.
It's good.
I'm sorry.
Fine. Well, look, we can avoid the trauma that has just occurred with the whiteboards that are occurring.
I mean, I'm so grateful because actually it wasn't on camera, so I could deny it. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, we all know. But yeah, let's talk. We got Carbon Copy. Have they done any whiteboards? I'm a bit out of it. I'm on the come down from running a robot. How have they done? You've been on it more than I have.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job actually going through the competition rounds. They went up against Luchador. Luchador was the one who knocked them out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, fair cop. It's a good competition.
Yep.
It's a good robot to lose to. It's last year's champ. So they should be holding their heads high. Carbon Copy did put up a fight. I haven't seen them in any whiteboards until now, to my memory, but I have been ducking in and out as well.
Well, let's see where they are. Grabbies. All right, they're all entering the arena now. I think we got Grabby going in first. Yeah, the louder people. Come on. Yeah. I think they all want this one to win, and I can't blame them.
I mean, it has two fantastic roboteers, and it has a bit of a following. And they have a
bit. It's a lot. It's a lot. Big fan base, obviously over there. I think they're all very into it.
I think in future years, if we ever need to set up microphones, we just set them up over there.
Yeah, if we need crowd audio dubs, we'll contact you guys. We got them next. I think I see a Craig entering the bot. Of course, the mini bot. a new mini-bot. I don't know, what are you calling it? Beep. Yeah. We'll go with, it's Beep, everyone, on Team B. I think we're not going to bring out the scales, because I've received £20 in my bank account. We don't care about integrity here.
I'm not going to lie, but you're quite a cheap bribe.
I don't care. I'm getting money.
Fair enough. I mean, it's a whiteboard. It's not for any anything.
There's no integrity here. There's
particular.
none at all. But yeah, so we got the Ultimate Team up. It's better than the MCU crossovers of all time. It's Beep and Team B. And they're loading into the side. We got the Demon Spirit loading up. This is Reese's robot. I'm good friends with Reese.
Demon Spirit. So it's nice to see Bop back in. They weren't scheduled for this whiteboard, but the last whiteboard they attempted to compete in, they had 2 seconds and then they died.
Craig runs the event. They can do what they want. They could rig it, and they probably have. But
equally, they never abuse that power.
No, but they should. They should.
And
they
this
are
is
doing
why
so
you're
now.
not in charge.
No, but I have my own event, so if you want to come to Norwich and do that, you're more welcome to.
And if you are willing to bribe, he's clearly admitted it, he's willing to take
Absolutely. If you want to win our events, 20 quid. That's all it'll take.
bribes.
Well, 20 quid per fight, so that adds up, and I get a lot of money from that. And that's a lot more robots for myself.
There's not much honour.
How do you think I
in
funded
Norfolk, is
Chris
there?
Griffin 2?
Bribe.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't want to call a whole part of the country into question, but you're really bringing that honour down.
That's fine. It's only the east.
Whoa!
It's only the southeast.
I mean, you can say that.
I
I'm
can
from
say
the
that.
southwest. I'm going to stick to my roots.
That's unfortunate.
It's a better place to live. But anyway,
I don't know.
For
Anyway,
anyone
bygones be
international
bygones.
watching online, come to the southwest. Forget the rest of the UK. Southwest is where
We
it's
should.
at.
I'm sure. Can we do polls in the chat? I'm sure we can set one up.
I think we shouldn't, and we should get focused now because the arena door has been
We
closed.
have it's Carbon Coffee and Demon Spirit going in against Team B. I don't think this is fair, but
it's absolutely fair.
What
is not fair
I couldn't
about this
care less, to be
matchup?
honest. They don't pay me enough at all. At all.
So the name of the game is to push and shove your opponents around the arena, wait until the pit button becomes active, and then throw everyone down the pit.
I think that is the play. I mean, you can see Team B flexing their muscles.
It does. It does.
I would flex on Reese too.
Nibby
He has
and
none.
Grabby, they are flexing right now. They are.
Hold that,
I'm looking
Reese.
at the Roboteers. The Roboteers' face is nothing but focus and aggression.
No, I completely with you. They're locked in, as it were. Here we go. The Demon Spirit
Robot
over there
stand
on
by.
the other side, red corner, and Carbon
3,
Copy in the green.
2,
It's going to
1.
be chaos.
Activate.
They jumped the gun, but it's
gun.
fine. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it.
Well, that
Here we
20
go.
quid goes a long way, doesn't
That's
it?
what I'm saying. But look, we got Bob attacking a small child robot in Carbon Copy number 1 and bringing the hammer down on Demon Spirit. Grabby going. It's a takeout of their own teammate.
Well, I don't think we have any teams in this. I think it is a free-for-all.
No, Craig's wearing the Team B shirt. This is they are aligned, and they've made it very clear. Carbon Copy is still getting
Enable.
its face malleted in by Bob.
Descending. Descending.
Demon Spirit with a good old shove there.
Definitely Bob. But now we have 3 robots
And it's Carbon Copy down. Reese needs to get out of there, and he
Copy's
does.
completely out. They are gone. And Bob is now desperately trying to get away, and they do so. So Carbon Copy, both robots going down in quick succession.
And look, I'll tell you, it's personal. Reese at Brawl, his last event, lost to Team B. He lost to Team B and he's out for revenge, but I don't think he's going to get it.
Well, Grabby's on the edge.
Oh, my
Grabby's
goodness.
on the edge of the pits. If they go backwards, they're in. They do not have much room to maneuver. I don't know how they're going to get out. They're not. They're on the edge. All it takes is a slight little nudge. Maybe Nippy can come in to save Grabby. I don't know. I mean, this is on the edge.
It's rough. It's hard to do. I don't know. I'm on the edge of my seat.
I feel like Bob should sacrifice themselves, charge in to nudge Grabby over the edge. That is exactly what Bob should do.
The Demon Spirit here with a push.
Well, Demon Spirit stopping Bob from saving Grabby. Is Bob going to try and save him? 20 seconds left. Craig, you've got to be careful.
A sacrifice worthy, and B is free. It's a 1v1.
10, 9.
So now it's the
8,
B against the
7,
Demon.
6,
And it's 5 seconds
What?
left.
That's an anime and a half, isn't it?
Absolutely.
2.
Here we go. In the last charge, and he's done it.
The villain of the day. Look how happy Demon is.
Reese has gotten his revenge. He's high-fiving everyone.
I want to hear boos. I want to hear cheers. How dare they knock out Grabby?
He's done it. Take it away, judges. I don't think the people they're not happy. They're not happy at all.
I mean, actually, in fairness, the showmanship, everyone loves a villain.
Everyone
but
does
this
love a villain. But
we're
this...
into pantomime season, so let's get the boos going.
Yeah.
Boo.
Thumbs down.
So, I'd just like to talk through the competitors. It is a whiteboard, and I remember a certain rule, because Grabby did not hit the floor of the pit.
Oh, whoa. Who's the villain? Who's the villain now?
I love
Who's
a technicality.
No.
So we're going to the judges, and the judges are the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, one and all, this is up to you. I want to hear the loudest cheers. So, if you think Demon Spirit is the winner, give me a cheer.
Oh, that was actually quite loud. That was quite loud. And look, if you think that Team B won, make some noise. Unfortunately, nobody is that loud. So I'm sorry, Reese. It is Team B that has won that. Defeated by a technicality. That is what we love here at Bristol Bot Builders.
Them are the rules.
You won.
I think that's justice for celebrating so much for beating some people under the age of 10, to be honest. But still, very good fight. Before we do our final top 4, how does that work? Third place playoff.
Yes.
Grand final.
Yes.
We're gonna do our awards first. So we have some awards to give out to the Roboteers. So if you've left already, you've sort of given up that
Loser.
opportunity to be awarded. Craig, would you like to give out one of these?
Sure, give me one of them. This is apparently the best t-shirt award. I wonder why this was made. And it's going to the wonderful Tom Lloyd with Bad Daddy.
Where is he? So apparently he drove 4 hours to make this t-shirt. Like, I don't know how you put that much commitment to the robot, but the t-shirt, he's wearing a suit in it. If you want to go
It's
right into the camera.
very beautiful. Get out in there.
There we go. So there we go. Very, very well deserved. Excellent t-shirt work.
Excellent
Everyone else,
t-shirt.
put more effort into your t-shirt game for next time. There we go.
So the second award we've got here is the Spirit of BBB Award. So as BBB, we like to give out an award for a robot that we think embodies what we love about robots, which is trying new things, doing weird stuff. And I think no robot today has embodied that, and that perseverance just as much as Percussive Maintenance XL.
Yes. Awesome work with that hammer. Keep at it. So there you
Keep
go.
doing weird shit. I mean, stuff.
Stuff. It's got, we've been going for like 8 hours
I'm
non-stop.
sorry.
We've been up since 6. It's been a day. So let's go hand over to our judges now who are going to give out some awards. First of all, Rory Mangles.
Hello, Jim Brown. Hello, everyone. So first up, we have the award for the best name. Now, this was a unanimous decision, and it goes to Bob Toss. Although shout out to Got Any Grapes, which is a close second. There you go. Excellent. And now we have the Most Spinner Award. This goes to a Chris Griffin 2.
I do it for the fans.
Over to Thomas.
Hello, everybody. So I have the pleasure of giving out the Most Improved Award, and this is to a very special robot that's been around for a couple of years now, but today it's really impressed all of us in every single one of its fights, and that is Antithesis. And now to our third judge. Oh, or maybe not.
Apparently, a third judge didn't have an award to give, so I'll take the spotlight. So, firstly, I'm from ACU. We obviously helped sponsor the event, but enough about us. Our award is the ACU Building Tomorrow Award, and a special commendation to Team B, who I think it's safe to say are the youngest competitors by some margin. So, yeah, props to them. It's fantastic seeing such young competitors learning and developing their roboteering skills in amongst some very experienced competition. So well done, guys. Highly commended for you guys. Congratulations. But the Building Tomorrow Award goes to a team who've really achieved something special today. And I've spoken to quite a few of the teams and the crew about our commitment to supporting innovation and our vision for the future. And so our award winner, he's done a fantastic job to get through to the round of 32 in his first combat robotics event. Really not bad for a team who until recently had only ever competed in video games. So a massive well done to Dominic and Siren. Woo!
So while we just get ready for our third place playoff and our grand final, we just want to do a quick final shout out to our incredible crew who've been working their absolute butts off today. Okay, yeah, so there's some trophies down here ready. There's some little dinosaur trophies just to show everyone. For some reason, dinosaurs are the theme for this one. Don't ask us why. So first of all, to our ref, Henry Strang, and all his backup refs, Rob, Felix, Jed, who did I forget? I've forgotten someone. Rob, I said Rob, don't worry. Rob again, Felix
Sam.
and Jed, Sam, Sean, and then our excellent crew of commentary, of course, head commentator Gav.
Heck yeah, Gav.
And his gang of commentators, Sam, Owen, Sean, and everyone who did a little bit of guest commentary. Thank you so much.
you,
You
gang.
guys, you're losing your voices, and we thank your vocal cords for their contribution to today. I want to say a huge shout out to Gareth Barnaby on the arena marshalling today.
Woo! The man's a wizard.
Yeah. Let's just appreciate that the robots stayed within the arena today. That is a relief to all of us. And what we planned to happen. Great repair work there. Our judging panel, big up head judge Ryan and sub-judge Tom and Rory. You were adequate, thank you very much.
That's what we aim for.
And then our streaming maestro, Stephen, who barely gets a toilet break. He has absolutely smashed it. The graphics are cooler than ever. We love you, Stephen.
You guys at home, if you've been
Look
watching
at
this
those
stream,
camera angles.
you owe him everything. He's done amazing work today.
Look at that's like at least 7 camera angles. That's incredible. Have I forgotten anyone?
You have. You've forgotten yourselves. Craig and Joe, everybody.
And Gareth. Woo! Thanks, guys. We love doing this. We love Bristol. We do this 10 times a year across Bristol. We do 2 of these here. So we're back here in February. But the rest of the year, we're in breweries and we have a few too many beers while fighting robots. So that
bevies
sounds
with the
good.
boys.
So Left-Handed Giant is our home a lot of the time. If you like Left-Handed Giant, we're in the St. Philip's Brewery on the regs. Throughout summer, outdoor summer events, beer, food, and robots. So keep an eye on bristolbotbuilders.com. We hope to see you there. And finally, big shout out to all our competitors. You guys
Thank you so much for
smashed it.
coming, everyone. And finally, actually,
finally.
Look at you lot up there.
Yeah.
You wonderful lot up there who have stuck this out. Thank you so much for coming. We hope you have enjoyed.
Yes. Seriously.
Come to more stuff. Build some robots. Our website has loads of guides and stuff on it.
Seriously, build robots. It's so fun. But thank you for sticking it out to the end. Big up. Thank you for buying a ticket because you helped make this event happen because we can't afford any of this without you. So big up. So, how are we looking on the third place playoff? It's looking good.
Yep, they're coming down now.
Impeccable timing. Over to the commentators.
Well done, Joe.
Let's
Thank
do
you.
some fights.
Yes. So, third place playoff, Impulse and Gizmo. Impulse, their first run past the round of 16. Gizmo, losing finalist last year, they'll be hoping to get back on the podium and get some more silverware for their ever-expanding trophy cabinet at home.
I was gonna say, where have the trophies gone?
They've been moved over to the commentary booth. So,
The Accu booth.
Yeah, the Accu booth. My apologies. We are the commentary booth. I don't think they trust, the trophies around us, which is fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair.
Impulse. I think did they fight earlier? I can't remember. No, I don't think they did. Did they at least fight earlier? No, they didn't fight earlier. Hello, Felix. This is true content.
I would just say, one thing I do love about the robotic community,
Oh, you missed
they
it.
always give you stickers.
They do.
You get so many stickers as a part of being at these events. I absolutely love the branding that goes into it.
Some nice Ernie stickers we can see here. Beautiful.
There's a Bulbasaur sticker.
I think Martin's gone, actually.
Hopefully Nintendo won't see that.
Blue
because They
square.
do like
Red-
to.
They love a
Red
good
square.
law case.
Anyway.
Let's count them down.
Robot
For third place,
Stand by.
Gizmo versus Impulse.
The second last fight.
2, 1, activate. Gizmo up to speed and Impulse gets it face to face with it immediately, but over goes Gizmo once again. Impulse not afraid to stick its weapon in where it might hurt.
And I think Impulse is definitely in the lead so far in terms of their control. But now Gizmo getting a good hit, but once again being upside down. They're really struggling to stay on the right side of their wheels.
They are. Also, one of the forks of Impulse weren't coming back down, but they're back okay now. Impulse trying to turn Gizmo over once again. Gizmo shredding up those 3D printed side panels.
And you can just hear the forks of propane.
Oh, I think that's it.
Impulse, sorry.
No lifter for Impulse. Impulse on its back. Gizmo, he may not have won this year, may not have come second this year. On the podium, once again, Ellisware and Gizmo. Very impressive. Steady. And Impulse in fourth. A valiant run. It's always a shame when you get this far in a competition, you don't get a trophy, isn't it? But, ultimately, Gizmo was the clear winner in this fight.
I mean, you do get your money's worth for your entry, though.
Yeah.
Coming through all of those fights, it is a hard-fought battle. That was such a short-lived victory in the sense that it was over so quick. And this is only third place, but those robots deserved to be in the final round.
Absolutely, they've been superb throughout. Gizmo, is just so effective. It's done it for so long at this point. Multiple events where it places at least in the top 3. But hey, look, another third place on the board. Impulse, lots of lessons learned, lots of great performances, lots of great fights and wins. I think they'll be happy with fourth.
Well, I was watching the replay there, and Propane doing a fantastic... Not Propane, Impulse.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for Propane now. Impulse was doing a fantastic job to try and control that fight. They did have better maneuverability, but the hits of Gizmo, they were quite impactful, actually. And we started to see the wheels start to get torn into, and the more and more damage was done. It's just a matter of time.
Craig, you're on the floor like you were last year. What's going on?
We are down on the floor, here with Impulse. Fourth place, congratulations!
Very much. Thank you. I'll take it.
Highest placing non-spinner of the competition, everyone.
Yeah.
What a beautiful machine as well. Look at this thing. It's wonderful. Thank you so much for bringing it. How did you feel today when?
Oh, it's excellent. Well, I haven't gotten past the top 16 before, so top 4, that's, pretty good. Yeah.
We'll take it, but now, target on your back next time. How do you feel it's going to go?
I reckon once you've done well in one competition, the stress sort of eases away because you've got nothing really to prove anymore, I think. So, yeah, it's all right.
Send it.
Yeah, send it.
Amazing. Let's give it up for our fourth place, everyone. Impulse.
Shout out to
Ellis,
Pringles.
join me on the floor.
I'm standing up. This is my full
Welcome to the floor.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your third place, Ellisware.
Thank you very much. I'm very tired.
I can imagine. It's been a time, but Gizmo is still proving its worth.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had a bit of a rough day, I think. I mean, I had a couple of good fights, lots of really good fights, but that tends to mean the robot gets knackered and I get knackered. Hopefully it's been entertaining. Almost a shame for the sport that the podium didn't have the non-foil driver, but, very happy to get through to the podium. I think this needs a little bit of a drawing board. It's felt a bit sluggish, just not quite how I want it all day. But yeah, very happy with third. It's more than I expected, to be honest.
Time for some revisions.
Yeah, time for some revisions, but first, we sleep.
But first, we give you this wonderful item. Third place to Ellisware and Gizmo, everyone. Let's do a final.
Let's do a final. The stage is set. Propane in the red circle.
Red square.
Frenzy in the blue.
Blue square.
Very similar
Ready.
concepts, but They've made it all the way to the final two.
Roboteers,
One of these two will be the 2024 Bristol Bot Builders champion.
3,
2, 1. Activate. Away we go. Weapons up to speed. They go face to face. Propane turns over. Frenzy, and Frenzy's already lost a fork, but Propane turn over in return.
So Frenzy now a bit on the back foot. You can see the wheels are exposed. Up into the roof goes Frenzy, and Propane doing a fantastic amount
Oh,
of
the
damage.
weapon's gone!
Frenzy.
Oh no, it's Propane's weapon that's gone, not this time.
Frenzy's done so much damage with that one hit, so much momentum, and now they have the advantage.
But Propane is crucially still running. What can Frenzy do? They are currently smacking the floor.
Well,
The
Frenzy.
pit button is available. Over goes Propane on his back.
Frenzy desperately needs to get under control. They are bouncing all over the place, and is that Propane out of action?
Oh, enormous impact, and Propane's wheel at the back is all shredded. Oh, brutal.
It looks like the chassis are twisted of both of these robots. Another big impact as they both go up into
still
the air.
going.
And another one.
The count will get hit by Frenzy and Monotone, but Frenzy goes going out the arena. No, it survives. Propane is immobilized. Frenzy is still working, and Frenzy's going to win it from. What a final! What a final!
That is a battle of the ages.
So we heard earlier on that Frenzy's weapon came out against Gizmo. They've done the exact same thing to poor old Propane. Propane shredded. There's not much left of it. Frenzy at the start, it looked like they were on the ropes, but they recovered well, and Propane is in pain.
Absolutely. I mean, what more can we say? The damage in the arena says enough. That battle really was.
It was
I mean,
brutal.
I'm actually amazed. Propane was able to keep going. The fact
Let's
that it had
watch the
so
replay.
much
We've got the
removed from
replay
it.
here. So here we go. Both spin up at the start. Over went Frenzy. Frenzy takes the fork damage there. Bang, response.
And that is going to limit them in the rest of this fight, but actually it doesn't really hinder them much at all.
Weapon to
Propane-
weapon, flying through the air. It's Propane that's coming out on top of the weapon until the weapon comes out, and
once
that's the end of that.
That impact, that was a weapon-on-weapon impact.
Yeah.
So that was incredibly lucky, really, from Frenzy that their weapon didn't get dislodged.
Absolutely, and credit to Propane. They kept controlling the fight. They did so well at staying in for as long as they did. But
And I got to say, this was mentioned earlier on. Frenzy didn't make it look easy.
No.
They really had to fight for that. And there was one bit, we're going to see it, where I thought Frenzy was going to end up in the neutral
bouncing
zone.
itself out. They almost did, but all that look at the damage on Propane. There's barely anything left of it. And then they started bouncing around the arena because for some reason they wanted to keep doing it.
Well, the weapon of Frenzy,
Here we
and
go.
then look at it. Absolutely out of control. Brilliant camera work by Stephen, actually. But almost going out. And Propane there, you can kind of see they have been immobilized. But wow.
What a final. Craig,
What a final.
tell us more, because I have no idea what's going on.
I'm here with Andy, who, well, I'm speaking to his midriff. Hi, Andy. My goodness, that happened.
It was loud. It was good fun. Yeah, the mountings around the weapon are always a weak point, which I need to design to make them better. But the actual parts are okay, except for the prints. So we'll be back.
We'll be back. Propane has been such a dominant force all competition, and that must have been a massive hit to take that thing off.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it happens, but it was good. There was lots of big hits in there. For a bit, I thought I was on top, and then the weapon went, I was like, here we go.
The thing is, if the fixings failed in this, do you know where you could get some really high quality fixings with no minimum order quantity?
I'm not sure. I can't think of anywhere. Where do you think?
I think you should go to bbb.gd/accu, the sponsors of this event, to find some wonderful bolts. Anyway, let's give a massive round of applause to Andy and Propane. Here is your trophy, my friend. Oh. And finally, somewhere in the wings is a very relieved looking Ari Callister.
Weekend after that, maybe something, but I'm a bit, maybe potentially busy.
We might be. You did it! I know!
Honestly, after 3 fights in a row, winning by the link of my opponent coming out, going into the final, feeling like I didn't fully earn that position, to rip Propane's B to clean off the robot, it's just, it's so. I don't have words for it. It's just so.
It's huge is what it is, and it's a well-deserved victory. Look at this machine. It has gone through everything this tournament could throw at it, and it has come out the other side as Bristol Bot Builders Beetleweight Championship 2024 champion. Give it up, everyone. Massive round of applause for Ari and Frenzy. Cheers for coming, everyone. We're Bristol Bot Builders. We run events for fun in Bristol. Come to another one. We'll see you soon.
Well, I think let's bring an end to the stream. Stephen,
Thank you.
hit the button. Goodbye, everyone, and thank you for a great year.
Yep. Bye-bye.